All right. Welcome everyone to the very first Ioniconf. This has been something that we've been working on for past month or so. And I'm super excited to be emceeing the event. I'm super excited for everyone to be able to watch, join in on the stream. We will be streaming this to YouTube. So if you have not registered for the link, if you just go to ionicframework.com, you should be able to see the uh, video embedded right there. Now, before we go on with some stuff with the first talk, which is the keynote from Max, let's go ahead and get some just some basic kind of house cleaning, so to speak. So this is Ioniconf. We are bringing in experts not only from the Ionic community, people that you know and love from over the years of Ionic being a thing, but experts from different industries, different fields, everyone who we think could be able to make a awesome conference, but also share some great details about not only how to build awesome Ionic apps, but build awesome products and be able to push what we do and go even further. Now, the whole entire theme of the conference is that we are focused on web technologies. So everything that we're going to look at today is going to keep the focus on how do we keep pushing the web forward and how do we keep being successful as Ionic developers. Now, this is a virtual event, but I do want to let you all know that we do have a code of conduct that goes for all the Q&A sessions. Now, as we are going through questions, we are going to be pulling them from Twitter. I want to keep everyone informed that we expect a harassment-free experience. So keep your questions civil. If you go to ionicframework.com/code of conduct, not only will you see the code of conduct for our virtual events, but you also see our contributors' code of conduct and how we engage and handle community interactions. Definitely go check it out to keep in mind for the remainder of the event. Oh, the dreaded slide issues on the very first day. Here we go. All right. So we have 12 amazing speakers here. Technically 13 if we consider Max, who's going to be giving our keynote. But all these people are industry experts. Keep in mind, if there is any talk that you want to see in particular, go to ionicframework.com/ioniconf. You should be able to see the schedule and get a list of when each speaker is going on and how to and schedule your time appropriately. And I do want to keep everyone informed. Use the hashtag #AskIoniconf. We're going to be using that hashtag to monitor questions coming in from the community. So if there's at any moment something that you want to ask the presenter in the Q&A sessions, tag that question. We would with the hashtag, and we'll get it all queued up and ready for the Q&A. For example, we have a few questions already coming in from our community members. And the most asked question so far is, are these talks going to be available online afterwards? And I'm happy to report that yes, these talks will be available on our YouTube channel. So if you go to YouTube and search for Ionic Framework, you can subscribe. We'll be pushing all those videos out as soon as they are ready. Now, at this moment, I want to invite Max Lynch up here. Uh, Max is not only the co-founder and co-creator of Ionic Framework, he's pretty much the reason why we're all here today, for better or worse. He has been helping grow Ionic and giving us a guidance and direction on where we can go and where we can push the web forward. So, Max, why don't you come up onto the stage?
Hey, can you hear me, Mike?
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I can hear you, Max. Cool. I'm gonna remove myself. Good luck with the presentation.
Thank you, thank you. Hey, everyone. This is wild. This is certainly my first ever virtual conference, and it's probably the biggest audience I've presented in front of, which is awesome. So I'm Max Lynch. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Ionic, and I'm excited to take a trip down memory lane and talk about some exciting new stuff that I know many of you want to hear about today. So before I get into that, I just want to welcome everyone to the first ever official Ionic conference. Ioniconf, I can safely say I never thought I'd see this day. I know it's been such a long time coming. I know the community, our partners, our customers have been practically begging us to put on this conference, and now it's here, and it wouldn't have been possible without all of your support and encouragement. So thank you so much. I also wanted to thank the team here at Ionic for putting on this conference and doing it in kind of a ridiculously short amount of time. Many of you probably know how difficult it is to put on a conference, and doing it in less than a month or 2 months is just next to impossible. And I think one of the reasons we were hesitant to put this conference on in the past is because we really wanted to do it right, and we wanted to do something the community deserved, and I think the team here has done that. So I'm really, really proud. It's crazy to be up here to be able to keynote this. It's just kind of a trip. So thank you so much. And of course, a huge thank you to all of the awesome speakers that you'll be hearing from today. As Mike mentioned, we didn't want to just find Ionic developers, but experts from around the web ecosystem, from service providers that have a lot to offer in terms of expertise on building mobile and web apps. So they certainly fit the bill. They have a lot to offer, so I'm really excited to hear from them. I'm sure you're going to love it. So with that, I want to rewind a little bit and talk about how we got to this point, and then dig into some things that we're really, really excited to share with you today. So when we launched Ionic Framework at the tail end of 2013, we really had only one core belief or mission, if you will. And that was that web developers should be able to use their skill sets to work at any part of the stack, whether that was web apps, server side, or mobile. And few parts of the stack at the time were as exciting, fast growing, but also underserved from a web development standpoint as mobile. And it just drove us crazy that you couldn't, as a web developer, build native quality, award-winning quality mobile apps just using the standard web development technologies. I personally was a native developer in the past, and I just love web development. It's by far my favorite way to build anything. And so we wanted to bring that to mobile. And when we did that, we released Ionic at the end of 2013. It really struck a chord. It seems like the web development ecosystem was waiting for something like Ionic. And I credit a lot of that to us building on top of AngularJS way back when. I think it was version 1.2. And I want to thank another awesome conference, Ioniconf, for having us at the very first, I think it's the first ever Ioniconf, where we got our big break. The spark really happened, and the Angular community took it and ran with it. And we're so, so thankful for that. And I think it's safe to say in the years since then that Ionic changed the mobile development world pretty dramatically. And we kind of consider it the start of a new generation of these web developer focused mobile toolkits. And web developers have proven that they should be able to use their skills to build awesome mobile apps. Over the years, we released a ton of new versions of Ionic Framework, as many of you know. One of the biggest was on the evolving version of Angular, so Angular 2. We rolled out new commercial products like our mobile DevOps platform, AppFlow, that enables developers to build and deploy Capacitor and Cordova apps remotely, do cloud builds, and now deploy the App Store, which we'll talk about in a little bit. We released commercial enterprise native products for building highly secure enterprise apps and handling authentication flows, identity management, and encrypted and offline storage. We built a new take on Cordova called Capacitor, which is forming the foundation of Ionic's native layer. And then we expanded beyond our initial roots in Angular to other web development ecosystems, most notably React, which we launched at the end of last year. But along the way, few releases were as major as Ionic v4. In v4, which we launched in January of last year, which feels like forever ago, but it's pretty recent, we realized that the entire front-end world was kind of shifting dramatically under our feet. JavaScript frameworks like React and Vue were growing at an insane rate, and framework churn was on everyone's mind, right? Like I've invested in a framework, and now there's a breaking change, there's a rewrite I need to do. That was kind of the zeitgeist. And we realized it was foolish to bind to any single framework. So we didn't just mean Angular, we meant any single non-standard third-party framework, if you will. And we realized our best bet to be relevant and to kind of further our mission of helping web developers was to stay as close to the web platform as possible. And so in order to do that and build v4, we built an open source project called Stencil. And Stencil's goal was really to just let us build components in one standard language using TypeScript, which we loved. Thank you. Thanks to the Angular team really for turning us into TypeScript fans. And that let us build components for Angular and React and Vue, all by building in one standard language. And those components would actually be generated as web components under the hood. So they would run in any modern browser, and in theory, were compatible with any modern web development stack. We knew we were taking a big bet on this approach, but the experiment really proved to be a resounding success and enabled us to release V5 with dramatic UI and UX improvements to the framework that you know and love, and also happened to be one of our easiest upgrade paths yet, because most of the code that we built was actually standard web components. And we had a way of automating the bindings in some respects for different frameworks. So really that bet has paid off. We're super thrilled. We love Stencil. We know a lot of you love Stencil. It's really become the foundation of our component approach. Today, Ionic is clearly a force in the mobile world. I think we've had our original belief totally validated that if you give web developers better tools to build apps, they will do it, and they will build a lot of them. Today, Ionic apps, according to App Figures, power over 10% of the iOS App Store and up to 20% of the Google Play Store, which is just mind-boggling. I never thought I'd see such a significant chunk of the App Store running on top of Ionic back when we built it. And this just goes to show that web developers want to use their skill sets to build apps. And if you give them tools, you empower them to do it, they will do it. Every single month, Ionic Framework is installed over 1 million times. And collectively, developers have started over 10 million apps since the beginning. That's a lot of development happening on Ionic. That's a lot of web developers building apps. And newer projects like Capacitor have seen really, really exciting early adoption. Capacitor specifically has doubled in usage since the beginning of this year and is now installed over 250,000 times every single month. It's been growing quickly. We'll talk a lot more about that in a bit. Along the way, we built really great friendships with other ecosystem providers. So the Angular team in particular, I wanted to just give them a shout out because they've been huge over the years in helping us get to this point. And if you look back at all those apps running in the App Store, I would say 95% of those are actually Angular apps. So that's kind of a fun thing most people don't realize, is that there are thousands upon thousands of highly polished, shipped, maintained actual apps, Angular apps in the App Store, which is wild. So I want to thank the Angular team. Thanks, Stephen, for giving us a quote here. Over the last 3 years, we've been fortunate to have built a serious enterprise business on top of Ionic, with now 200 global customers, helping amazing companies build and deploy groundbreaking apps, often working with web development teams that in some cases were completely new to mobile, or certainly were expanding their skill sets into native mobile. So very different kind of makeup of engineering teams that we're seeing. And today, Ionic powers mission-critical apps for Fortune 1000 companies, government agencies, nonprofits, universities, and fast-growing startups. Of course, all the open source work that we do is ultimately fueled by our commercial and enterprise customers. So I want to sincerely thank every single one of them and our partners that have really made a bet on Ionic and invested in this platform, because we wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't be able to invest in our open source products like we do without you. And we truly are working tirelessly to help your teams be successful. So briefly, I want to talk about one of our most strategic enterprise customers, and that is Amtrak. We've worked with Amtrak since 2017, and Ionic Framework powers Amtrak's official customer-facing app, which has great reviews in the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. They've really built an amazing Ionic experience. Our enterprise customer success team is currently working hand in hand with Amtrak engineering teams to smoothly transition their app to V5. So they're not on it yet, but they're working on that. We've worked closely to advise them on everything from accessibility to security and compliance. And we've also collaborated with them to help improve the maintainability of their app, follow best practices, reduce tech debt, as they've had multiple third parties engaged in the project over the years. So I want to thank Amtrak for being such a great customer, for building a great Ionic app experience. Really, really great to have you as a customer. And this is a great example for how we can help maybe your company too. When we step back and reflect on how far Ionic has come and how far the community has come, because the community has really come a long ways as well. It's clear that Ionic means so much more today than it did 6 years ago when our journey first began. But if we go back to that original belief and that original mission that all web developers should be able to use their skills to build award-winning mobile apps, it really feels like we're only just getting started on that. Sure, we've helped AngularJS developers in the last and in the last 9 months, React developers. But the first thing we need to do if we want to help the broader web development experience is help all the most popular front-end frameworks build apps with Ionic Framework. And so today, we're excited to do that with Ionic View. Today, we're super excited to announce that we are doing an official version of Ionic View. It's going to be built on Vue 3, which we're really excited about. We were waiting a little bit until that got more stable. We didn't want to risk having serious breaking changes. So we're really, really excited about this. And not only is this a new framework binding for Ionic Framework, but it's also powered by a bunch of updates we're making to Stencil. So if you're a Stencil developer, you will soon be able to generate Vue 3 bindings for your web components to provide a native Vue experience due to this work that we're putting into Stencil. I'm glad. I know this has been frustrating because it's probably our #1 most asked question. Like, when is Vue support coming? When is Vue support coming? And I'm glad that we waited because we've learned so much from doing our Ionic 4 and 5 Angular and React ports, in particular React, because that was our most recent one. And we're able to put all that learning right back into Vue, and we're pretty confident that this is going to be much better and get to market a lot more quickly because of it. I also want to thank the team over at Modus Create who built the first version of Ionic View support. This wouldn't be possible without your team doing that, really kind of proving that there's a ton of demand and for sharing your expertise with us. So thank you so much. In terms of when you can expect this, we're looking at late summer, early fall, feeling pretty confident that it's going to come together quickly, and we want to move into production ready status pretty quickly. So don't expect a long beta period for this. So this is the part where I really wish I had a live audience because I hope that you'd be clapping right now. In my mind, you're clapping. So let's talk about AppFlow for a second. AppFlow is Ionic's official mobile DevOps service that helps Cordova and Capacitor developers deploy live updates to their app remotely, build native iOS and Android binaries in the cloud, and automate all of that as part of a CI/CD workflow. So if you're familiar with PhoneGap Build, AppFlow is sort of the next generation of that, and it welcomes any developer using Cordova, Capacitor, or PhoneGap, so not just for Ionic Framework developers. But one of the best features of AppFlow, the one that I'm most excited about, is a feature that gives developers the ability to deploy apps directly to the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store, and even automate that as part of a CI/CD pipeline. We call this feature Deploy to App Store, and it is a legitimate game changer for mobile dev teams. As many of you know, deploying apps to the app stores is one of the most painful, frustrating parts of building mobile apps, and it's always been very manual. So today with AppFlow, you can automate all that. You can set up destinations, so you just press a button and your app is submitted to the app stores. So this has been in preview for the last few months. We haven't really rolled it out to that many people. So today, I'm super excited to announce that Deploy to App Store is now available on all plans. So if you've been interested in this, but you weren't able to upgrade to the higher plans, or the timing wasn't right, we hope you give it a try. Go to useappflow.com, you use your existing Ionic account, and I hope that you consider this to be a huge change to your workflow. I know I definitely do. It's one of my favorite releases that we've ever done. So congrats to the team for making that happen. So we are incredibly excited about these updates. But again, they still just scratch the surface in bringing Ionic's open source and commercial products to the entire web development world. Vue, much like React and Angular, they still represent a relatively small chunk of the web development ecosystem. What about teams using Svelte or Ember or Stencil? What about teams not using any framework at all? On the UI side, what if teams aren't using Ionic Framework? What if they're using Angular Material or Tailwind or Bootstrap? What about teams doing pure native development with Swift or Java, but want to move more quickly by adding web screens, involving their web teams? We aren't really catering to those teams at all today. And so today I'm excited to announce that we are making a pretty dramatic change to Ionic, the company, to fully realize that dream that we had in the beginning, to help every single web developer in the world become a mobile developer, regardless of the technology stack they were using. And we realized that dream really all starts with Capacitor, Ionic's cross-platform native runtime that enables web developers to take a web app and deploy it natively on iOS, Android, and also the web as a progressive web app using the same code, using JavaScript, TypeScript if you want, but standard web development technologies in a way that's compatible with pretty much every single modern web development technology out there. So today we're opening this up to work with every technology out there. So that means if you're using React or Ember or Vanilla.js or Vue or what have you, Capacitor wants to help you build cross-platform mobile apps. If you're using Material, UI, or Tailwind, or Framework 7, Capacitor, again, wants to help you build cross-platform mobile apps. So you might be saying, well, Capacitor always did that technically. And yes, you're technically right. But we never embraced it. We never made it easy. We never actively went out and engaged with these projects or these communities and said, hey, we want you as part of our community. We don't care if you're not using Ionic Framework. We want you to build apps using Capacitor because that's how we really, really achieve our big goal of bringing web apps to mobile. And so with this change, Capacitor is becoming the first stop that users will have in the Ionic development platform. And to help push the project forward, we're announcing a few small and a few big changes to the project. First of which is that the team behind this is expanding. So we're actively hiring for Capacitor. We now have a number of developers working full-time on it. It's really become a focus for us on the open source side. On the small changes side, we are excited to announce that we rolled out an updated website last night. And we updated our domain and our Twitter handle to be Capacitor.js to hopefully indicate that Capacitor is really a runtime for all web apps and for any JavaScript app. So check it out. We will be launching a new blog there. We'll be adding a bunch more content. It's really going to become more of a standalone site than it is today. We also rolled out updated documentation with a new design. It's full screen now. We went through and edited a bunch of content. We're going to be doing so much more work on the docs. They're going to get a ton more love in the coming weeks and months. So definitely check that out. We're super excited about that. And then for those of you who have participated in the Capacitor Slack channel, we've decided that we are going to move our official team communication and discussions to the beta of GitHub discussions. I want to thank the GitHub team for getting us into the beta. We're really, really excited to try it out. If you're a community member looking for help, we think this is going to be a lot more effective for you because it's not real time, so things don't get lost as quickly, and it's searchable and it's indexable, which is really important. Not only does that help the project, but it helps future users actually find similar questions. I mean, that's how programmers work. So really excited about this. It's still the beta. There's still a bunch of things that we hope the GitHub team tweaks about it, but really excited to see you on there. The official Capacitor team will no longer be in the Slack channel necessarily. So please don't come in there expecting a response from them. They're going to be on here. So these are some small changes we're making to get the ball rolling. You can expect a lot more energy, content, integration with other projects in the coming months. we really truly are going to be extending an olive branch to all the different projects in the world, even ones that maybe were competitive with Ionic Framework in the past. But we also have a few bigger things to announce. So as many of you know, one of the most important parts of a project like Capacitor is that you can do anything you need to do with it. And that means being able to find plugins to access all the different SDKs, all the different features on the devices that you need. Historically, projects like Capacitor, like Cordova, et cetera, have been kind of a Wild West. You know, you'll Google something, you'll find a plugin on NPM, you'll try it out, you won't really know whether it's maintained, things like that. So to solve that, today we're excited to announce the start of a new community curation project we're calling Capacitor Community. Capacitor Community is a GitHub org and NPM scope that contains curated, quality, community-supported capacitor plugins. Not only that, but it seeks to provide conventions and standards around how to build plugins, how to build a plugin project, how to interact with the community, things like that. So it's facilitated by the Capacitor team here, though we don't maintain any of these plugins necessarily ourselves. So we're really, really excited about this. I think this is one of the most important things that we need to get right with Capacitor. You need to be able to find any plugin that you need. And if you're okay with the community support, like you're gonna find really great maintainers on these plugins. We're really excited about it. So to start, we've got a few plugins in here, but there's gonna be a lot more soon. The official, the HTTP plugin actually I built is in the community. And this enables you to do native HTTP requests, avoid CORS issues, do file uploads and downloads. Really excited about that. Someone built an integration with Facebook's Flipper project, which I just heard about myself. It's a mobile debugging tool that's really exciting. The Apple sign-in plugin is on there for adding Apple sign-in to your apps. Native audio is going to be on there. And I'm also hearing rumors that there will be a number of Firebase specific plugins for analytics, crashlytics, authentication, things like that. Really excited about that. Someone's going to be adding an AdMob plugin. Really anything you could think of is going to be fair game for this. So it's still the beginning, it's still early, but we've got a number of plugins in there that are ready to be used today, a lot that are still in development. We're really excited about it. And then one extra goodie is that we have made a contribution to the developer of the Cordova Google Maps plugin to build an official port for Capacitor. So soon there will be an official Capacitor Google Maps plugin. It may or may not be in the Capacitor community org, but it's still very much part of the community. We're really, really excited about this. So one of the reasons we built Ionic Framework back in the day was to build and bring powerful mobile controls to every web developer building mobile apps in a way that browsers and other toolkits like Cordova did not at the time. You basically got an empty web page and you had to fill it with native controls and everything like that. So often a developer building an app like this had to build their own native UI framework, build their own Ionic framework every time they built an app, which was a lot of work. And it's really hard to get that right. We've been working on components for years, and we know how difficult it is to get them perfectly right. So years later, we still believe that Ionic Framework is best in class as a cross-platform UI framework. It provides some of the most native quality UI controls for web devs out there that map to actual native UI experiences on the phone. But we know, and as many of you know, that picking Ionic Framework requires making some pretty big decisions about your project, whether that's the framework that you're using, whether that's the UI system that you're using. And so what we see generally is that Ionic works best with new apps or apps that are rewritten to go all in on Ionic. So we wish that wasn't the case. So we asked ourselves, what if there was a way for us to provide beautiful mobile controls out of the box to every single Capacitor developer in a way that was fully compatible with any UI library, any front-end framework that a developer may choose to use. And so that's when we realized all of the hard work we put into making Ionic use web standards like custom elements, Shadow DOM, meant that we could actually pull this off. And so today I'm really, really excited to announce a new add-on to Capacitor that we're calling Capacitor Elements. Capacitor Elements provides a set of powerful mobile controls and overlay utilities that map to more operating system level APIs. So imagine modals, action sheets, dialogues, things that you would expect if you're building a native app, the operating system to provide you. And underneath the hood, these controls are going to be powered by Ionic Framework, but they will never clash with your existing components. They will never get in the way. You can choose not to use them if you have your own. It's okay, but any app started with Capacitor will automatically have all these wonderful controls out of the box, which should help you get to a much more native feeling app very quickly, even if you're even if you're taking more of a traditional web app that's not targeted for native styles, your app will still naturally map really easily. So this will be compatible with Angular Material, Material UI, Tailwind, even Bootstrap, anything, as long as it's using modern JavaScript project standards. We're really, really excited about this. So if you're a Capacitor developer, I think you should be excited about this because this will help you get your app to that native look and feel out of the box really quickly. If you're an Ionic Framework developer, you should be excited because this means more Ionic Framework out in the world. This means more users. This means more investment from us in Ionic Framework. So it's win-win. We are hard at work on the first release of Capacitor Elements, so stay tuned for that. So with these updates and changes, Ionic is fully embracing its original goal to empower web developers and help them build top quality mobile apps. Truly, the Ionic of tomorrow is more than just Ionic Framework. And so today, we are unveiling and clarifying a new perspective for Ionic, the company. If you visit us today at ionic.io, you'll find updates on all that we're doing as a company across all of our projects under a slightly updated company brand to indicate that all these different products that we have are all part of the Ionic experience. So it's not just, Ionic doesn't just refer to Ionic Framework anymore. It's a modest start, but just like the rest of Ionic, we expect big things from this in the future. So in many ways, it still feels like day one for Ionic and for Framework and the Capacitor ecosystem and community. And that web development ecosystem has really come of age in recent years, is entering a new era. So it does feel oddly fitting to be having this conference now, right at the start of that new era. I know it's taken so long to get to this point, but it really does feel right. So I'm so excited to be here and can't wait for you all to hear from the wonderful speakers that we had today. I know you're gonna learn a ton. I wanna thank each and every one of them for taking a bet on a new conference and joining us. We're so glad to have you. So with that, I'm gonna pass it back to Mike, and thank you so much, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Max. And, I figured let's have this ready. You were asking for a clap, so let's give everyone like a round of applause. We're super excited. This is one of my favorite ones there, so whenever I heard all that stuff, I was like, wow, this is going to be great. So thank you
That's
so much,
what I needed.
Max.
Thank you, Mike.
No problem. I got you covered. All right. Well, thank you so much for Max. That is a great amount of updates. We're running tight on time right now, but we are going to invite our next speaker up onto the stage, and that is Sean Wang. Sean is a developer advocate over at AWS at the Amplify team. He is a big proponent of Learn in Public, something that I am a big fan of, and he does so much in the open source community. So we're super thrilled to have Sean here telling us all about what's new in React, what's new in that ecosystem, and what we can all expect. So, Sean, why don't you take it away?
I saw the Jost effect. Thanks so much for that intro, Mike, and thanks for having me. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, we can see
I don't have much. Okay, cool. I don't have much feedback, so I'm just kind of winging it. So we're here to talk about what's new in React, and I only have 25 minutes to cover the entire React ecosystem. It can be done. Let's do it. So I'm Sean. I also go by Swix on the internet. Like Mike just said, I recently joined AWS Amplify as a senior developer advocate. I used to be an active moderator on r/React.js. I've stepped back from that role a little bit. And more recently, I've been working on a book with coding career advice that I'm launching on July 1st. But that's more non-technical in nature, and we're here to talk about more technical things. So it's hard to it's hard to take in all the news flow on React if you don't have a sort of mental model. And I've been working on mine since basically 2018, 2019-ish. In January 2019, I presented this model as star apps on my CSS tricks blog post. And star basically is this acronym describing sort of like the areas of development and investment that I saw people doing. So like design systems, TypeScript, Apollo GraphQL, and static or server-side rendering. Since then, I found that this doesn't really describe enough. So I've actually expanded this to a sort of 6-point model. And we're going to go through this in this workflow, and you can see how everything just kind of slots in somewhere in this picture. So let's talk about core React. So in the past year, we've basically gone from React 16.9. So 16.8 was the one with hooks. 16.9 and on were basically minor iterations, basically. So like we had new testing APIs. We've got documentation for testing recipes. So that's actually new and the sort of official endorsement of React testing library. We have a new React App profiler component that you can use for more advanced profile use cases. Most people won't need it. We got developer experience warning. So for example, if you have shorthand rules versus more specific rules, React actually warns you. So that's also super interesting. And we've got deprecations. All these are just warnings of like stuff that you shouldn't use anyway. But we're going to take it out for React 17. And then finally, we've got more sort of official release channels. So we've got React at latest, React at next, and React at experimental. And this is better for sort of library authors to give feedback to the React team. If you're building against the experimental build, then you should be able to detect breaking changes with future functionality. Brian Vaughn has been doing an amazing job with React Dev Tools. It's got all sorts of new goodies, including a really good tutorial. Like I've never seen a dev tool have a tutorial before, but he just went well overboard. Some of the features I want to highlight are no more horizontal navigation, no side scrolling, and we'll see this in a bit. Component filters, as well as info summary tooltips. So let's have a look at some of these. Right, look at this scrolling all the way down, and you don't have to scroll sideways. Like it just fits. I don't know how he does it. There's just some math in here that's just fairly amazing. Filtering means that you don't really care that much about like the insane nesting that goes on, for example, with on the CSS and JS libraries, and then this like an info tooltip just makes it easier to figure out like what's going on. You don't have to jump back and forth left and right. Of course, the other big ticket item is concurrent React and React Suspense. This was launched experimentally last year and has not been production ready. I don't expect it to be out this year, basically because the React team has discovered that there are more things that they need to develop. But essentially, the mental model that you have to understand is that we're trying to change this default in React of like fetch on render, like we'll render and then we'll fetch, to something that's sort of, instead of sequential, it's more concurrent. Like we're fetching while we render while we fetch, and then we pause, and then when the fetch completes, we continue rendering where we picked up and left off. We're also going to have different rendering modes. So everyone is now in sort of the legacy mode. There's going to be a blocking mode for transitioning, and then there's a concurrent mode. Most people should be able to just toggle directly from legacy to concurrent, but it's very nice that they offer a blocking mode as well. And finally, what React is trying to do here is basically not taking the runtime as a given. Like they did an internal sort of performance study, right? And they realized that like React's footprint is only about 5% of real apps. So what if you could use that 5% to optimize the other remaining 95%? That's a very, very interesting research direction. And that's essentially what selective and progressive hydration is. And that will all be under concurrent React, and they want to release all of it at once. And that's pretty interesting. And also remember that, of course, React is a Facebook technology, and that's inherently mixed in with FB5, which is the big rewrite that's been rolling out over the past year or so. So check out the official post from Facebook and Instagram engineering as well. So if you want to read out more about how it's being used in production. React Suspense is already being used at scale. We just, we're waiting for the official APIs. All right, so let's talk about routing. Routing, there's not that much going on in React. There's the big story is that React Router v5 and Reach Router had a big schism, and now we're merging it back. In React Router v6, the top changes, I mean, there are a bunch of breaking changes. Some people are not that happy about it, but it is the best judgment of the maintainers. Probably like the highlights that I would care about are like this like nested routes by default. That's very interesting for a component composition model, as well as a decreased size because they're dropping support for legacy browsers, and then they're also moving to React hooks, and that just is a lot less code, and that's super interesting. They're also taking TypeScript support super seriously and making it first class right now. So you can check out the full API reference on there, and you can probably already migrate if you want to, because this is pretty sure definitely the direction they want to go in. Alternative routers. So there are alternative routers. Most well known is Next Router, but there's also Navi and Curie. They're just not as prominent, and they're probably like tied up with other frameworks as well. So I wouldn't encourage you to check those out. I just want to mention them because React Router is not the only router in the game. All right, DevTools. DevTools also a very big part. These are like third-party dev tools, not responsible by the React core team. So of course, the vast majority of Webpack of React apps are built using Webpack, and all of them are rolling out new versions. Basically, none of them are like huge breaking changes. Rollout v2, Parcel v2. Webpack probably has the most buzz with module federation, and that helps you support micro front ends, and as well as asset modules. So all those like default loaders that everyone uses are actually kind of built in now by default, and that's very interesting because that's something that I've talked to Sean Larkin about, but I didn't do anything about it. They did it, so all credit goes to them. The innovation actually comes in the next generation of build tools outside of those core sort of JavaScript bundlers. So for example, we can build tools not in JavaScript for JavaScript. So we can build it in Go, and we can see that ES build is about 100 times faster than Webpack, or SWC built in Rust is about 70 times faster than Babel. So those are very interesting areas of optimization. We can collapse all these tools that are doing individual jobs separately into a single tool, that we can do a single pass of AST and have a lot better defaults. So that's what Rome and Deno are doing. And then we can also explore using ES modules in development, because that makes for very fast hot reloading. So that's Snowpack and Vite. I like to say Vite, but it's Vite. Sandpack, the Code Sandbox bundler, is also doing some interesting things. So check out Yves React Europe talk this year. I think it was about 1 or 2 months ago, where you can actually directly modify code in the UI, and it reflects in the code itself, and that's super interesting. Obviously, there's source maps underneath, but it's amazing that he just did it for fun. Like it's just part of Code Sandbox now. DevTools. Basically, everyone has consolidated on MDX, and that is the best way to write documentation and sort of tooling in React. And MDX itself has a V2 coming, but there's also all these other interesting documentation tools that you can use, and it's great that we seem to care about documentation that much, right? TypeScript has basically won. So here's a list of everyone that have moved over to TypeScript in the past year or so. I mean, some of them are moved. Apollo has been TypeScript from the beginning. Ionic has been TypeScript from like I think the beginning or very early on, like like they were just saying. And of course, React itself is not TypeScript. If you want to learn more about React and TypeScript using them together, I maintain the React and TypeScript cheat sheets. And basically, there's sort of a good set of docs for people who already know React, already know JavaScript, and just want to know the intersection of React and TypeScript. Okay, state and data. This is the most complicated part of the talk because there's so many options. I can't even keep up. But the first two are sort of like the default ones built into React, and if you don't know about prop drilling, just go Google it. It's a very simple concept. And then there's Redux, which has been seeing a lot of it's been saved essentially by Redux Toolkit because there's a lot of people complaining about the complexity of it. And so Mark Erickson has been working really, really hard on making it simpler to adopt, and I can say he's been doing a good job. There's a Redux template built into Create React App now, so you can go create React App -- template and then put in some sort of Redux template there, and that's maintained by the Redux team, and that's amazing. So instead of top-down updates, there's also sideways updating for really big apps, and that domain is sort of owned by MobX and Recoil. Recoil's the state management sort of atomic update library that was open source from Facebook, so automatically is super interesting. And there's a very good comparison thread from Michel Westrate, I think that's his name, comparing MobX and Recoil and saying like how similar they are. But definitely go check that out if you're interested in that. And there's of course there's also Apollo Link State, which is Apollo clients sort of approach to state management using GraphQL. This is the results from our React subreddit survey showing the sort of relative split. So basically, like almost 2/3 of the community just uses native React. 2/3, I don't know, I don't know what percentage this is. 40%, and then like the remainder 20%, right? So yeah, that's cool. And this is the Apollo sort of state model that that Apollo is trying to push. Data fetching, there's so many libraries, and I kind of split it into like sort of data model agnostic and then GraphQL focused, and that's kind of like how I see the world. So there's obviously native fetch, and then there's Axios, but then there's also React Async, which I really like over Axios actually. And then there's integrations with Redux, SWR, and React Query. So these are not, they don't force you to use GraphQL. You can use GraphQL with them if you want, but these are just very nice layers that interact with REST APIs. And then here are all the sort of GraphQL focused clients, and all of them are seeing active development as well. I highlighted some of these things in orange because I wanted to show you how many of these use caches, client-side caches. And that's something that's, I think, new and emerging, that we're realizing that all React apps basically need a cache, and either you handwrite it, like the app developer handwrites it, or the library manages it for you, and you just sort of interact with it with a very strict contract. And I think that's going to keep going. So I'm going to talk about it now. And it's this realization that front ends are basically a distributed part of your backend system anyway, right? And either you're handwriting that code that sort of interacts with the backend, or the library sort of takes care of it for you. And the realization is that like there's a certain set of things that we all want. Like we want our apps to be offline first, because that is they work offline, but then it also makes them update really quickly, right? So there's nothing that feels faster than offline first app. You want automatic syncing, so if someone else edits the same field, you want to be notified as well. You want key-based cache invalidation, stale wall revalidate, all this stuff that's pretty normal. You may even want, for example, authentication checks. So like if the user tries to edit something that they shouldn't be allowed to edit offline, you might want to not disallow that, right? Like so. Basically, you need to ship some part of your backend schema to your front end, and that's kind of what I felt when I look at the, for example, these are the Apollo docs. We're trying to like shoehorn this like optimistic response model inside of our existing apps, and really we should just have a cache that takes care of it. So that's personally why I'm interested in Amplified Data Store. I'm just speaking for myself, not as an AWS employee, but essentially, like, let's just have a cache with a very strict contract for backend. And then we just interact in our front end. We just interact with our cache, and that takes care of all of this stuff. I don't want to handwrite any of this. This is so commodity, so cookie cutter that I mean, like for every app should have this. Just every app. And if Amazon doesn't do it, like someone else should write it by themselves. So I blogged more about this in this blog post, optimistic offline first apps, and you can go look up on my site if you want to check that out more. Okay, components and hooks. So these are sort of community components and provided hooks. Yeah, there's a lot of them. And what's amazing is that most of these have full-time employees on them. Like Material UI, they've gone in full-time. Ionic. Well, I particularly want to highlight Chakra because they have this like really focus on good design and accessibility. Not that like a lot of these all have them. It's just that like they've been getting quite a lot of steam recently, and I just wanted to shout that out for people who are not so close to the React ecosystem to check it out. And Sugunat Abayo is just pretty amazing on Twitter as well. But all these are great. It's just that you should be aware that you're adopting a particular design system, and if you want to customize it, you have to work around the APIs that they give you. Sometimes that's good enough for you to get started and get going quickly, especially for like the bootstrappy type of systems. But sometimes you want to drop down one layer and just use the components that have been provided. So there's a set of developers that are working on those parts as well, and those are typically the more complex components. For example, the people working on charting on the right, and then the people working on forms on the left, as well as tables. I don't actually know any other table libraries. I'm very sure they are. I haven't needed it. So just because I'm friends with Tanner, I wanted to shout out to React Table. The two main shout outs that I want to give here are React Hook Form and Formic. So these are very, very interesting sort of form libraries for React that make form management a lot easier. Again, like forms are probably like most of apps are CRUD apps, right? Like we have to do data entry, and we probably should have very good built-in defaults for validation and dirty field checking and all that. So these guys really do it right. So want to give a shout out to them, as well as the recently announced capacitor elements. I just snuck this in there in the keynote. Okay, so companies themselves are also, building SDK components with React, and that's an attempt to reach out to you, the front end developer, with pre-built components that you already have and that talk well with their backend APIs. So Stripe just released their React APIs. And so like a lot of people like try to build these as individual SDKs, but I think one of the interesting appeals of Stencil and what Ionic is working on is that you can build one code base and just provide these SDK components for a lot of different frameworks, and that's actually what we do at Amplify. And so I want to give a huge shout out and thanks to to Ionic and the Stencil team, because we use Stencil at Amazon, and it's great. There's no way we could support all these frameworks without it. So highly recommended. There's also community hooks. It's surprising that like there are not that many that are like the dominant hooks libraries, or maybe like they're just sort of split up into individual use cases. So here for people who are doing basically in browser editors, there's sort of the movable hooks, and then there's also basically like common use platform interaction hooks that people have been working on. It's also used off by my friend Swizek Teller, which does what it says. It helps you connect with any authentication library as well. All right, and that's all the sort of userland stuff. And then now we approach styling. And there's a reason I left styling at the end. Like normally, I actually initially put styling like somewhere lower, because that seems like a more foundational tech choice when you build an app. But I left it towards the end for a good reason. I'll show you later. So styling, I think this like. Normal styling is basically a settled case. You either use CSS modules or vanilla CSS or post CSS or Sass, and you just kind of import it that way, and you deal with separate files, or you use inline styles and you write it all in JavaScript, and it blows up your JSX by quite a bit. Most people want some sort of CSS and JS. So there's static CSS and JS, and then there's dynamic CSS and JS. So the two main players are Lunaria, AstroTurf, Style Components, and Emotion on the dynamic side. And I would say that like most apps will be fine going with just static. So I want more people to start checking out these things, but then also be able to incorporate this into your use case, because dynamic CSS and JS is the most powerful form of this. It's just that it imposes the most JavaScript weight as well. I think what everyone should be super interested in. Anyway, that's some APIs. I think what everyone should be super interested in is this new movement towards atomic static styles. And this is again, there's two different versions of this. First, you can write the atomic units independently by using a utility CSS framework. Here I want to highlight Tailwind, because that's just got a lot more steam than Tachyons these days. And here you're just writing preset classes, and then you're using an established grammar to write all this stuff. Or you can use Facebook's StyleX component. So they talked about this at the last ReactCon, where you write normal CSS, and then it'll just be compiled to individual utility styles during the build step. Facebook has not open source StyleX yet, but there's an open source clone attempt at CSS 0. And the whole idea is to change the curve, right? Bend the curve of CSS. Like as you write more components, you have more CSS. We want to bend that so that any sort of CSS that's repeated, that gets reused, right? So we're not scaling linearly. We're scaling sublinearly in terms of CSS. Again, in the FV5 rewrite, you can see the benefits of that. They cut their CSS load by a lot. Okay, so that's the sort of 6-point model. But now we talk about the combinations of them, right? So Create React App is a combination of React and Webpack, right? Or we can talk about Next versus Gatsby, which is all that plus routing, right? And then some sort of data layer. So Next.js versus Gatsby, now they're very clearly Jamstack Bit frameworks. Next.js was more sort of server side for Bit, but now they've in the past year they've really moved into the Jamstack space. Both of them support incremental builds now. It's extremely competitive. It's TypeScript support. Next.js is API routes, which I appreciate a lot, and I think everyone should have that in some way. But it does take more of a contract with the server side. And there's just a lot of development. They're just amazing teams on both sides. And I personally like the simplicity of Next.js. Gatsby has a lot of API and a lot of plugins, but a lot of plugins that also make your initial experience easier. And the emphasis on the incremental builds is is a big deal, especially in the Jamstack framework, Jamstack world, because we rely on builds being fast, and they can really cut builds because they only rebuild the parts of the site that needs to be rebuilt. So I think that's a very positive improvement that I see in all of the Jamstack frameworks. Okay, so let's also start including in our meta frameworks, state and data and components and hooks, right? So these are the sort of new Rails for JS React frameworks. These were both released this year. Blitz.js is more focused on server rendering because they use Next.js under the hood, and Redwood.js is more focused on client-side rendering and no server-side rendering at all. So there are different sort of pros and cons to both. Redwood has more sort of auth form and messaging components, whereas Blitz goes more in the direction of hooks. But both are very new, so use the appropriate sort of caution when you check them out. But honestly, like sometimes they're built on top of so many things, and you can feel like a little bit like you're just like on this like multi-layer raft, and you're just like I don't know like what I'm using underneath, but I'm just trying to steer the ship anyway. And the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? Like it's like either you write this yourself or someone else writes it for you. The question is, do you need it? So and that's something that only you can answer. Over in the so everything I've been talking about is web only. Over in the cross-platform React world, there's a lot of developments as well. There's a lot of developments in React Native. I think the new sort of renewed React Native team that Christoph and other people have been putting together are just like crushing it, really. And outside of Facebook, there's a lot of work being done by Expo, Ionic, and then just like the rest of the big league tech companies like Microsoft and Shopify are also showing serious adoption. Like we're talking many millions of developer hours and time. So I don't know, cross-platform React is here to stay, and I think React is the best framework for cross-platform app development, like bar none, right? So it's just amazing to watch. Lean core is going really well. There's obviously still some progress to go. And I just want to give a special shout out for React and Expo and Ionic for helping in this current coronavirus pandemic, because people building apps to help each other and do contact tracing and all that. And you can see that in the downloads, and it's pretty amazing to watch. And I think making app development easier, helping to improve the lives of regular people, I think that's why we're all here. There's still progress in alternative React renderers, so you can render React to CLIs. Gatsby is using React Inc, for example, to do the new Gatsby recipes functionality. React 3 Fiber is always super amazing. I just had to include this just because it's just so crazy. Like his demos are like our 1-year projects. And if you want to learn how to write a React renderer, check out Sophie Alpert's talk at the last Ioniconf, writing a custom React renderer, because you can use React to render anything, and that's pretty much the core of React. Like it's the universal UI language, and that's all of it. That's what we're here to talk about in terms of like the 6-point framework. And hopefully this helps you have a good mental model to think about what's new in React from now and also going forward. Let's talk a little bit about like why all this innovation is going on. And I think it's basically we had this like installment age of like here are all the frameworks that we're innovating, right? And that's been happening in the past 10 years. And then now that we like know what frameworks are, let's build on top of them, because that framework is basically stable, right? That's why I started off with the assessment core React, that like not that much is coming out. Like apart from concurrent React, which is taking a huge chunk of work, it's just like incremental fixes, and that's good because that's a stable base from which, on top of which, we're building all of this stuff. So if you sort of view React as an operating system for your apps, then we're consolidating and building distros of React on top of React itself. And that's essentially what and in sort of like broader historical JavaScript context, React is actually this year actually passed the same age as JavaScript jQuery was when React was released, right? So is that question of like is something else going to come out and kill React right now? But like jQuery never really went away; it just got absorbed into the platform, and that's a very interesting future for React if that ever comes about. I don't know that it will, but I sort of wrote about this thesis as sort of JavaScript's third age, right? Like if you track jQuery from the inception of JavaScript, and then jQuery to React is about 7 years, and now we're just at the point of like 7 years after the open sourcing of React. What happens here? I don't know, but it's going to happen along the problems that we already have, which is those 6 points that we already talked about. So that's it for my talk. 25 minutes on the dot. If you like more, well, if you want to see more of my React talks, you can go to swix.io/speaking and have a great conference. I think this is amazing, and I'm so excited to hear what all the other frameworks are doing and what Ionic people are doing as well. Right? Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sean. This is a great update. Super excited to see everything that's going on in the React ecosystem. We got a bunch of questions that came in, so we'll see you later for the Q&A session. Go enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care.
Bye.
Awesome. So up next we have, if slides like to behave. Up next we have Anna Cedar. Anna is a developer advocate over at Auth0. She is a good friend. She is one of the organizers of NG Spain, and she's heavily involved in the Women in Tech Makers group. I couldn't be more thrilled to have Anna here and also talking about web components. So something I'm a big fan of. Take it away, Anna.
Hi, yeah. Thank you so much for having me today. So, like Mike mentioned, I'm going to be talking about web components for authentication. And I'm Anna Cedri. I'm a developer advocate at Auth0. Mike's already mentioned that, but Auth0 is a flexible drop-in solution to add authentication and authorization services to your applications. So if you have any questions about Auth0 web components or just want to say hi, feel free to reach out to me at @AnnaCedri_ on Twitter. My DMs are open, so feel free. And Mike's already mentioned that I'm pretty involved in the community. I'm the founder of NG Spain and Gals Tech. NG Spain, I think, explains itself what it is. It's an Angular conference here in Spain. And Gals Tech is actually a local group to promote women in tech and also help them if they want to get started into tech. And I am a Women Tech Maker Ambassador, which is a program by Google. So as you can see, I'm pretty, I'm trying my best in the diversity and inclusion scene and trying to help others. So let's get started. Like I mentioned, this talk is about web components for authentication. So what is a web component? A web component is a component that is completely platform agnostic. So this means that we can run it across several platforms, right? And their main goal is to be encapsulated so that we don't have any styling or behavioral leakages in or out. And we can also make them into small packages which we can then reuse across teams to gain maximum interoperability. Now, I'll go a bit more into depth about this in just a bit. But when we tend to think of web components, we tend to think that they are pure stateless components, UI components. However, that's not true. And throughout this talk, we're going to go from a stateless to a stateful component to get a better understanding of how we can build these. So web components is the umbrella term of three main technologies: HTML template, custom element, and shadow DOM. HTML template is our HTML tag. It's called template. It's nothing new. It's been around for a while. And that's where we put our template of the web component. Next, we have our custom element. And this is where things get a bit tricky because people tend to, I've heard it, that people sometimes use web components and custom elements interchangeably. However, custom element is under the umbrella of web component. And this is actually how we create the HTML tag, or we can extend or improve an existing one. Just note that when we do give them a name, we need to add a dash so the browser knows that it's a web component. And also make sure you make them understandable and legible so people know what they are. It's always best practice, right? Just like when you call a variable name. And last but not least, we have our shadow DOM. So this is what's going to allow us to encapsulate the web components so that we won't have any styling leakages in or out. So no more going into a general CSS style sheet, changing something and getting your component all messed up. That won't happen anymore. So let's go and create a stateless component. And this is what we're going to create. It's a simple UI login button. It's a black one. You might see some funkiness going on there in the style attribute. If you're not familiar with CSS custom variables, don't worry. We're going to take a look at that in just a second. And we are going to call it login button. So let's go and do that. First, we create our template. And inside our template, we have our styling. And we're going to styling in just a bit. But what we have is just a simple button with an ID of login button. Next, we're going to create our custom element. And to do so, we first call our class. In this case, we're going to call it login button element, and it's extending the HTML element. That way, what we're doing is inheriting all of the features from the HTML element class, and it can also be recognized as a DOM element. We then call our constructor, in which we have super, so we have all of those access to the parents' APIs, and then we are creating our template here. Next, what we need to do is add our shadow DOM. And this is pretty simple, it's just 2 lines of code. The first one is where we add it and we call mode open. We can also call mode close. Now, the difference is if we call open, we're giving the other developers the possibility to manipulate the structure of your component through JavaScript. And there are many reasons to do this. Now, say, for example, I want to create an image gallery on my web app, and I want to do this with a web component. Now, for me, it's just a simple image gallery. It's not going to have any additional use, right? But say someone comes in from the native mobile world and decides that this might actually be a good slider on mobile, not just an image gallery or whatever. Now, if we leave this open, they have the possibility to manipulate this component and adjust it to their needs, basically. But if you don't want to allow this, you can always close it. And on the second line, all we're doing is cloning our template, and instead of adding it to the DOM, we add it to the shadow DOM. Right. The last step is to actually define the custom element. We need to give it a name, right? So we call custom elements.define, we give it a name. Remember to add the dash, make it legible. In this case, we said we'll call it login-button. That's what we're doing here. And then we have the login button element there. And that's it. That's how we create a simple login button. We do have some callbacks going on there, but we will go into that in just a bit when we get to the stateful part. Right, so remember how I said we're going to go back to styling? Well, now it's time to talk about styling, and I want to pause here a minute because styling is really important. Because even though I created a simple black login button, I'm not sure how many people want a black login button on their page. They might want a pink one, or they might want a yellow one, or they might want a transparent one with some funky borders going on. You never know. So there's 2 ways to go about this. And the first one is with CSS custom properties. And this is the preferred way because of the browser. Here you can see that the major browsers are fully stable when it comes to CSS custom properties. Internet Explorer will always be Internet Explorer, and there's nothing more to say there. So how do we do this? Right, so inside of our template, when we style our web component, what we need to do is when we call our properties, we call var, we open parentheses, we give the variable name. Note that CSS variables always start with 2 dashes. I called it the same as the property name, just something I like to do, but again, make sure it's legible and understandable. You can give it a name of your choice. And then default color, which here I put coffee, which isn't actually coffee color, it's a turquoise, but there you go. And then what the developer does is when they call the login button, in the style attribute, they call that CSS variable name. So dash dash, the CSS variable, and then they give it the color of their choice or whatever values they need to there. And that's pretty simple. But as you can imagine, this can become pretty tedious because say you have a big web component with lots of CSS properties that you want developers to be able to change. This is tedious for you and for them. It's a bit more bug prone too, but there's always a solution, right? And there is CSS shadow paths. So if you want to know more about this, I really recommend that you go read this article that I put there. I will post these slides later on my Twitter. And I will also pass them on to Mike so that he can share them with you all. And the article is by Monica, and she goes into depth on this topic, and it's a fantastic article. Actually, the example I'm going to use in just a bit is from this article, so I really recommend that you go check it out. The problem with CSS shadow parts is that the browsers aren't quite ready. I know that Safari is currently working on it, so hopefully that will be ready soon, and things will get up to speed. So what's so cool about this part pseudo class? Well, say you have a more complex web component, say like a form or a card. Let's just say for the sake of this example that it might be a form where you have a div and an input and then another div. And you want the first div and the input to be stylable from the outside. However, you don't want the other div, for whatever reason, not to be stylable. All you need to do is call the part attribute there, and you give it a name. And then what the developer does is in their style sheet, they call the web component, the part pseudo class, put the name in there, and you can add whatever pseudo classes you want to on top of that. So hover, placeholder, whatever you need to there. And this way you don't have to add every single CSS variable. You just put it in your style sheet. So let's add it to our login button, because we can totally do that. Even though it's not a complex web component, we can still use it. We call the part attribute there, we give it the name custom button. Remember how our web component was called login-button? Well, that's what we put there. We then put the part pseudo class, and then inside of there, we put the name of the part, which is the custom button, and then we change whatever properties we want to there. Pretty nice, pretty simple. And there we have it, our stateless component. Now, as you can see, you can add whatever attributes you want to that are natives there, and it's not an issue. So now that we've got a basic understanding of what web components are, let's go on to the second part, because this talk is called Web Components for Authentication. So what is authentication? Authentication is the process of confirming an identity. So what do I mean by this? It's when a user or an application proves they are who they say they are by providing valid credentials. So these credentials tend to be username and password. However, they can be combined sometimes with other elements called factors. And these factors fall into three categories: what you know, what you have, or what you are. And it's actually best practice to do this, not just have a username and password, but combine it with other factors just to secure your application a bit more. So now we know what authentication is. Sometimes I hear that authentication and authorization are used interchangeably, and this isn't quite correct, because authorization is what happens after authentication. It's actually the process of verifying what a user has access to. So once a user or application is granted access to an API, that's when authorization kicks in and the API determines the extent of the permissions it should assign. So it's basically once authentication is done, the API knows what access it should grant to a user. Just note that access to a resource is actually protected by both of these, authentication and authorization. However, for the sake of this talk, we're just going to be focusing on authentication. So how can a web component-based ecosystem help when approaching authentication? And this isn't only valid for authentication, but I will be giving authentication examples. First of all, and for me this is the most powerful one, is its maximum interoperability. And to give you a good understanding of what I mean by this, I'm going to give you an example. Now, imagine an enterprise company that has several teams, several product teams. On each team, their product has different styling and whatever it may have. But at the end of the day, they all belong to the same company and they all want a good user experience. But these teams are working with different frameworks. We might have one that's working with Angular, another one that's working with Vue, and another one that's working with Svelte. If we were to create a login process for each of these teams, it would take 3 times the amount of time because each team would have to create it in their framework. And this would cause 3 times the amount of headaches, 3 times the amount of sleepless nights, and so forth. So what could we do? We could create a web component and we could then just share that web component across teams. Pretty simple, huh? Now, if you want to know if the framework you're using is actually compatible with web components, I really recommend this website by Rob Dodson. It's called Custom Elements Everywhere. It's a good source to have, and that way you know what frameworks actually support web components. The next thing I want to mention is that web components are really, really easy to implement. If we take a look at an SDK, which is already a big, big step forward because you don't want to reinvent the wheel, you don't want to spend months building something new, you can just use a software as a service or whatever you may have available, and you use an SDK. This might take a few hours, might take a few days, maybe even a few weeks, but it's still not months or years. With a web component, you just plug in this HTML, add the attributes you need, and you're good to go. Don't forget to do an npm install and save it first though, otherwise it's obviously not going to work. When we create web components, one of the major advantages we have is that we can build them however we want to. So we can put whatever HTML attributes we need to there. Now, in this talk in a bit, we're going to take a look at how we make that stateless component into a stateful component. And for that, we're going to need the domain and client ID. So we're going to add those as attributes. But you can add whatever you may need to there. And we've already taken a look at styling, right? So we've seen that that's a massive advantage. And there's two ways to go about it. It's up to you. It's up to what you think your client's needs are. And we also have slots, which gives us again more flexibility for us and also for other developers. So say, for example, you have a login button and a logout button. You might want a description next to that, like, welcome to my application, whatever it may be. Well, a slot could be a placeholder, and then the developers then decide whether they want to use this or not. Just remember that when you do use a slot, try to always use a name, even if you have just one. Because if you have more than one, the browser is just going to render it randomly. So remember to name your slots. And then the developer inside of the web component adds that slot there. Pretty simple. So what sort of web components could we create to make authentication simple? Because this is what we want to do, right? Well, maybe it could be a login screen that has those buttons for social login. It might be a web component that shows the name of the logged in user, and maybe when it's clicked on, it might show a logout button, or it might show a user profile. It depends what we want to achieve. What we're going to do now is we're going to take that login button that we built, and we're going to add Auth0 to it, and that way we're going to deal with the authentication process without the use of SDKs when using the web component. So remember that stateless component we just built? Let's go make it stateful. To do so, what we need to do is add the Auth0 SDK. To do this, we do an npm install of Auth0, auth0-spa-js. We then import it, and what we need to do then, because like I said, what we need to be able to do is allow people to add their own domain and client ID properties to their applications. So we need to add that here, and we call this .domain and this .client ID. We leave them empty because that's what's going to be added from external developers. And we have our getters and setters. We have getters and setters of domain and client ID. Now, if you take a look here at the bottom of both setters, we have this .build Auth0 client. And we have this because we need to rebuild the Auth0 client whenever the values of the domain and or client ID properties change. So next up, we have our static property of observed attributes, and this is returning an array with the names of the component's attributes. And this property asks the browser to be notified whenever any of these values of these attributes changes, right? And then you can actually capture these notifications from the browser by implementing the attribute change callback. Now, this is one of the methods that's called the custom element reaction, and you can implement this to handle some events in the lifecycle of the component. Then we have another custom element reaction, which is the connector callback, and this is called when your component is added to the page's DOM. And in here, what we're doing is creating an instance of the Auth0 client. We're adding an event listener, which is listen for a click event, and then we're managing the result of the authentication. And finally, we're updating the UI based on the current authentication status. So let's go take a look at this a bit closer, starting with the click event. All we're doing here is getting the current authentication status, and then we're calling the login and logout methods accordingly. Let's go into these methods. And what we have here is we're invoking the login with redirect and the logout methods of the Auth0 client. We're going back to our connector callback, and we're going to take a look at our update UI method, which basically does what it says. It's displaying the correct text on the login button based on the current authentication status. And then we have our handle redirect callback, which is managing the response coming from the Auth0 server after authentication. So we've basically done. We basically made our stateful component. Now, if you want to take a look at this, you can go to my code here and test it and try it out and give me feedback. Do any PRs if you feel like you need to, that would be great. And so what would happen? If you clicked on the login button, it would take you to this amazing Ioniconf login screen, because we totally need one of these. And then you can sign in with your social media, and then basically when you're signed in, you can log out. That's all it does, but you can add whatever features you want to there. So it's pretty cool. And I forgot to mention earlier that if you have any other ideas of what web components we could build for login or authentication, please feel free to tweet them at me. I'm really excited to hear about your ideas, and I'd love to try to build some of those too. So you might have noticed that I used native JavaScript to build this web component. However, there are many tools out there that you can actually use to build them. And one really great one is actually Stencil. I highly recommend this. And another one we have is Lit Element, we have Slim, we have Skate, we have Hybrid, we have Angular Elements. It all depends on personal preferences. I really recommend you go try them out. It's not far-fetched. Like, if you know React, it's pretty similar to that, some of them, especially Lit Element. And I really just recommend that you go try them out and let me know. Now, I know one big issue is the browser, because when web components first came out, the browsers were not ready. There were a lot of issues. Polyfills were very, very big. There were 17K, so that's very big. And also, they didn't quite work as expected, especially the Shadow DOM part. So a lot of people lost hope. And today I hear a lot of people saying that why web components, they don't work properly. And I was like, yeah, they really do now. You should really try them again, give them a second chance. Come on. And just to show you that I'm not lying, like, take a look at this browser support. It's fully stable across all browsers, even Edge with Chromium is fully stable. So I would just say, go ahead, test them out, try them out. Let me know if you have run into any problems, and I'll be more than happy to help. So thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here. I'm also an organizer of a conference, so I know how difficult this is, especially online. And thank you all. That's my Twitter. Yeah. And also ask me questions on the hashtag, what was it? Ask Ioniconf. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Anna. Huge fan of web components over here at Ionic. That's a big obvious. So we're really glad to hear that not only do you love them, but we are that there are other options other than just Stencil between Lit and all the other different tools and libraries. We have some really great questions that came in during that stream. So I hope to have a bunch of these ready for you during the actual Q&A session. So we'll keep an eye on that and get you ready for there.
Thanks. I'm looking forward to
that. Take care. All right. So again, as hope that we are all asking questions, remember, use the hashtag AskIoniconf down here as we have streamed on the actual camera. We will be pulling all these questions from there, and I've already got a huge list of questions that people have been asking. So if you do have anything or see anything that is of interest to you, ask it there. We'll keep an eye on it. We've already a great number of questions that have been popping up, and one that keeps I answered, but I think I feel like it needs repeating. Yes, talks will be uploaded to YouTube afterwards. If you are not subscribed to our YouTube channel, go to youtube.com, search for Ionic Framework. You'll be able to see that. Subscribe. I guess I'll go ultimate YouTuber now and just say, click that little notification icon to get notified of updates. We'd appreciate that. YouTube would appreciate that. But I'm sure you would also appreciate that to get all the new videos and any other videos that we upload. So huge round of applause for all of our speakers at the moment. We're glad to have them all here. Up next, we have another amazing speaker and someone who I consider a really good friend, Yvonne Allen. I met Yvonne a couple of years ago at a tech event in Atlanta. She was speaking about Flutter, and now she's speaking about web technology. So it's good to see that she covers all of her bases. She goes from Java to her day job at Vonage to Angular to any other technology that is out there. So she's an expert in more or less everything, I would say. She's spoken at NGConf, at various other conferences over her time as a speaker. I would like to welcome to the stage Yvonne Allen.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Yvonne.
Hi, NGConf. I'm sent to NGConf. That was months ago. Ioniconf, just as great. Super excited to be here. Also super nervous. As you can see, I already got tongue twisted. But, such is life. Quarantine.
You'll do great. Now, we'll just let you share your screen and get your slides all set up. While we're doing that, I will answer one more question that I keep seeing pop up, and that is about the Ioniconf t-shirt. Unfortunately, these are very limited run and very, very rare t-shirts that the speakers and a few people involved in the planning of the conference got access to. But I had here on good authority that if we keep going and we keep hearing that there is a large enough request for t-shirts or maybe an in-person event, if we're ever able to do in-person events ever again, we might have to do another round of t-shirts for this in-person event and make sure that all the attendees get one. So make your noise, tweet at us, let us know if this is something that you would like. And we can plan for that next year for the next Ioniconf. All right, Yvonne, how you doing with your slides?
Pretty good.
You got them. You got the screen share ready?
I forgot that part.
It's for people watching around the world. It is very early in the morning for us on the East Coast, and I'm still highly undercaffeinated. But I see that we got the screen share in here, so I'll let you get to your slides.
All right. Let's see. I think I'm going to switch with screen because this is live, and this is how we roll. If you've ever watched me do a talk before, you will realize that I usually just change things up immediately for some reason. But okay. Here we go.
Well, I'll hand it over to you. Good luck, Yvonne, and great. Good luck, and hopefully everything goes well. Take care.
Thank you. All right, so Ioniconf. This is my talk. Warp your reality with web VR. I hope you like my VR chick that I found. She is super cool. I just had to have her to my slides. So let's get started. So my name is Yvonne Allen. I am currently a Java developer advocate at Vonage. You can find me on Twitter at yallen011, or you can find me on LinkedIn at Yvonne Allen. Nothing special, just plain first name, last name. Before we get into that, I just want to tell you a little bit more about myself besides my job title, because yes, I do say that I am a Java developer advocate. I am also a full stack. That's just my current position, but I'm also a full stack developer as well. And most of my concentration is in Angular, so that's why today you'll be seeing me using WebVR using Angular, which is kind of like super fun for me to just kind of see what all I can do with Angular and just showcase like the community and all the fun we can have with just building things on the web, and so on and so forth. So that's me. I kind of live in Atlanta. I've been living here in Atlanta for pretty much all my life. I have traveled, but I mostly just live here in Atlanta. So I got my start as a Java developer, which is where I kind of rolled back to. But that's kind of my original background. The first language I've ever written in was in Java, and then I found my love for front end and Angular as I moved on. Worked for companies like State Farm and Rango recently. So that's a little bit about me. So now, a lot of people know concepts of VR, but kind of don't know like how that applies to the web. So web VR is basically how you can have 3D content that reside in your web page. So you can use that on things like on your phone or just on the web itself in order to see content in more of a 3D manner instead of just 2D. And with WebVR, you can make use of the VR headset like Google Daydream or Google Cardboard or Oculus Rift, and you can use your phone. So any phone that is capable of handling VR can be used in a WebVR manner in order to see a virtual reality experience, have a 3D experience, but via the web instead of on an app. Unless you're using Ionic, and then you can have that to your phone, so natively. So how do we use WebVR? You can use WebVR as and embed it into your application. So you can embed it as a small piece of your web app. Or you can use it as a pop-out, which will something that you click on, like an image that you can click on, and then you will see the WebVR icon at the bottom, usually at the bottom right corner. And then you can click on it, and then it acts as a pop-out, and you can have your 3D experience that way. Or you can have it be your entire web page, so your entire web app. So your app is in essence a entire 3D experience. So what type of experiences can you create with WebVR, do you ask? Well, that would be things like education. You can use it for educational tools, as creating an immersive environment for a child or for anyone learning something. I've seen multiple applications where that's coming out now, where you can have it's more augmented, or you can have more immersive, where there's someone telling a story, or there's words on the screen, and then if you can look left or you can look right and up and down and see the entire environment instead of having a 1D photo on a book, you can have an immersion where you can look all around you. And if you put the goggles on, it's even more immersive. And unless you can, if you're just on the web, you can just click around and drag the mouse around in order to see more of the scene, or you can use your goggles in your phone in order to see the entire experience in a 3D manner and also read the book at the same time. There's also, of course, which is more well known, virtual reality games. One is the one that I know is called like Saber. I'm getting the word wrong. Please don't hurt me. But yeah, it's where the game where with the stick, it looks like a what is it? I'm going to get ruined. Someone's going to destroy me on Twitter for not knowing how to say Star Wars. So yeah, so you have Star Wars, and you have your lightsaber, and you swing that thing. So it's kind of like that game. Yeah, so there's other things like simulators that you can do, driving simulators as well, entertainment. So there's also a website called wif.in where you can go and look up things like CNN also has right now their web VR, where you can see news in VR in like virtual reality on a virtual reality platform on their website. Through within just kind of gives you all the resources you can find where you can watch things in VR on the web now using your phone and a headset, or if you don't have a headset, you can just kind of use your mouse and click around and see the scene. But I tried it with the phone and the headset, and it was super cool. I didn't even know until just doing more research about like all the offerings that people, even big companies like CNN, are offering in order to give you a more immersive experience into their content. So let's try this out. So the best way in order to kind of see what WebVR has to offer is to kind of just get in there, start playing around, and have some fun. But in order to do that, I wanted to be able to get you up and running really quickly. And so we're going to be using some tools, some libraries in order to help us get up and running fairly quickly in our 30-minute time span. So one of the things we're going to do is, of course, we're going to be using Angular. And in order to install Angular, you npm install -g in order to make it global, Angular CLI to install the Angular CLI. And then from there, you would create our sample project, which we're going to be calling Angular WebVR Demo by doing the command ng-new Angular WebVR Demo. This is on the assumption that you already have npm installed and Node installed on your machine. So what tools are we going to be using in order to create our WebVR experience today? We are going to be using a web framework called A-Frame, and we're going to be using Google Poly in order to not have to create, because I'm not a graphic designer and I do not know how to create 3D images experiences, but there is something out there called Google Poly, which we will get into momentarily in order to kind of help you just kind of start playing around with WebVR without a lot of experience or having to create any objects and things on your own. So what is A-Frame? So A-Frame is a web framework, and it allows you to build rich 3D experiences through the web. And it uses something called a entity component system. And so with an entity component system, which I'm gonna show you a little bit more how that works in a second when we get to our demo, it uses an entity as a component, and within that component, it acts, in that component acts like a placeholder for being able to add functionality like lighting, different behaviors, like doing, like the images may just spin on a slow rotation. They may go in and out very slowly or fast. They may go horizontal, just, small little movements that you can do to animate the images and the objects called entities within a scene. And we're going to cover what the scene is again, like I mentioned later in the demo, and different functionality. So it can, at one point it can, slide across the string and disappear and never come back, or it can consistently rotate throughout the screen. So different things and behaviors. And you can also add click functions, which we won't be getting into this talk particularly because it's out of our scope. This was more of an introductory, and that one's a little bit more adding on from your introductory, but there are things you can do with it, as you've seen before, where you can, touch, have simulations to touch. So you can add functionalities like that. So what is Google Poly? The next thing we're going to be using. So Google Poly is basically an online library where people can browse, share, and remix 3D assets. So as I mentioned before, and as you can see in this small image of the website, you can go and click through the images that are already there. On the website, they are already using WebVR, so you can click through and go into VR mode and view the image in 3D. You can play around with it, you can zoom in and out. But again, you can use these assets in order to put them in your own application and build whole environments, which is super de-duper cool. And I was like, I can just get started and start going without having to worry about, like, how do I create an object and learn like how to create these 3-dimensional objects in order to even create a scene. So this is what it allows you to do. And for me, I found it very enjoyable to kind of see what's already out there and just kind of have these cool experiences. I kind of started playing with it for literally hours at one point when I first started learning, because like every image was so cool. It's like I could not, figure out, like, even when I wanted to add it to my application, because like there was a lot going on and I'm like super like kiddish with the colors. Like I get really excited, and I don't know if you're like me where it's like, oh, colors, it's really bright colors. It's just like your eyes just like you see candy. I don't know if you like candy, but I like candy. So what else? So all the assets, as we were explaining, are created with someone who already has like an application that create 3D models and scenes. And you can use, there's different ones you can follow, like tilt brushes, blocks, or any program. You can do this with any program that allows you to use Poly. So our program is a library that we're going to be adding, a web component that uses Poly. So we're going to be able to easily add them without even having to download them ourselves. The application, the library that we're going to be using is going to be doing it for us using the Poly API. And the Poly API allows you to search, download, and upload assets for, the upload part is for more VIP users, I guess, as the website says. But yeah, so mostly you can search and download them straight into your applications and use them just by searching for the name. And I'll show you more about how to do that, how easy that is with using the proper API in the library later on. So how do we add Google Poly and A-Frame? So do npm install A-Frame in A-Frame Google -Poly -component, and that will get both A-Frame and Google Poly, the Google Poly web component library into your application so that we can get up and running pretty fast. And let's go back. So right now, let's get into our demo. So with our demo, I'm going to show you how we create the scenes, a few tools you can use with A-Frame in order to, with WebVR in order to kind of allow you to get immersed in your experiences and the tools. So let's get out of that and go to our application. If I was smart, I would have made these windows already, so you wouldn't have seen all of my things that have popped up. But hey, so once you upload, once you create your Angular application, you can start using the A-Frame immediately. So in order to do that, though, oh no. Yikes. Sorry, guys. My screen is coming back up. The plug came out. This is fun. I'm having so much fun with all the technical errors. This is what real development looks like. Seriously. I am back up.
I'm here with you.
So this is what a real conference looks like. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes where if people mess up, you just have yourself at home to blame. All right, I have my screen back up. Sorry about that. All right, so yeah, that's a little fun that we just had there. But okay, so back to our application. Let's give this a rundown and it's very small. So, but even with this small set of these small lines of code, you can already see how once we start the application and you load it, you will see even a small line of code can create a big experience for your application and just for you to play around with. So first thing we have here is what we call a scene. And this is you'll see what that is later, but our main code is literally right here. This is our whole main purpose of our code right now is to see this. This is a banner. So I'm just gonna move that way down there. So you don't need to pay that any attention. So what we have here right now is basically in this case can be either a small portion of your VR experience, or it can be the entire thing. And what we have it right now is the entire thing. And what I'm currently using right now is you can have an environment. So really cool thing, you can create environments where they kind of a preset. So usually when you create it, you probably have a black background with nothing really there. So you can spunk it up using WebVR backgrounds and use a set of presets that comes with A-Frame already. And I choose forest, and I'll show you what that does later. So just to kind of show you how it works, it's just forest. So you can use, let me see if I can pull it up really quickly. To kind of give you the fun backgrounds that you can have. do the background docs for a frame. So as you can see here, it's really easy to, what we did was we can create a color, or you can use a preset. And let's see. Thought I already had this up. Sorry, guys. But it's all good. Oh, can't find it really fast. I don't want it to take too much time. But yes, so you can use your backgrounds, like as you can see, a sky, in order to like create different presets. And you're going to see what that looks like in our application in just a second. Let's go back to our application. And then, so then now, more importantly, is what we talked about earlier, is an entity. So an entity will be what we hold our object in. So within this, we can do things like add lighting. We can change the lighting of the object that we're getting from Google Poly. Maybe you want to make it brighter. Maybe you want to make it darker. You can do things like change the position, and you can change whether it's rotated, how it's tilted, which is, you can use the rotate property here to show like, okay, do we want to tilt it too far up, too far down? Do you want it straight? Some images come already with a particular tilt, so you may want to reformat like how it's being positioned. And then the scale. So really importantly, scale can determine whether or not your image is super big when you first load onto the page, or it can be super small when you load onto the page. And sometimes it can also be like whether it's the depth as well. So one of these is depth, and the depth will determine like, okay, is it close into your face or is it further out? And you'll be able to kind of like position the initial position of your image using entities when you open your application. And then the next entity, which is really important that we added here besides the object, and is the camera. So the camera part is really important because it will determine whether you're inside of the image. As you'll see in our application, I set mine inside the image because then you kind of feel like you are in the game, or in the image and in the scene, or in 3D experience when you first load onto the application. Or you can set it further back and have it where you move the mouse forward in order to get to the image and move around and stuff. Or if you have more of a scene going on and you have multiple objects, you may want to, set the camera back, farther back, so you can see the entire scene at once before you start using your mouse in order to go closer to the objects. And so that's what we did here. And so let's get into this. Like I've explained a little bit. And so here, one more very important thing we did is use Google Poly here. This is how you use Google Poly, and you use the API key that you get when you have to sign up to Google Poly, and then you can use the source. So that's where you get the image from. And if I can go back, I can show you this really quickly, how to do this. Go to Google Poly here, and let's say we wanted this image. So this one looks really nice. Waiting for it to load. So this is how the experience will look, and you can move around on the website, which is really cool. You can zoom into the image as well and go below it. But this kind of, you can just see the bottom half of it, which is fun. And then here, so this is where you get that unique identifier from. You just take this, you copy it, and you paste it, and then you can put it right into your application, right here. And that's how it works. So let's play. I already have it started, so let's go to the web. And I have super thousands of It's loading. Oh no. May take a moment. But while we're waiting on that to happen, let me show you one other thing that you have to do through Google Poly in order to get your experience started. You can go to Google Poly. You can go to Get Started. You can say Web. And this is where you go to get an API key. I've already done it, so I can't do it again. But this is where you would go to get your API key. And you insert your project. Let's say my project, click next. And essentially you'll get your web API key. For the lack of time, I don't want to wait for it to happen. But then you just add it into your application like we did here. And this will create your Google Poly API key so that when you do use this, it'll load up. And let's see if our application has started now. Oh no, it's still loading. That's a bummer. It's just working. Let's try it again. That's sorry about that. Okay, let's give it one more shot. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. For some reason, it's taking too long to load. I did experience that once. The last time a while back, it can take a moment to load the image, especially if you have a really, really big image, which is like the one that I was using. So unfortunately, I don't have enough time to show you the experience firsthand. I'm super sorry, but I can show you one more on Google Poly, another experience, and we can do it that way. And if you want to check out the project yourself, it will be up on GitHub in order for you to play around with it and see the experience firsthand. I'm super sorry it's not working right now, but yeah, so again, it would look like this, and you will be able to just kind of play around with it, move it around. This one's set, as you can see. Let's say here our camera is set kind of further out. You can have your camera to be set a lot closer into it, which is super, super fun and cool. If you could get it to work on your application. And so like you can also, again, like I started playing around with this and started to get really, really, really just involved and in depth and just checking out the scenes and playing around with it. So if you want to, you can do the same thing that I did in like into full screen mode and just kind of be super immersed in the experience and in the environments that you have already to play around with before you even add anything to your application on Google Poly, and do it that way. And super sorry that my application is taking too long and won't load, but I would like to just say thank you, and thank you for working with me through all the gotchas and the hiccups that we had today. You never know, right? It just, when you're dealing with doing tech and dealing with different technologies, you're doing it on yourself at your house, it can get a little fun and crazy. But you have resources here that you can go to and check out. You can check out A-Frame, you can check out Google Poly here. You can check out the documentation, and you can take out a few articles that I listed here in order for you to kind of get deeper into the experience more than what we did here today, and just go maybe add multiple objects and multiple scenes and entities, even more than the one that I was going to show you and create, which is basically going to be like the one you saw in Google Poly, and see how that works. And and one more thing, we are hiring here at Vantage for another Node developer currently. And if you would like to go to our Vonage Developer Advocate portal and play around with our APIs, such as SMS messages, video, and voice, and add them to your application, you can go and do so. You can DM me on Twitter for a coupon code that you can get free credits in order to use our APIs and do things like maybe create your own version of Zoom that you don't have to pay for after 40 minutes. So fun things like that. And thank you. Again, you can find me on Twitter, and you can also find me on LinkedIn at yallen011 or Yvonne Allen. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Yvonne. I know the demo gods are very spiteful sometimes.
I know when you try to do live coding, there's always that risk. I should have took an image. Sorry, audience. Sorry, Ioniconf.
No need to apologize. You did amazing, though. Thank you so much for being here. We'll keep you around for the Q&A, but we'll put you backstage right now. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Now, our next speaker is Diana Rodriguez. Diana is an amazing individual, great friend, someone who, I can't believe that she said that she wants to be my friend. She is another developer advocate over at Vonage as well, but she likes to work in, a little bit of everything, a little bit of hardware, a little bit of web technologies, Python, Vue, Angular. She likes to work in all these different technologies, and today she's going to talk about building basically a photo booth in the browser and how you can take all these different technologies, combine them together, and create a pretty awesome application. So let's bring Diana up to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us, Diana. I'm going to remove myself. Good luck, and do a great job.
Thank you very much. Well, I am so excited to be here today. And like Mike said, definitely, yeah, it is a privilege to have such a good friend as Mike, even though he doesn't believe it, right? So, before introducing myself, well, the title of my talk today is Smile. The web is your photo booth. And today at Ioniconf, we're celebrating the web. We're celebrating JavaScript. We're celebrating all these things that make us happy. And what a better way to show, my admiration and love for all these resources, for all these people, for this amazing community than to create a photo booth where we can smile, right? So, who am I? My name is Diana Rodriguez. I'm a Google developer expert, Aussie ambassador, Microsoft MVP. I don't cook well. No, I'm joking. I'm a Python developer advocate at Vonage. And like Yvonne said, we're hiring. So DM me for more details. We're hiring a JavaScript developer advocate. And I'd be happy to recommend you for the position. So get on Twitter, hit me up at Kotufa82. And if you want to see something else also about myself, you can go to my website, and that's superdie.dev. I am the die of the super die, basically, not the super. So now that we know who am I, I'd like to also share who am I not. And I'm not this woman, meaning I'm not the oracle. I don't have all the answers. I don't know everything about the web. And believe it or not, after 20 years of formal experience in this world, there's so much that I've been learning on a day-to-day basis. I started coding when I was very young, and regardless of the time I've been in this industry, things change, things evolve, and it's great to have that ongoing process of learning. So yeah, I don't know all the answers, and I'll do my best to share some of this knowledge that about the things that make me happy and this development process. Before we get into the code, I'm going to share this. Don't worry if it looks like a wall of text. I will read it out loud because this is something I'm very passionate about. As some of you may know, my background is mostly back-end and infrastructure, and I consider myself a good advocate of the DevOps culture. So I'd like to share something that is in the Vue.js documentation that embodies this philosophy. And it's called Effects of DevOps. So here we go. Everything sounds great with a British accent, right? The adoption of DevOps culture, tools, and agile engineering practices has, among other things, the nice effect of increasing the collaboration between the roles of development and operations. So let's underline collaboration. One of the main problems of the past, but also today in some realities, is that the dev team tended to be uninterested in the operation and maintenance of a system once it was handed over to the ops team, while the latter tended to be not really aware of the system's business goals and therefore reluctant in satisfying the operational needs of the system, also referred to as whims of developers. So my message is, we don't need to change our specialties. We don't need to know everything, but if we are aware of all the areas that are part of this process, of this ecosystem, it can only benefit us. And that's how I, after so many years doing backend and infrastructure, I turned into front-end development, and I found an inclusive and welcoming community that helped me achieve the goals that I set myself to achieve. And this is what I'd like to promote. So we're going to talk about the tools that are used to build this photo booth, a little bit about the process, and there's a bit of a deployment component because it wouldn't be me if I didn't speak deployment. And I want you to keep this in mind, that whatever knowledge that is outside of your scope, whatever knowledge that makes you stretch a little bit outside of your comfort zone is a great opportunity to learn. It's a great opportunity to broaden your horizons. So, having said that, let's go to the photo booth. But what does it do? I know it sounds like pretty obvious, but even the most obvious things aren't that obvious, right? So let's see, what does this photo booth do? The first thing we have to do in order to build this app is to capture the stream from the user webcam. Then we need a snap pic button or a function to capture a picture with a countdown, a 5-second countdown. We'll also need an auto mode, and this is basically because we're capturing from a video stream from a camera, and we're adding something cool. Our app is going to extract canvases every second, and it will detect your smile. And when it detects a smile, it will stop that auto mode, and boom, it snaps a picture. And then it will give you the possibility to choose which picture you want. So, and then what happens when we capture all these pictures? We need a drawer to show the captured canvases. And then we're adding a filter possibility as well, different filters. In this case, it's going to be black and white, sepia, blue, and red, if I'm not wrong. I don't even remember, right? And then the ability or the possibility to click on the picture or the pictures to download them to your computer, or also send a link to this image via SMS. So in order to achieve our goal, we're going to use the following tools. So we're going to use Vonage. We're going to use the Vonage Video API to capture the stream and to do all the processing with the video. We're going to use the Vonage Communications API to send SMS messages, where we're going to send a link to the person to access their image, or you can send it to yourself. We're going to see that in an exciting demo, and praying for the demo gods to work in my favor. Then we're going to use Azure App Service to deploy the app with a Docker container. The idea is to make this process as easy as possible. Then Azure Cognitive Services, because we're going to use the Face API to detect emotion. And in this case, we're going to detect happiness. And then obviously, yeah, smiles and JavaScript, and happy Pride Month to everyone. And of course, Vue.js. I like Vue.js in this case. I love all frameworks. By the way, this is a framework agnostic talk. I believe in the weapon of choice philosophy, which means whatever works and whatever makes you happy and whatever does the job the way you want it to turn out is the right tool. Now it's time to get in the trenches. Let's talk code. Don't worry if you see a lot of code. The idea is not for you to follow up and scroll a wall of code with me or anything. I just want to go through these details that make this app an enjoyable experience, right? So this is our structure. I always start like that. We have our app, and then there's a server.js file that will do something, will perform a specific operation. But let's go through the code. So for the implementation of this project, we're using Vue for the front end, and on the back end side, we're using Express.js. And the strategy is to create a static version building with Vue, and then we configure Express to read from that static directory, which is dist in this case. And well, in this file, it can be self-explanatory for someone. I like to explain things to myself as well. And we can see that we're creating an instance of Vue, and this instance will be used to render our templates. And we're also importing Vuetify, which is my plugin of choice. And we pass this to Vue constructor to be used in the application, right? Now, in this code section, in the data, we define all our variables. And for our, in the case of Vue, the variables defined in the data section have the really nice characteristic of being reactive. So any change that we make in these variables will be reflected in the app automatically. Our most important part here is the camera interaction, because we need the cam for everything. So I'm going to be showing you a template block in our code, where we're going to check this publisher. So right, in this publisher, you see a click. We are basically inserting the video stream from our cam, and we are basically initializing OpenTalk. And we'll see this in a method called initialize session. Let's see in here. So, apparently the demo gods are not so happy with me today. anyway, so in this publisher, once, let's see if it will highlight it. No, it doesn't. It's okay. So once the OpenTalk publisher, which is the Vonage Video API, initializes, it uses the data in the session ID and the token that we defined before. Then this will prompt the browser to ask for permission to use your camera. And then if you click on allow, in our cam, stream should appear in the designated section, and that's when we can start to make captures. And for that, we need a button to take a snap. We're not even talking about auto mode yet, and I'm not going to go through the nitty-gritty bits of the code, but sort of give you a general idea of how this is being built. So yeah, if we talk about the snap button, we're going to execute a method called analyze. And this is going to detect the user's emotion, and it will calculate the probability of a user smiling or not. And then if the user doesn't smile, it will return an error message. So just to stop a little bit here about the facial recognition, I like the cognitive services in Azure because you can detect, identify, and analyze faces in images and videos. So you can use this to authenticate people for access. You can count people in a space for crowd control, or you can do things like me, like detect emotions, detect happiness, in order to trigger a picture being taken, or even if you take the picture and it doesn't detect the minimum factor of emotion for happiness, it will return an error message. I get overexcited and I start speaking Spanish. And then it will say, well, we need you to smile because this photo booth is all about smiling. The next slide will contain a lot of code, and I will go slowly about this. Don't worry if it's too much. I just want, again, highlight the important parts of this analyze method. This is a very extensive method, and this method evaluates various conditions, and the most important fragments are in the first couple lines. So in the first line of this function, it will capture a frame from the stream using a publisher. And then this data is converted to a blob. The same blob is sent to an AJAX petition to be analyzed. And then this petition is sent on a post method. It's pointing to the face detection API endpoint. And after that, it uses a parameter called return face attributes that the cognitive services know about. They know what type of information to return. Then the next event, on ready state change, we are analyzing if the petition was successful. And if that was the case, then it has to evaluate if the response on face attributes, in this case, response face attributes, emotion, happiness equals, it's greater or equal than 0.5. So the value happiness is a float that sort of ranges between 0 and 1, or yeah, oscillates. So it basically tells us the level of security in the emotion, like how strong that emotion is in this image. So we're putting an intermediate value. I mean, it's not like you have to grind your teeth and smile for it to recognize that it's a smile. So we're giving it some flexibility. So in case that the smile is detected, then we add that image to an image drawer where the user will decide if it applies, if they will apply filters from a little bit of a control panel. And in this case, the filter principle is very, very easy. There's another function that I think I didn't add here. It's image with filter, and we pass an image and analyze each of those pixels, and then we basically change the tone, and we're analyzing it. I think it's RGB. But yeah, like I said, for filters, I think it's black and white, sepia, red, and blue. Actually, yeah, that is. So when we activate the auto mode from that control panel, the auto mode that I mentioned before, there is another method that is called analyze auto. So the difference will be that it will start taking captures every second, and each image is analyzed by the Cognitive Services API. And as soon as it detects a smile, that auto mode is deactivated. And then it will show you a dialog where all the images with smiles that were detected in the auto mode will show to the user. And then you can click on the image you like the most. Or if you don't like it, then you say, I don't like any. And then the process will repeat over again. In the control panel, well, this is like a little bit of our app.view, our main app file. We also have two more operations, which are download the images and send the images through SMS. So if we click on that button, we have a method to download those images. And that function basically goes through each of the images, let them be raw, with filters, with this photo booth strip effect. And then we apply a method called falsify download that will create a link to the image without adding it to the DOM. And it basically executes like a click from JavaScript to download the images. I know, I'm such a nerd. Don't worry about this side of the operation. This is just to show you that we have a server. It needs a special configuration. And we need to find a place where our snaps, the images we take, are stored in order to be shared. So this script basically takes from a static build, and we also create an endpoint where send SMS can make the petition to send images through SMS. So let's see see the first line of code, and it's not showing the code highlighter. It's okay, it doesn't matter. We're defining the Nextmo client, which is the one where we're going to use to send the SMS. And then we have our snaps directory. See, we're using two directories here in line 21 and 22, dist for the static build, and also the snaps directory. And then the rest is defining the endpoint to send the SMS. I even forgot what type of messages we're sending. So this will basically move the image to the snaps directory with an auto-generated name. I think it will contain timestamp or a random generated name, and then send the SMS message to the user, and it will only link the image to save us the hassle and cost of dealing with multimedia messages. It's easy to just send a message saying your image is ready. Click on this link, download it, boom. So yeah, that's basically what we do. Obviously, if anything failed, we will trigger an error message. But I think it's time to take a look at this process. And we've been looking at code for a bit too long, so let's talk deployment very quickly. What we do is we head to Azure and we go to the Azure App Service. And I decided to deploy from Docker. And the control panel and the form are actually very straightforward and easy to use. You have to configure things like the name, what the resource group is, what operating system you want, etc. And then you basically have to upload your Docker container to a Docker hub, and it will be pulled from there, which I think is a plus for someone like me. In this case, I have my Docker container here. And once you click on deploy, it will show you a message like this. And I know you want to see the demo. And I think it's time to look at our demo, right? So 2 things. Before seeing the demo live, this is the URL. You can actually test it live yourselves. And this is a link to the repo. I will tweet it. There are 2 versions there. There's a version with JavaScript backend, and then the same version with a Vue front end and a Python backend, because Python is my passion. And I'm going to show you the demo right now. Goodness gracious, let's hope things go well. And you should see me now. And I'm going to grab my phone because I'll be sending the message here. So I'm going to try the manual mode. Needless to say that I love Phineas and Ferb. And this is something Michael, Julie, and myself worked on together before this whole Phineas and Ferb themed Picturinator 2000. Doofenshmirtz Picturinator 2000. So I'm going to snap a picture and I'm going to look, and I'm not going to smile, and it should show an error message. Oops. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it didn't work because I have to smile. Let's see what happens. So here's my my picture, and if I want to add the filterinator, it will basically filter the image, and then I can download each image separately. But what happens if I apply the manual inator? Oops. Okay, so it basically captured 3 snaps because a smile was detected. So it shows me that dialog, and I can click on this window and choose the one I like the most. Oops. And that's the one I like, and I can filter it as well. I can download it. If I want to send it, so I'm going to quickly hide this screen because this is live. I'm going to show my, I don't want to show my phone number, but I'm going to click on send, and whoops, yeah. I have to select an image, and my message was sent successfully, as you can see, and I've got a text message with an image, but you know, because I'm on T-Mobile, sometimes T-Mobile doesn't work as well, or at least it's not working today for me. And let's go back to our slides. If you want to code, I'm giving away coupon codes with credits for you to tinker around with the Nexmo APIs. We have a number of communication APIs, not only for SMS messages, but also the messages API that includes WhatsApp, Viber, Facebook Messenger. There's a voice API, and there are a lot of apps that we've built to demo these APIs that are actually really exciting, including one for diabetes monitoring that I will be presenting soon. But yeah, just go to Katufa82 for a coupon, and if you have any questions, use the hashtag #AskIoniconf, I think. And well, my dear people, that's all, folks. Thank you very much. And again, Katufa82 on Twitter, superdie.dev is my website. And if you want to have access to the slides, that's the URL. And yeah, that's it.
Well, thank you so much, Diana. That was great. We glad to see that the demo is we have someone who's going to come up in a little bit for a little bit of the demo gods or demo prophecies or oracles, whatever we like to call them. They've taken favor on us, so we're going to get Yvonne Allen back here in a little bit to check it out. But let's go ahead and just share slides right now. So we're going to take a little bit just to get all the other speakers, make sure that they are all here. But we're going to do the Q&A panel for the first sessions. So we will invite Sean, Anna, Yvonne back up to the stage to answer some questions from our community members. We can hide my slide and just bring everyone here. This is probably going to be the most fun part for me because I do love seeing questions, answering questions, and kind of engaging with people. So I'm sure all of you feel somewhat similar if you've been doing conferences for a little bit. So let's go ahead and dive first into the question that I think we all want to know. Yvonne, you have told us that you have the demo working.
I do.
All right. So why don't you share your screen real quick, and let's give Yvonne, all the positive vibes that we can get. We have your screen up here on the stream. Let's see the demo.
All right. So I just wanted to have a little bit of redemption because I do not like to go out on a lose. I like to go out on a win. So here is the virtual reality scene that I was going to show you guys earlier before the demo guys decided to smite me down. But I got back up. So here is the scene. So I used a forest theme with the forest. I also got the website for you, so I will show you that in a quick second. And I set, as I was saying, the camera inside of the image, or so that when you get in, it's like you walked into this old what you call it, like when you're Knight's Tale type of thing going on. So you can go around, you can visit, you can zoom back out. But I just wanted to show you what this looked like and how you can immerse yourself in the experience. And lastly, I just wanted to show you where you can get your preset backgrounds. You would go to Super Medium, A-frame environment component, and you can choose your backgrounds just like that. So you can just get really set up really fast. And I used the forest one, which is this one. So you can kind of see this is where the image would be. So, and then you can see here the VR experience. And lastly, super cool, I wanted to just show you the VR inspector. So the VR inspector will allow you to inspect your component and kind of change it and change the vectors and where the image is lying. And you can change, like, you can move the image around and move the background around and change your plane. And you can do that without having to like keep going back to your code and trying to like change the numbers around. You can play with it right in the inspector on your browser. So I just wanted to show you that, guys and ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you kind of had a little fun there. But the VR, demo guys cannot put it down.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Clapping to stop. All right, that's enough of that. Cool. Thank you so much for the demo. Glad to see that it actually worked. So I'm just going to moderate this Q&A panel real quick. We have, like I said, all the questions coming from the community through our hashtag #AskIoniconf. And again, one of the most common questions that I think we all got is, are the talks going to be available online afterwards? And yes, these talks will be available online. If you go to Ionic's YouTube channel, you'll be able to get subscribe, click the notification bell to get notified when new videos are posted. Sounding like a true YouTuber now, I guess. But yes, we'll post them up later on. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you people love the shirts enough, so there's are going to be a special edition only for the speakers. So, first question I want to ask, and specifically for Yvonne, as someone, the question is, the session was amazing, so they loved it. As an Angular plus Web VR developer myself, I like how you put it all together in the talk. I was wondering how you imported A-Frame into your Angular project as a ES6 import statement, or are you loading this in your Angular.json? Like, what's the process for integrating this in an existing project?
Okay, yes. So sorry, I forgot to mention that, but it is in the application. It's super easy. You just have to do two things. So one involves around doing Angular elements, because you need to let your Angular application know that you're going to be using basically a web component, which is what Angular elements is, in your application. So you do need to go to your app.module.ts and add the schema custom _elements _schema. And that's where you're going to also need in order to get your components to work. And then you just go right into your app.component.ts file and just use the import. Use TypeScript imports to import A-Frame, A-Frame environment component, A-Frame Google Poly component, and A-Frame environment component, which are just basically all of the libraries that you have in your package.json. It is in my application. I do make note of that. I am sorry I forgot to mention it, but it's literally simply import statements. You just use the TypeScript import statements to import the libraries in your app or wherever you're going to be using it, and then you can use the components inside of the HTML file.
Cool. So we're just adding those components to our app, and then it's business as usual at that point. We just go on building everything else.
Right.
That's awesome. It's good to know. Now, this kind of brings up another question that we got through Twitter, and this is actually for Anna. What is the story around packaging and distributing web components? Right now, I think we see JavaScript libraries kind of just being shipped to NPM. Is that something similar for web components, or what?
Yeah, sure. So you can do it through NPM too, and just import them, or you can have a file. It really depends what you build them with too. I guess you as a stencil person can explain how to do it with stencil.
I mean, for us with stencil, it's just we ship a single JavaScript file, and then you import that and bootstrap that more or less. But yeah, so NPM's the
NPM, yeah.
Cool, awesome, thank you so much. Now, this is something that we can blame Apple for, and this is a question for Max. Any chance Capacitor will support the new iOS app clips? in the less than 48 whatever 72 hours that we've heard about app clips, the amount of requests that we have gotten for them,
I assume there's probably 100 issues already filed. Well, we're learning and catching up just like you are. That's the first that we've heard of it. We see no reason why you won't be able to use Capacitor for that, but I think one of the things to think about is Capacitor is about saving you 95% of the time on an app, and it's really focused on the parts of the app that make sense as cross-platform apps. That last 5%, when it comes to platform-specific features, so whether it's app clips, whether it's extensions inside the app, there's maybe not as much value we can add there, because those are always going to be platform specific. So I'm still learning. It's still early. Most of my attention's been on this conference, but it's certainly, if we have the ability to support it, we will want to, and we'll make sure we add that.
Awesome. It's good to know. So everyone out there who's been keeping an update on all the new features coming from Apple, thank you for scheduling your WWDC the same week as our conference. We've as if we didn't have enough to worry about. Now, a good question that's come up not only in the Twitter questions, but also in kind of my conversations with developers. This might be a good one for Sean, and then actually everyone, is how to stay up to date with all these new technologies coming out and these new libraries, and like are we all just constantly learning and just reading everything 24/7 with no life?
Should I take that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, go for it. It's an open question, so everyone can answer.
Pretty open-ended. Yeah, I think to some extent it depends on what your job is, and you should focus on what you need, and having a strategy for dropping information is as important as receiving information in the first place. So I think knowing your problems over, like, I try to sort of have, like, my set of advice for developers, and it's kind of know your problems more than you know your solutions, right? Like there's if you know the problems that you're trying to solve, and then a solution comes along that strikes those chords, then definitely go after it. But if it's not relevant to you, then who cares? That said, sometimes there is some amount of serendipity, like things that you didn't know that you wanted, and then you see it, and then you're like, this changes my life. So you need to have some level of discovery in your life, and I think curation platforms like Reddit and newsletters like Peter Cooper's JavaScript Weekly and whatever other, he has like 1 million newsletters. Whoever, like, people that you trust their curation efforts in, I think those are good to follow. And then that's about it. Like you don't really need to follow that much news flow. And I think it even gets better once you know people, like the people who work on projects, the people who like have really good taste in, like, what's the latest and greatest, and then you just follow people over projects. Yeah, like for me, like it's better for me to know individual people, like know individual maintainers of projects than to know the project itself, because I can just call on them whenever. I think that's a power move.
Yeah, I want to add to that. I agree. Knowing the individual maintainers is super helpful because they will answer your questions. But also, I feel like one big thing that I definitely use in order to stay afloat and know what's going on is to have a constant set of curiosity, a constant state of curiosity. Always be willing to like learn something new, try something out, even if you don't have the time to implement large pieces. I have found like using things like Glitch or Repolit to do small little implementations of what you're trying to look at or know helps a lot. I do say you definitely do have to kind of monitor what you're trying to learn, because it can get overwhelming. Like I would love to learn React, but I just can't. I have no capacity because it's like literally learning a whole new framework and what they like to do, how their syntax works. So I kind of just stick to right now in the Angular world because that's where I have the capacity for. And, there's a lot of other things you can do around that and learn within that Angular sphere. Anything, most things you can do in React, you can do them with the Angular framework, and just you do the same thing. If it's an Angular application, I'm saying a React application, if you know Angular or vice versa, just you can try learning it within the ecosystem that you already have. That way you can keep things kind of contained and maintained, but also you can extend it by learning something with cloud, by putting your application in the cloud, things like that. So you can just go from there without having to go too broad that you kind of get overwhelmed, because information overload is real, y'all. Okay. And you do not want to get it because you just kind of sleep all day. And your boss is like, where are you? And you kind of fell asleep because you just got tired of reading. So just, hone it in, but, explore. That's kind of how I keep up to date. And little small 4-minute articles are perfect because it has just enough to give you something new, but not overwhelm you. So look out for those. Those are really helpful for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can say that any news article like or newsletter that if you are reading it and the first like kind of description from it kind of piques your interest, give it a read. If not, no time lost other than 5 minutes of an article, probably.
Yeah, I was kind of reviewing my notes because I actually wrote a chapter on this exact topic, and so ThoughtWorks has this like circle of concerns. I don't know if anyone's seen it, like the ThoughtWorks radar, and they try to rate technologies in terms of like where they recommend enterprise adoption. So they have 4 circles. The the smallest circles adopt, like a strong recommendation for adoption. The next circle is trial, like to try out on new projects with where you have risk tolerance. And then the third is assess, just like understand what it's trying to do, and but you don't have to touch it just yet. And then hold off. There's like a hold circle, which is like just don't bother, like you've already decided to ignore it. So I think it's interesting to establish like 4 levels of concern for yourself, like the stuff that you're interested in, and it's okay not knowing things. Yeah, it's totally like it's it's perfectly fine just to say you don't know stuff because you're specializing in something else, and I think that's worth more than not just trying to just know everything. Like so, yeah. I mean, my talk, like I was trying to present like a mental model, like having slots where you can just like slot things as they come in is also a really good idea. So hopefully everyone can have some sort of filing cabinet for news flow, and then some way to drop stuff that just doesn't matter.
I'll butt in. I was going to say that this is all grand, but how about, I mean, keeping up to date. For me, I feed off the community. I live for the community, and for me, interactions with other developers, and not necessarily having to learn things from scratch or change my specialty or anything. Kind of like I said about the DevOps culture, knowing a little bit of each sector of this ecosystem can help us develop that culture of understanding and collaboration that will eventually fix those gaps and those little quarrels in between, sectors of the same ecosystem. There are always new perspectives, new points of view, fresh things that different people have to bring up to the table, and there are no 2 same pieces of the same puzzle. So staying up to date is also being open to what others have to bring up in terms of community.
Yeah, I mean, all really good points. Kind of the idea that we can ignore things or that we're constantly up to date. It's a little bit like it's part of our job. We should keep our finger on the pulse, but we don't need to constantly check it. Every 5 minutes. We can check on us every now and then. Be like, is this look interesting? Is this going to change my job? If not, move on. Awesome, great responses, everyone. This one is actually for Diana, and it was a question about your demo. Particularly, someone was curious: is there any reason to use the older XHTML request method versus using something like Axios or Fetch or different HTTP libraries?
Being honest with you, there was no particular reason. It's more like what felt right at the moment. And I mean, I don't think there's a right answer for that. It's mostly what I said about the weapon of choice philosophy. It's like if it works and it does the job and it makes you happy and you think the process is okay, then that's cool. But I'd be glad to see what the community would like to add or change or take from this app, which is why I will put the link to the repository on Twitter. And I'd love to see pull requests. I'd love to see this app in Angular, for example, or React, or see something like this in Svelte. I'm working on a Svelte and Python version because I just think it's exciting. So yeah, I'd like to see what y'all have to bring to the table. So I challenge you. I commend your efforts, and I invite you, more than challenging you, I invite you to contribute to this repository and show me your
Awesome.
ideas.
We'll get the link out for that to everyone after the Q&A. I would love to see some spell timber, different approaches to all this, because that's how I've been learning React, is building a couple of my apps over and over and over. So it's good to see that. Good to have projects like that. Now, this is a question for Max, and I don't want to call this person out or put them in the spot, but they asked, is there any news regarding Ionic View?
Ionic View as in View the framework?
As in View the framework. Do we have any updates for Ionic View, Max?
Well, if you saw my keynote, yes, we announced today that we are starting on official Ionic View support, and it's going to be built on View 3. We were waiting until that stabilized. Sounds like the API for library authors is stable now, which is great, because our history of having to rewrite things, we weren't really looking to do that again. And the other exciting thing about it is, unlike the existing Ionic View, which the Modus Create team built, which is awesome on its own, this is a lot of the work going into this is actually going into Stencil to generate native view bindings from your web components automatically. So we can provide, some of the issues we had with the old version was it didn't support all of the view like form bindings, like model bindings. And so we're able to generate those out of the box, bake them in, saves us a bunch of time. It's a lot less to maintain in the long run. And then most of the work goes into the router, which is where the vast majority of an Ionic framework binding, the work happens, because we need to have good navigation, good transitions, and mobile style navigation is very different than a typical website style navigation where everything's kind of linear. On mobile, you have multiple, it's like a big tree, right? Like you can have one tree that's got its own history state, and then another tree has its own history state, and you're switching between them. So most of the work happens in the router, and that's where we're putting a lot of our energy. So hopefully having let's call it RC. I don't know what we're going to call it, but an RC release by the end of the summer, early fall, and it'll go into quote unquote production ready status pretty quickly after that.
Perhaps even calling it a Ionic View Beta Part 2.
There you go.
There we go. It rhymes and it sounds right, and it's good for marketing words. Cool. So this is something that I think would be good to get everyone's kind of point of views, because I don't know, everyone seems to have their own opinions on Apple and their behavior or their way of talking about the web or talking to web developers. So do we think that we're ever going to see a future of progressive web apps on Apple devices, or is Apple going to basically just say no thank you to the PWAs?
You tell us.
I mean, I can start. I'll start this off, and then we can go across. I think Apple has like a different approach to everything. They like to think about spec stability first versus jumping into the next cool technology. I mean, if we had stuck to learning all about service workers and having Apple implement them years ago when it first came out, they would be dealing with a whole bunch of bugs. So cautious optimism, I guess, is their. I would assume is their outlook on a lot of technologies. Anyone else have a different opinion? Anyone else think that Apple's just trolling us all the time?
I think they're like the strict granddad the strict grandma who just kind of tells you what you can't do. It's like, no, you can't do that. Not here. You got to go back to your mom's house to do that. So like every time I hear things about like Apple, they're telling you like restricting more on their assets. So I don't think they're going to get there anytime soon. I think they may have just different concerns, and they may see a different vision for where Apple is going. I can see that in their directions that they tend to go. It does not particularly like is super web focused. They do, you know, allow for their web audience, but I don't particularly see them see their focus being more, progressive web app based. So I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna put my opinion down on the no, but I may be wrong. Who knows?
Cool. Does anyone else have any thoughts on this?
I can go if anyone else. Okay, I can go. I think. Well, so first of all, Apple needs to let other browsers play on the iPhone, and it seems like they might get there. Um, I am not. I mean, that's just purely because they relaxed the default browser restriction. But I personally, so I've been on iPhone for 13 years, and I switched in February. And I switched specifically to try to experience, like, I want like home ground advantage on PWAs. So I switched to Android, and I specifically like looked for PWA versions of stuff. And I mean, I'm 4 months in. The only PWA I use is Twitter, and everything else is native. And so, like, I wanted to think about, like, what if you had the ability to do PWAs, like full PWAs, the same as Android on iPhone? Maybe nothing changes, because like
Maybe.
even on Android, it's not that appealing.
Interesting perspective. And for those who are listening in and aren't aware, when Sean was mentioning opening up iOS to allow for other browsers, yes, you have Chrome on iOS right now, but really under the hood, that's just using Safari or at least WK WebView as the implementation engine. It would be interesting to see things like Mozilla's browser engine on iOS. Um, but I don't know if we'll actually get there.
I
There's,
think.
there, go ahead.
Well, yeah. I think my perspective is a lot of what Apple does maybe isn't appreciated on the web because we were able to do Ionic framework in the first place back in 2013 because of Apple. They, as we all know, lead on performance by a huge margin. And that to me is one of the most important aspects of being able to build web apps on mobile is they have to feel fast. They have to approach the performance of a native app. And on iPhones, I think that's absolutely true. On Android, it's true recently. It was not true for a long time. And so I'm conflicted on it because we're able to do fast animations, transitions, native quality experiences on iPhones that were very difficult to do on Android for a while. In terms of the APIs, I agree. I think there's a lot more that needs to be done there. I would love more browser diversity, but I think they work in the shadows maybe a little bit more than people would like, and the Safari team's been adding a bunch of features, so I'm hopeful it'll continue to improve. But who knows, right? Like we don't know if the fear that Apple is secretly wants to sabotage it because of App Store revenue cut. I don't believe that. I think that's kind of goes against a lot of what they've done in the past, but that might end up being true. So who knows? I'm somewhere in the middle.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much. We have a few more questions coming in, but we are running close to time here. So thank you all for being part of the Q&A and for all your presentations this morning. Truly, they were really great. I'm glad that demos ended up working out really well. Thank you all for joining. We're going to just focus solely on me for now. We are going to go back and have a quick little lunch break for now. So we will see you all roughly 12:30 Central Time or 6:30 p.m. UTC. We will see you all there. Take care. Have a good lunch break. All right, we are back from lunch. Hope you all had a nice, relaxing time. Probably, yeah, enough to digest some good food, and then also digest all the awesome content that we got this morning. So we had some great talks about what's coming up in React and the React ecosystem. We also have some really good information and updates about what's going on in Ionic's own ecosystem. Everything from updates to how we're positioning capacitor, how we are talking about Ionic View, and also some great updates for deployed to App Store. So we're all thrilled to have our updates from Ionic happening right now. We can't wait to show you some more things going on in the future. I do want to highlight some pretty awesome updates that we have from other community members. So if we take a look at our stream, if our friends over at Ionic Themes are offering a 25% discount on any of their starter templates that they have in their inventory. If you go to ionicthemes.com and then use the coupon code Ioniconf at checkout, you'll be able to get 25% off. They do amazing things and are huge supporters of the Ionic community. So shout out to them for being able to offer a great discount like this. Now, our next speaker needs no introduction himself. He is a longtime presenter, working in all things web related, and in a past life, ASP, Silverlight, mostly focused on JavaScript these days. Please join me in welcoming John Papa to the stage. How's it going, John? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mike. I just love listening to the sound of your voice.
Oh, well, thank you. It's the amazing qualities of having a very nice microphone. Well, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave the stage. Take it away, John, and good luck.
Sounds good. Well, thank you for having me here, everybody. I'm glad and very excited to join Ioniconf, the very first ever, and hopefully you're enjoying all the great content from today. So I want to start off with a bit of a story for you all. And that's, in today's modern world, we all know that we're developers and we work with developers who build apps. And how often have you heard that, wow, I've got this great idea for an app and I'm going to build it and I'm going to deploy it. So I've got this great app here that I've built. And what it does is it connects people who need groceries with those people who can provide them, because maybe you need deliveries these days, right? So you've built this application. And how often have you heard, wow, well, it's just a proof of concept. Let's ship it, right? So how fast can you get it out there? So when we're thinking about when we ship our code, well, we've written our code that we put up in GitHub. That's the easy part. And then we're thinking, well, we can push it up to GitHub and put it into our repository. No problem, right? Next, we're thinking about, now I need to make sure that it automatically deploys and runs integration tests and builds the commands and does our npm run build and then pushes it out to the right staging or production site as needed. That's CI/CD. Getting a little more complicated, right? And then we also have to think about our APIs. Where are they going to be hosted? Are they hosted in serverless functions, on a Node Express backend, some third-party site, or something else altogether? And if we're hosting our APIs on one server and our app on another, do we need to have something that will do a reverse proxy to connect the two together? Or do we have cores set up between the two so we can have that cross-origin handling for our application? And then what about security? SSL with HTTPS, do we have that? Have we purchased our certificate? Have we set up a custom domain so we don't get some crazy URL, but instead we get like shopathome.dev, which is the website for my app? And what about authentication? How do we know who your users are, who they say they are, so when they log in, we know that I'm John Papa? And then once you log in, how do your users have security roles to make sure that certain users can do certain things? For example, in my app, I want everybody to be able to see the products, but I don't want them to be able to buy things unless they've actually in a certain role that I call preferred. And the biggest thing, and probably one of the most important, is making sure global scale works. So that when I roll out my app, whether it's rolled out on a server in the United States or Asia or Europe, that people around the world have something close to them in proximity, so this thing scales globally. So I have to worry about massive latency in the application. Okay, so we just talked about how we had this great idea for an app, and now all these things go into deploying the application. That's a lot to think about when you're building an app. Now, wait, there's more, right? So what do you build it with? Have you built your app with Angular, maybe Ionic Angular, or maybe you've used React? Could be Ionic React. Could be using Svelte or plain vanilla JavaScript. Or maybe now you're using Vue for your application. One of the things that all these different frameworks and tools and libraries, whatever we want to call them, has really done to our technologies is it's changed the way that we build apps. We build these apps and they run in the browser. There's no longer are we doing this full page refresh. So we run a command called npm run build, and we rely on this to build our application. And what does it do? Well, npm run build runs through our code, and most of these use Webpack, and then they build out three main types of assets: HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. We all end up with these three types of files. And those three files run in the browser. Once it's built once in the server, it just runs in the browser. And that's what lights up our applications. Because the modern JavaScript framework stacks have changed so much fundamentally about how we build web applications from what we did a decade ago, or even longer, we need different kinds of web services to make sure that we can build and host these applications. This is why Azure Static Web Apps now exists in the platform, because it basically takes everything that you talked about so far and puts it into a single service, so you don't have to worry about all those things that we outlined. It just handles them for you. So my name is John Papa, and I'm going to talk to you about how you can take your code to scale using Azure Static Web Apps in minutes. So Azure Static Web Apps does a couple of things. First thing it does, it builds and hosts your apps. I mean, that's the key right there. It's got to be able to run your build and then to host your application. And we run our build once, and then it just hosts it for as long as that build is still valid. What does that mean? It means until you change your code. Well, what about authentication authorization? That's really important for real applications. Well, that's baked in as well. And then your APIs, if you want them, they're optional. You can actually add those in with Azure Functions. So you get your serverless functions up hosted to your application, and it automatically connects those to your static web app written in Vue or React or anything else you might be writing it with. And then finally, you get your CI/CD with GitHub Actions. So it builds a workflow file with GitHub Actions, which creates a pipeline for you. Out of the box, it gives you the build of your app and deploys it. And then you can also extend that file because it just gets added to your repo. So here's a picture of what's going to happen. We're going to create an application. You're going to push it up to GitHub. And let's say our application's got an app and an API folder. Those two folders contain our app and maybe our Azure Functions. And then we're going to push those to GitHub. Once we push those or make a pull request, then the action is going to fire. That action will prepare the environment to build our code. And then once it builds the code, it'll then push the static web apps, which is going to be our HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. It'll host that on a server. And it'll also host our APIs in Azure Functions. And then ultimately, that collective agreement there between those two is the static web app, and it's going to reach global scale to all the users that we have around the world. So enough talking about it. Let's take a look at a demo on how we can build this together. Our demo first, we're going to go through in three parts. We're going to build the application itself, and then we're going to build the API. And then finally, we're going to connect authentication and authorization. So first, we're going to start just where you start all times, which is with GitHub. So follow me over to the demo, and we will take a look at how to do this. All right, oops. Here is the website, and I'll give you links to all these things later on. One thing I want to point out is I'm going to follow this through with the GitHub repo called Hello Ioniconf, and that's the one I'm going to be using here. But I want to show you something special here that I've had a lot of folks in the community contribute to. you can actually run this demo with one of about 32 different types of libraries. So you can see there's Flutter, there's Ember, there's Ionic Angular, Ionic React. Hopefully we have Ionic Vue in here soon too, hint, hint. So we've got a lot of these libraries. You can use any of these libraries in this repo to do exactly what I'm going to show you today. I'm going to use one in here that I've created called Hello Ioniconf just to kick things off. And you'll notice that I've got this app here. It's got Angular, React, Vue, and Svelte, just 4 different versions of the same app. I'm going to use Svelte today just because I feel that way. And then we're going to build this up and deploy it. So here, we're going to go into Azure's portal first because we already have our code and we want to deploy this to Azure Static Web Apps. I'm going to click on the Static Web Apps preview. And once I do that, I'm going to click on Add. And then once it brings me to the wizard, I'm going to fill out a few different things here. In my subscription, I'm going to create a resource group, or I could select a new one. I'm going to call my group Papa Swa. And then I can never spell Ioniconf. Sorry, there's only one C. Yep, there we go. And then we're going to enter a name for the app. I'll call it the same thing. And then the region, I'm going to choose US2. The region is where it's going to put my main server. And I'll tell you, all this is going to get global scale, but there's a couple things that only go to one server, and that's more for preview URLs. So remind me to tell you about that because that's exciting too. Then we're going to connect to GitHub by clicking on the button here. I'm going to choose my organization. I'm going to choose my repository, which was Hello Ioniconf. And I've got a lot of these, so usually I just type it in. And then I'm going to choose my branch because you can connect to a specific branch if you'd like to. Now I'm going to click on Next Build. In this case, what I want to do is I want to build my Svelte application. And remember, the reason I showed you this repo, show you that it's actually located in a subfolder called Svelte app right here. So I'm going to go up into the application. I'm going to type in Svelte app. And let's say my functions are in a folder called functions. And then my artifact, what does that mean? Well, there's a hint here telling me that the artifact is the build or the public or the distribution folder. With Svelte, all the code is actually put in a folder called public. This is where my HTML, CSS, and JavaScript or any other assets are staged so I can deploy those from that folder. This is the information that Static Web Apps needs to then deploy the app. So now I'm going to click Review and Create. It's going to show me all the selections that I just made. And when I'm ready, I'm going to click the Create button. And now Azure is preparing the different resources. That's basically just the servers that it's going to prepare for us in the cloud. And once they're ready, it'll say go to the resource. We'll click that button. And now we get a nice URL like lemon dessert over here. If we click on this quick, it'll show us that the site is not quite ready yet because we literally just created it and it's about to go build and deploy our app. So we'll come back to that. It's telling us the sources from the master branch, and then there's a workflow file. Well, if I click on the workflow file, this will bring me right to a file that got added to that GitHub repo. So notice I'm in the Hello Ioniconf repo, and then in my GitHub Workflows folder, which it created for me, it's got this workflow file. This is a YAML file that basically sets up the whole build steps for you. Now, the important part here is what's between the comments on lines 28 and 33. And I'll start here on 30. So on 30, notice that it's showing me the application is the Svelte app. The functions is where the API location is. And then public is my artifact location. Those are the 3 settings that I set up when I created this in Azure. But because they're in this file, I can change these anytime I want. So if I made a typo, that's easy to do. So over here, we're going to make sure that we've got Svelte app and functions are our 2 folders, and public should also exist. So we go over here to Svelte. That was correct. And we notice it's a public folder. That's going to be correct for me as well. I go back out to the root, and oops, the folder's not called functions. It's called API. So I did that on purpose to show you that we're going to change that later and make that work. But it should not fail. It should give me a warning saying, because they are optional, we just couldn't find the functions that you were pointing to. So if I go back into, close this, the Azure portal here, one of the other things we can do is we can look at the GitHub action runs. This is the actions as they're running through the file we just saw. Notice here, we're back in the repo. It brings us right to the Actions tab on the top. And now here we can see CI, add the Azure Static Apps workflow file. It did it 2 minutes ago, and it took about 1 minute and 40 seconds, basically the time I've been talking to you. And then here's the workflow file again, just to show you the same thing we were just looking at. There's line 30. And if we look over at the run, and we click on build and deploy on the left, we can see everything's green. Build and deploy shows us all the steps that have happened. Notice line 13 says I couldn't find the functions. That's because I typed in the wrong name of the folder. And if we scroll down, you can see the NPM warnings, which you always get. And at the bottom, it says it deployed and it succeeded. And here's the link to the URL on line 122. So you can click on that, or we can come back here and click on the link in the portal. And there is our application. So this was a Svelte application, and it basically created a container in the background. That's what it's using in GitHub Actions. It built the environment running npm run build, did all the great npm install things it needs to do. Then it took the assets in the public folder, and then it deployed them to this site here. So what did we get? We got this website up and running. And if I click on list, notice we're getting unauthorized here, and discounts are unauthorized. That's because we don't have our APIs yet. So we're going to go fix that next. Something else in here that we have to pay attention to is we don't have SSL, or we do have SSL, but we don't have a custom domain. So I said we want custom domains to be set up. Well, notice we have SSL already here that's baked into these sites. Let's flip over to a completed version, and you can do this with me at shop@home.dev. If you go to that URL right there, shop@home.dev, you can see the application, and you'll see it's running SSL. It's got a certificate, which is valid, and it's set up for our custom domain already. So how did I do that? Well, if we go into the Shop at Home portal, one thing you'll see is there's a custom domains tab right here. When I click on that, all I have to do is set up my custom domain. So you can see it's listed right here. Well, let's go back into our version of the app. We would click on custom domains. There's nothing there yet. We'd click on add. It tells us right here what we'd have to do in our DNS provider. So if you use Google Domains or GoDaddy or whoever you use to manage your DNS, you could then go take this entry right here, add a CNAME for it. That's the only step you need. And then type in your custom domain here. It could be anything that you might happen to own. And then you validate it. And then you click add. And that's it. So that's how you add a custom domain to the site. So that's how we'd add up this application here. We know we have to fix the functions. But one of the things that all client-side applications seem to have, or at least most of them, if you're doing client-side routing, you know that the route that's in the URL doesn't map to files in the server all the time. That's what client-side routing does. It says, hey, I see home. Home isn't actually on the server. It's actually a client-side route. So what happens if I refresh from home? Well, it goes to the server and says there is no home. So therefore, I'm getting a 404 page, which, by the way, you can customize, and I have here. So how do I make it work? Well, I have to keep getting rid of the slash. That doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for you either. So there's a way we can make that work when we're using client-side routing, so it automatically defaults to use that fallback route of the main route. So when I come back into our final app, notice here, I'm on home. If I click on refresh, it refreshes and it works just fine. So that's the next thing that we're going to take a look at and we'll fix. So let's take a look at what we did before we go into those fixes. First, we had our application here. And then we went through and we gave it our global scale because we deployed it out to multiple servers around the world. That's simply what Static Web Apps does. We set up our custom domain. We showed how to do that. And next, we're going to show how to set up our APIs. And we're going to set up our routing between our APIs and our client-side app. And we're going to kick off the GitHub action file once again. So in our application, it's great to just take the code and do this, but let's go pull the code locally. And here, I have it up and running in VS Code. Notice here that I've got a single pull I have to do. I'm a little bit behind the master. That's because we added that workflow file automatically and created the Azure Static Web App. So I'm going to do a git pull. It's going to pull down the file. And there is our GitHub workflow file right here. Line 30 is where our Svelte app is located. So the first thing we wanted to do was change functions to map to the folder that actually has the API. Notice I have my API folder right here at API. So I should have just typed that. That actually was the default. Now, before I make this change, one of the really cool things that we can do is I don't want to break what's out there in production. So maybe I want to set up a preview URL. What does that mean? It means I can have my main site running in production and a secondary site running on a secondary URL. So I can test it out before I push to production. And the way I can do that is creating a pull request. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a branch in here. And we're going to call the branch my API. And then in the My API branch, I'm going to change this from functions to API right here on line 31. And the second thing I wanted to do was add in the fallback route so that when I refresh on /home, it should automatically go to the root and then let client-side routing kick in to find the home page. And to do that, I need to go and create a file that's going to be deployed with the app. And remember, the deployment folder is public for my Svelte app. So I'm going to right-click in here, and I'm going to choose to type in routes.json. That's the name of the file. This is a special file that Azure Static Web Apps looks for, which will handle special routing rules. We'll use this a couple times in this demo here. The first thing we need is the fallback route. So I have a couple snippets in here where it'll let me create a fallback route, just like that. So you can see I can have multiple routes on line 2. And then I'm saying here is if the route is anything that hits the server, automatically serve index.html. So if it gets to the server, the first time it should always load the root. And it's going to give a status code of 200. It's a very simple fallback route. Now we can see that I've got 2 changes in Git. I've got the routes file and then my workflow file because I changed the folder. I'm going to commit both of these. I'm going to say added API and fallback. And then I'm going to push those up to the server. It's going to ask me if I want to publish to the branch, and I do. And now we're going to go back over to GitHub over here. And we should be able to see under pull requests, My API has recent pushes. Would you like to make one? Yes, we can do that. And we'll create the pull request right here. Now, once we create this pull request, only 2 files have changed. We should verify that right here. See 2 files. But you're also going to see the GitHub action is going to kick into play. It automatically added this comment here and says, look, we're going to run this GitHub action now on this branch because you made a pull request against a branch that this static web apps action watches. It's watching the master branch because that's what I told it to do. And now it sees that something's kicked off against that. So I can go click on it here, or I can go back into the actions. And now you can see it's yellow because yellow's in progress. I can click on that here. And then I can click on the build and deploy on the left. And you'll see that it's setting up the job. It's going to build it, and it's going to go run what it needs. Now, instead of waiting for the 1 minute and 40 seconds for that to run, let's go look at the final results over here. We already saw in this version of the app, I had the fallback route running because my fallback route lets me refresh on home, just like this. And I can go to the list and I can refresh on products. So we know the fallback works. We know the API is working because we can see data as well. But how do we know about that preview URL? Well, what I have here in the Shop at Home app is I have a preview URL where I was testing out a green version of my app, which is actually built with Vue. So in this version, you can see I've got not the custom domain, but it's got the preview URL, which gives it an interesting name up front, followed by the region. That's the region I chose to deploy in. Your preview URL only goes to one region. And then it gives it the number of the pull request, which happened to be 4 for the one I created before. So if we click back over into our final version here, we can see it's building up our application. It should be close to finishing down at the bottom. It's zipping the artifacts, it's deploying it, and then it should be very close to creating our new URL. Another place you can watch this is if we go over to the pull request itself. Once it's done with that pull request, it's actually going to put a comment right on this page showing us the link to the URL where we can see our new application, which is our, you call it a staging URL or a preview URL. So once it's built, it'll show up here to show you the final version. So we don't have to wait for this one. Here's the PR that I created for the Shop at Home app. And there you can see, look, your staging site is ready. And every time it rebuilds, it puts the same link up there for you. When you're done with your staging URL, you can simply just close the pull request if you don't want to use that specific one anymore. And now we can see back in our version of the app, Lemon Dessert is now ready in East US too. We can click on that. And now our application should have fallback routes if we refresh. And indeed, it does work. So what did we do so far? We got our app, we've got our API, we've got our fallback routes in place with our preview URLs. The next step is to add authentication and authorization. So let's go do that now. So in our application, we'll go back to our code base. We want to add authentication to the app. One of the cool things about Azure Static Web Apps is you can add 5 different kinds of authentication: Facebook, GitHub, Google, Azure Active Directory, and Twitter. They all just work out of the box. If you don't want all 5 to work out of the box, you can actually disable some of them. So I want people to be able to authenticate with some of those, but not all, because sometimes giving too many options is just too much. So let me show you how that works. We're going to come into the routes array here in routes.json, and we're going to extend it. I like to keep the fallback route last because these routes operate in order. And I want it to hit my authentication ones first. I have another snippet here for my auth providers. What I'm doing is saying, when you see auth, which uses easy auth, so .auth login is the URL to go to our authentication. Facebook or Google are going to be blocked. I'm going to return a 404 if we try to authenticate with those 2. I just picked 2 of them. The other 3 are going to be Azure Active Directory, GitHub, and Twitter, and they're all just going to work. So those 3 authentication providers just work for us. So that handles authentication for us, and we'll walk through how that works. The second piece is authorization. Now, people often get confused in these 2 concepts because one is telling you you are who you say you are. You're going to authenticate with Twitter to say, I am John Papa. But authorization says, great, you're John Papa, but what can you do in this application? That's your roles or your claims, things you can do. So I'm going to have a role in my app where only preferred users can edit the data. I only want them to edit the data if they're preferred. So I'm going to set up these routes here to handle that. So I've got another snippet for restricting my API. And you'll see here that preferred users get discounts. So you can't even see the discounts unless you're in the preferred role. And anybody who's going to API/X, X for change, .star, that's going to be a preferred role too. So it means anybody who comes in, if they're preferred, then they can change the data. What can people do if they're only authenticated? Well, that's going to be they can read the data. So they can read the list of groceries. Think about the app again. It's a list of groceries and products that they might want to look at. So I want everyone to be able to see that, think, ooh, I want to join this. So and then sign up to the preferred role. Then they can add their own grocery list, change them, and get access to discounts at different grocery stores. So now I've set up authorization down here on lines 11 through 22, and authentication. I'm blocking 3 through 10. I'm blocking Google and Facebook. I don't have to put in Twitter or Google or, Twitter or GitHub or Azure Active Directory because I want those to succeed. So instead of pushing these up and put them out to the build step, let's go look at the final version of the app because we've seen it build a few times. In this final version, we can see that I've authenticated with GitHub over on the left. Now let me log out just so this works again. So I've logged out. Now I'm going to click on these different providers. Remember, I told you I blocked Google and Facebook. So if I click on Facebook, what's actually going to happen is it's going to go to my own custom 404 page because I told it, remember, to 404. So Facebook is not going to get that request. Same thing will happen with Google. Now, if I have a Twitter ID, what I can do is log in with this one. It'll bounce me over to the Twitter authentication page. I've already said I give it consent, so then it bounced me right back in my case. And now, remember, I've only been authenticated with Twitter. I don't have a preferred role as far as we know. So I can go look at the list and see all the products, but I cannot edit. And therefore, I cannot see the discounts either. I'm unauthorized in this case. That's what I'm getting. But if I log out and I log in as GitHub, and then it authenticates me there, notice I can see the discounts and I can also see the products and then edit them. So how do you handle this authorization piece? Well, if I go back into the application on the portal, what we can see over here on the left is role management. And role management is going to show me that, okay, we can invite different users to different roles. What I have done here is the John Papa role, that's my ID on GitHub. with the GitHub authentication provider has 3 roles: preferred, anonymous, and authenticated. Everybody who's authenticated gets anonymous and authenticated. I added a role that I named preferred. It could have been named chickens if you wanted it to be, or Ionic user, anything you want. So what you can do is, let's say I want to add my daughter to one of these roles. I come up here and I choose invite. I choose where she is. She's on GitHub, and her name is Madeline Papa. I can then choose the domain. That's what I want her to add to. Notice I can also do it to my secondary, my preview URL, because they're separate. And then here I can type in preferred role, and the invitation is only good for 1 hour. I'll generate an invitation. And then here I can copy this to the clipboard, and I can text it to her, email it to her, get it to her any way I need to, so she can click on it. And then it'll ask her, would you like to have permission to this app? And she can choose what to do. Once she accepts it, it would then show up here in the user identity. Because I only have that role for preferred in GitHub, that's why in the application, I can only see the discounts here, and I can edit if I wanted to, like I could delete strawberries if I wanted to in this case. And then logout simply just takes me out of all the authentication that I happen to use. So what do we see in the last demo here? We added on authentication, authorization, and we saw how we could connect in the invitations to our application so we can actually invite people to those roles. Whoa, okay. So we built an app, right? And I didn't change any code throughout this application. I just configured a few things to work differently along the way. Now, you build apps every day. What's cool is thinking about all these things that you're seeing on the screen. It could really be complex. I've built global scale applications for the web for years, and putting all these things together means going into individual services and configuring them all, and then figuring out how to connect them all together and deploy them in a cloud provider. Doesn't matter if you're using Azure, AWS, or whoever, you've got to figure out how to put these things together. What's nice about this service is Azure Static Web Apps does the whole thing for you. You just build the dev app that you need, and then you push it up to the cloud. So what did you get again? You get a single unified workflow through GitHub Actions, which allows you to put your build cycle into play. You get serverless APIs powered by Azure's functions. Those are optional. If you have your own APIs, you can certainly have your JavaScript apps call that as well. And you get integrated authentication and authorization roles and access, which is really great for a lot of the apps right out of the box. And there's everything else we saw you get as well, of course, but these are the key features. Now, if you want to try this for yourself, and I highly recommend you do, there are 4 versions of the app called Shop at Home with all the features I showed you today in the repo called johnpapa/Shop at Home up on GitHub. You can actually follow through by looking at the docs here. Here's a link to all of our docs. We have plenty of them. Let's say you're not using Vue or React. You might be using Gatsby or Hugo or Eleventy. All that kind of stuff can be found in our docs. If you want a tutorial that'll take you through every single thing I showed you today, go check out the tutorial at SWA Frameworks at Microsoft Learn. It's basically our online tutorial website. There's also a link to doing the same thing, to walking you through Gatsby. And you can build any of over 30 different libraries on static web apps today. So check out this repo that I put up. It's at johnpapa/Low Worlds. And special shout out to Mike Hardington of Ionic, who put up the Ionic React and Angular versions up in the Hello Worlds repo because they're up there today, and you can use those to deploy to static web apps as well. And with that, I want to thank you for joining me today, and I hope that you give static web apps a try, and stay safe out there, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. That was a really great talk. Once we get Ionic View to a point where we can use it, definitely we'll send that along to your project. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
And reminder, if you do have questions for John or any of our speakers during this time, please use the hashtag #AskIoniconf, and we will get those questions in our Q&A. Now, up next is a good friend of ours. We have Lucas Rubelke coming all the way from, where are you coming from these days? Arizona?
Phoenix,
Arizona. Cool. Well, we'll get Lucas up on the stage. I'll remove my slides, and I will send yours and remove myself. Good luck, Lucas.
Why, thank you so much, Mike. So welcome to High Torque Delivery with Ionic. My name is Lucas Rubalke. I am the VP of Developer Growth at Rebug Software. And this basically means that I found a way to convert really my love of learning into just a full-time profession. And so I spend the majority of my time mentoring developers and working to educate clients. As an Ionic partner, we have spent a significant amount of time over the last few quarters helping clients implement Ionic solutions in high torque engagements. And so the question is, what do you mean, or what do I mean when I say high torque delivery? Well, for the sake of this presentation, I am referring to situations where a client needs to deliver a product to market quicker than traditional means would allow. And so this current pandemic has created an incredibly unique window of opportunity for the right kind of companies to capitalize on. While larger, more traditional companies, they're just trying to figure out if they should get out of bed in the morning. And because success and excellence are primarily dependent on behavior and systems, our talk today is going to be two-part strategy and two-part tactical. So I spent a lot of time working on expressing these concepts in a way that can be generally applied to any area of your development, which in hindsight is kind of amusing and kind of ironic to me. So the first concept we have to talk about when we talk about high torque delivery is feedback loops. Feedback loops are everywhere, and I believe that they are the atomic building block of any successful endeavor. And the reason being is that feedback loops hinge on a single yet critical question. And that is, how do we know anything? More importantly, how do we know that we are building the right thing? So the first key to high torque delivery is getting it right the first time. And so this is a classic feedback loop. We build something, we measure the results, we learn from it, and then we build some more. And this right here is a classic agile board, which is a form of a feedback loop. With every sprint cycle, stakeholders have the opportunity to tell us that we're either awesome or we need to go back to the drawing board. And this is the most classic love story of all. And if you do not know what this feedback loop is, you will, and you will learn to love it. And so this leads to another critical question. How do feedback loops accelerate delivery? Here's a quote from one of the godfathers of programming, Kent Block. And he said, make it work, make it right, make it fast. And this developer came along, entirely derivative in everything that he does, and he amended this just a bit. And it goes like this: make it work, make it known, make it right, make it fast. Our ability to know if we're on the right track is an incredible competitive advantage. And this comes down to our ability to answer this question: how fast can we put what we are building in the customer's hands? And so I had the privilege of working with an incubator in San Francisco that was heavily influenced by a gentleman of the name Tom Chi. So Tom, he's famous for his work at Google X, and more specifically, Google Glasses. And Tom was off the chart for his ability to rapidly prototype a product and get feedback. He could accomplish in an afternoon what would take Fortune 100 companies months to achieve the same results. And one of my favorite techniques that he would use was called home team, away team. And how this worked is basically two of my friends would go to the mall, and one of my friends would sit in the food court. He was the home team. My other friend would walk around the mall and solicit feedback from whatever application that they were working on at the time. Just guerrilla style, just say, hey, can you give me some feedback? What do you think? As soon as a participant provided feedback, away team would call home team and tell him to implement the changes and push a new build out. Within minutes, there was a new build and home team was ready for more feedback. And so the reason why I bring this up is that this kind of accelerated iterative process is only possible with, first, the right mindset, but you also have to have the right tooling and the right platform to develop on when you're looking for this kind of acceleration. And so what this allows is for customers to tell us if we're building the right thing instead of us having to guess. And so these interactions with these customers, it falls into the initial phases of the software development lifecycle. And so this is a slightly condensed version of the software development lifecycle, or SDLC, as it pertains to developers. Now, what I want to emphasize here is there's an incredible amount of ambiguity at the onset of a new project. And as we progress through the SDLC from design to maintenance, that ambiguity is replaced with certainty. And so this creates what I call the testing spectrum. And when there's high ambiguity in a project, we resort to high-touch modalities to ensure correctness. This is usually in the form of user testing and asking a lot of questions. So inspection is the most effective and appropriate method at this stage. But once we've established what we are building, then we shift our efforts into low touch or automated modalities. And so this transition from high touch to machine touch is possible when we embrace the second concept that I want to discuss. Our ability to effectively implement feedback loops is directly proportional to the quality of our abstractions. This particular image is profoundly applicable as we start to discuss abstractions in managing complexity. The reason why this pit crew is so efficient is because they have the ability to work completely independent of each other while accomplishing a single cohesive goal. And when we talk about abstraction, the term can cover a large number of things, and we could easily go down this academic rabbit hole. And as tempting as that may be, I'm simply going to refer to abstractions as the act of managing or arranging complexity within an application. So how this works is we identify levels of complexity, and then we suppress those details to the lowest possible level in which they can still be effective. And so when I started developing applications, my mental model basically looked like this. It was a single layer with a small set of coarse-grained components, coarse-grained and very large components. And if we're honest with ourselves, this is how everybody thought about web applications when modern frameworks were emerging. So, show of hands, if you've ever built one very, very large AngularJS controller with one very, very large template, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The reality is that a well-architected application presents natural abstraction layers that look like this. Now, what's interesting to point out is that the top layer is very specific to a certain set of use cases. But as we move down the layers, we start to become more and more general in the application of our code. For instance, a component layer or a component library such as Angular Material can be used in any Angular application. An even better example is a general utility library like Moment that can really just be used in anything. And so when we fail to properly manage complexity, we end up with coupling, which means we essentially have more than one element unnecessarily intertwined with another element or elements. But when we get this layer or levels of abstraction correct, what we end up with is cohesion. We achieve a high level of cohesion. And so this means you have a number of independent elements logically grouped together to serve a common purpose. And so again, think of the pit crew that we saw the picture of. And so to illustrate this, let's look at the natural progression of modern web applications. Before we had modern frameworks, well, we had jQuery, air quotes, applications. Our imperative logic and our declarative markup were completely intertwined, which made it impossible to establish any sense of architecture. Well, fortunately, AngularJS came along, and it gave us a really clean way to separate our imperative logic and our declarative markup. This quickly led to what became one of the top Stack Overflow questions for AngularJS for many years. And the question was, what happens when two controllers need to share common state or common functionality? Well, the answer is to move that functionality into a new abstraction layer, which in this case was a service. And so this was fairly effective, but there was always something that bothered me about how we implemented typical services. And that was a typical service was typically stateful in that it was responsible for managing server-side communication and application state at the same time. The fact that we were breaking the single responsibility principle never quite felt right to me. Well, fortunately, state management patterns like Redux emerged, and this allowed us to separate application state from the business logic that governed it. So let's shift the time-space continuum, and let's look at this on a spectrum. You'll notice that on the left, our prehistoric attempts at web applications were tightly coupled and very specific. As we started to progress to the right, our applications began to move complexity into more general abstraction layers, which reduced coupling and increased cohesion. And so just to foreshadow a bit, we're going to revisit this narrative arc again. As I realized as I was putting this presentation together, it really affects us on more levels than I originally realized. So just a bit of foreshadowing, but for now, good abstractions allow us to write high quality code once and use it over and over and over. And so the ability to reuse code obviously saves us and our clients a ton of time and money, but it also dramatically reduces the surface area that we need to test because we are consolidating our moving pieces into single places. And so essentially, specific details become reusable general details. With feedback loops and abstractions now in the forefront of our mind, let's endeavor to apply these concepts in some practical, tactical use cases here. So tooling is where I believe that front-end developers have seen really the greatest advancements in their ability to quickly accomplish meaningful work. Things that established classical languages have enjoyed and taken for granted for many years are still just a little magical for JavaScript developers. I'm still very much impressed when IntelliSense and auto imports just work. I know this because when they stop working, it's really annoying. And so abstractions, they really affect tooling in a really meaningful way. And I want to prove this with a single question. Sit back, grab some popcorn, and let the drama unfold. Does anybody remember when Ionic and Angular were in a mutually exclusive relationship? Me too. And there's a little tear there. I love Ionic, but Ionic 3 broke my heart because Angular and Ionic were tightly coupled together, and it was really, really hard to keep one in sync with the other, especially with the level of discovery and ambiguity that existed in the early stages of Angular. And so this is why I have massive, massive respect for Max Lynch and the Ionic team for making what I believe was an incredibly wise and savvy decision. And that was really to decouple Ionic from Angular, which opened up the door for additional frameworks to leverage all of the work that had been done up to this point. So what might have seemed like a step backwards at the time was really, in my opinion, a quantum leap forward. And so let's anchor this discussion of abstractions versus complexity in some concrete examples. When we want to generate a service in Ionic, we just have to run this command. It's a fairly simple command that's doing something under the hood on our behalf. Well, the complexity is that the Ionic CLI is delegating this work to the Angular CLI. So Ionic focuses on Ionic and lets Angular manage its own complexities. And so this is where the real work is being done. And so this almost feels like a little bit like Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, that they're out painting fences and taking all the credit for a job well done. If you get that reference, you get a high five. But the fact that you are basically saying, Ionic, do this thing, and then Ionic saying, hey, Angular, why don't you go ahead and actually do this for me? And here's an even more complex example. So what happens when I run this command? Well, a lot of things, apparently. And because I'm curious and because I can read, I was able to parse out most of the high-level commands that this is actually abstracting over. So it looks like 8 or 10. So that little piece of programmatic poetry is actually running a number of commands on our behalf. Do we actually need to know what they are and what they do? Quite simply, no. Complexity has been pushed down to a place where we do not care about. We don't have to. So here is another example. The Ionic framework has some really, really, really good set of components. It's almost ridiculous how well that these components look and work. The complexity that exists to make these kind of components work as well as they do has completely been absorbed by the Ionic team. So how does the date picker work? Well, one word, who cares? It just works. And I, as a consumer, am completely content existing on top of the extraction layer. There's no reason for me to step into the upside down to figure out what's happening under the hood. And you may not know this, but Ionic can actually target multiple build platforms such as iOS and Android. Stunning. But the beauty of this arrangement is that we can navigate all of this with a few very polished commands that have abstracted out an incredible amount of complexity away from our line of sight, and so we can focus on just delivering high quality software. And speaking of complexity, has anyone ever submitted an application to the App Store? So I don't care how good you are. I don't care how experienced you are. Submitting to the App Store is a complex, time-consuming process. Well, here is a sweet abstraction for you. Ionic App Flow. And the only thing that I need to say about this is one click app submissions, case closed, moving on. There we go. So now we're in our final lap of how Brebug uses Ionic for high torque delivery. Now, here's a universal law of success. No one succeeds in a vacuum. We can have a philosophical discussion later about some random outlier, but let's be honest, we're all here because of the collective efforts of a lot of people ahead of us. And I love the development community because it is one of the most generous groups I've ever met in my life. And so now let's go back to the graph that we saw earlier. This is application centric, but we can extend this general spectrum to encompass an entire technology stack. And it looks like this here. We have templates, which then we build components, which then we build services. But from there, once you start to get into large scale applications and enterprise development, now you need to start thinking about developing more than one application, plural, and also multi-platform development. And we are successful at Brebug because of the amazing work done by some of our favorite community partners. And most of you are familiar with this tooling. So Narwhal Extensions allows us to develop multiple applications within a single repository. This gives us an even richer model for managing complexity, not only across multiple applications, but multiple frameworks. And then built on top of NX is a tool called XSplat, which is short for cross-platform, which was created by Nathan Walker, which allows us to not only target multiple projects, but multiple projects across multiple platforms. And so this is what this would look like using NX extensions or Narwhal Workspace with XSplat. Now, what you'll notice here is that you have a number of frameworks and platforms that you can target right out of the gate. And this combination of tooling has given us an incredible amount of torque as we help clients bring their products to market across a number of different contexts. It changes every single time, but having these options that we can target right out of the gates from this tooling has been absolutely huge. And so in conclusion, I want to say one more thing. Speaking of complexity, has anyone ever tried to integrate with a native SDK? So having spent some time working on a native SDK integration, this picture is hilarious to me. Native SDK integration is wildly inconsistent. And if you're lucky, it's nothing more than extreme tedium. And I just happened to win the developer lottery at this point, and I have the privilege of giving you a hint of things to come. What if I told you that native script/Ionic existed? So this is probably not what you think it is, and it certainly is not what I thought it was. So native script and Ionic have had this rather unfortunate and persistent us versus them narrative that really has been perpetuated by commercial interest. And so remember, this falls on the wrong end of our specific versus general spectrum. Well, I believe this narrative is going to change because there's been some changing of the guard, and Nathan Walker and his business partners have acquired native script, and they place a high premium on cohesion over coupling. And so what this has allowed us to do at Brebug was to do a native integration with about this level of complexity. Import native from native script Ionic, and boom, done. And then we just use native to access the native SDK. Now notice we're calling the native SDK using a language that we're already familiar with, JavaScript. And so it was a bit of a brain bender for me at first, but the ability to manage all of the native code from a TypeScript code base is huge. This essentially provides a TypeScript abstraction around native complexity. Just to elaborate a bit further, remember when I said that the SDK integration is wildly inconsistent? Well, notice here that we're actually integrating two SDKs. There's one for iOS, and then there's one for Android. Notice the completely inconsistent naming conventions? Welcome to the club, my friend. We were able to use this in production. It's been fantastic. So when can everyone else use this? Well, given the recent handoff, Nathan has a few remaining items on the roadmap, specifically around debugging, logging, and distribution. But if you go to this URL, you can sign up to be a part of the beta release, which I can say is being part of the alpha release. It's really exciting technology. And so I want to wrap this up with one final thought. Rebug is able to achieve high torque delivery because we're able to leverage some really powerful tooling that allows us to achieve a high level of velocity at the most general layer, so that the majority of our time is spent dialing in the specifics and mixing to taste. Tooling like Ionic, NativeScript, and NX allows us to provide incredible value to customers because they exist on the right side of the spectrum. And more importantly, and this is quite possibly my favorite slide in the entire presentation, these tools exist because of people like Max Lynch, Nathan Walker, Jeff Cross, Victor Savkin. And so I just want to take a moment to applaud Max for having the courage to decouple Ionic from a single framework so that it's more generally available. I want to applaud Jeff and Victor for building tooling that allows us to not be coupled to a single project using a single framework. And I especially want to applaud Nathan for his generosity and his commitment to the community and his work to eliminate one more unnecessary us versus them false narrative that does not benefit a single developer. And I'm honored to call each of these individuals my friend, but I'm not exclusively special by any definition whatsoever, because if you've met Max, Jeff, Victor, or Nathan, you really know that they're truly a friend to everyone. And we exist in an opportunity-rich environment because we have individuals who value cohesion over their own specific goals. And to that, I just offer my most sincere thanks. And on behalf of Rebug and myself, I just want to thank you for your time, for sharing the last 30 minutes with me. And as a friend, if you have any questions about what I said or would like to talk about how you and your team can realistically apply these principles to your own work, please reach out to me on Twitter or even on the Rebug website. And on that, cheers and thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lucas. We, really exciting stuff. Great to see what you've been working on. Thank you for your talk. Everyone, if you have any questions, please remember, use the hashtag #AskIoniconf if you want to learn more. Lucas will be back during the Q&A sessions in roughly half an hour or an hour, if I can remember to tell time correctly. Up next, we have a special guest coming from us all the way through the power of the internet. We have Simon Grimm coming in. Simon, unfortunately, could not be here live with us right now, but he has sent his talk along ahead of time, so that way we can play it and we can share in learning a little bit more about the Angular router and how that integrates within your Ionic apps. If you haven't heard, fun little fact about Simon and his work with the Angular router. His blog post explaining Angular router is probably one of the top blog posts that we have on blog.ionicframework.com. So when he was wondering what to talk about, I pitched the idea. I was like, hey, we should have a talk about the router. And he was like, great idea. I'm going to do that. So let's go over and I will transition to his talk. And we will be back in roughly 25 minutes.
All right, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to you. Welcome to my session inside the Ionic conference. I'm happy to talk about the Angular routing today because it still makes a lot of problems for a lot of developers. So we will try to demystify a few things about the Angular router, look at different features and functionalities. So hopefully you can build even better apps after this talk. If you don't know me, my name is Simon. I'm kinda into Ionic since about, let's say, 5 years. I regularly blog about it on DevTactic. I run the Ionic Academy, which is like Team Treehouse only focus on Ionic. I build products around Ionic. The latest is Kickoff Ionic to bootstrap Ionic apps and do a lot on YouTube. And well, I'm self-employed and just do everything around Ionic. So I hope I can give you some information about the Angular routing concept in Ionic. Especially, we will today focus on the general router logic, how the router works, how it finds the routes in your application, what features in or especially the router offers, how to pass data inside your application to different pages. There are different concepts to do this. Some are better, some are maybe not so good. And finally, we will also take a look at the Ioniconf component, which I think is kind of underrated, but really helpful and a bit tricky to set up. So we will do all of this with a few slides and also a code example that I've prepared, but I will tell you more about this in a second. First of all, let's start with a quote from a great man, which happens to be our very special Mike. Mike said this to me when I proposed the topic of this talk to him, and I think it's kind of close to the reality because the routing inside our Ionic application isn't actually too hard, and we as developers tend to make it way too confusing and overcomplicate the things, and that's just unnecessary, and you will see why. Because if we start at the basics, our application, our Ionic application starts within our app component with just 3 lines of code. The 3 lines are an Ion app tag around an Ion router outlet. This is really just the first place that you have to understand. In Angular applications, you would only see a router outlet. It's mostly the same. Ionic simply adds some animations, some styling classes for iOS and Android around this, and also a few other minor details, I would say. So Angular will then present all of your applications, everything that you've defined in this one Ion router outlet. And you do this by defining all the routes in some routing files. This doesn't have to be one file, although your application starts with one. This could be tons of different files. It's just important that you still have the overview about everything. To give you a better picture of this, so if you compare this setup with this is kind of more structured. And I think this is really what Ionic or Angular developers should see if they look at their routing setup. Your routing setup is simply a tree of router states. It begins with the route state or the root state. I always get confused with that word. And everything else that you define simply follows this pattern. It doesn't have to matter if it's like here, home, and inside next to each other, or if you go down into child routes and have a menu, you perhaps have a parameter like ID, or in menu you get more routes. Everything is really just a tree. And once you understand this concept, I think it actually becomes a lot easier to build your application, because you can really sketch this out on paper, get out a paper for one of your applications and try to draw a tree like this for your application. I'm sorry about this. I'm really bad at drawing things. And once you get this tree and you navigate around your app and you experience problems, it becomes quite easy to see why. So if you have an URL like whatever root inside profile and you get an error, can't match any routes, you simply see that the router won't be able to find anything because you have to go along this tree and find the right route for your URL. In this case, for example, only root inside menu would work. Root inside profile wouldn't work. It's that easy. It's really that easy. And we will take a look at exactly this in a real application that I've prepared for this talk. It looks like this. So we got a starting page. We can go into a menu page, navigate around in our menu. We can go to a details page, and we can do this in a lot of different ways, which we'll take a look at. And we can also open a modal in which we can go a few levels deeper back or to root and close it. So that's really the idea in here. You can also follow along this. I will quickly remove myself. So scan the QR code, make a screenshot, or I've also sent Mike the files upfront, the links to both the GitHub repository of the code and also for the hosted application. So if you want to check it out, follow along. So first thing, the router basics. You've already seen this perhaps, and you know this. It might be nothing new for you. You assign components, or which are most likely called pages in your Ionic application, to different router states, which are basically URLs. You usually use lazy loading for those files. If you use standard Angular, you usually have components, but you can still use lazy loading if you want to. But in general, with Ionic, you are lazy loading those files, and we will take a look at why and how this works in a second. If you think about your tree, if you think about the router states or URLs, you always should keep in mind that the Angular router really looks for the first match in that tree. If you have a routing file in which you have multiple routes with the same URL, the Angular router will always take the first match and display this page within your router outlet. This is really an important concept. I know most of you are not having duplicate URLs, but still, sometimes you have an empty route and you don't understand why the router is picking a certain page or not going into a certain page. And that might be the reason, because the router is simply looking inside your tree for the way to the component that should be displayed. So this will be our next topic, but for now, let's quickly dive into our conference app. Here I got the same application that you might see as well. And as I said, everything starts in our app routing module. Load children indicates that we're using lazy loading since I think Angular 8 or 9, we got also this nice new syntax, which helps us to even get code completion in here. So previously, we just had string to the routing file. And now, as you can see, we got even code completion in here. So for example, for our home road, we load the children, which is our homepage module. Within that home module, there's not a lot of information, but we are importing the homepage routing module. Basically, every page inside your Ionic application has its own routing module file since, I think, Ionic 5. And within this routing file, we see what is usually on the top level within Angular components, within Angular routing, where we actually got the real component. So this is just an empty path because the router takes, for example, the URL /inside or /home. And once the router has resolved the first path of a URL, that path is basically gone. So if you would, let's say you have a URL like home, whatever, if it will look like this, you can imagine the router goes into this. Oh, okay, cool. I can resolve the first path. Let's get rid of it. And then we arrive in our home module, or better, the home routing module, and we look for /whatever. Of course, we haven't defined it, so it won't work. But usually you arrive at this point anyway with just blank and no path. So the homepage would be resolved. So that's lazy loading in your application. It helps to reduce the size or the initial load of your application. Not all components or pages have to be loaded initially, and it's just really a faster way, and I think that it's out of the box supported with Ionic and integrated is really great for all of us. Now, in our application, we see we can navigate to the empty path, which would redirect to home. Another feature, here is our path redirect to home. This is also the standard in Ionic applications. Now, if we want to go to another page, we click Go Inside. We see that it changes actually to Inside List already here at the top, which is kind of strange because within our homepage, we have a router link that only says Inside. Why is this working? Shouldn't we be on simply Inside? No, we are not, because we can follow easily now with our knowledge about the tree and how the router resolves the URL, the path. So this will first of all go into this children of Inside. And now, once again, we can go into the dedicated routing file. And within that routing file, we see that we have a parent component with children. So because from the homepage, we only arrive in this file and the inside component of the path is already resolved, we basically have no information in this children area which one to pick. But gladly, we have a nice redirect in here, which redirects to list, and boom, we arrive on inside/list. That's exactly what you see happening right here. So that is some general information about the routing. And now we need to take this a step further with some more data in our pages, because just routing around is quite boring. What you really want to do is you want to pass data information from a list page to a details page or to a modal or to anything else. And there are actually 3 ways to do this. First one is my favorite and what you usually should do, I think. It's having params in the URL. You can resolve that ID inside a page with a service. You can make an HTTP request, anything like this. Second option, query params can work. Not really my favorite, especially if you want to pass more information. And the third option is, well, it is an option, but there are downsides to this. And I want to show you for all 3 cases a quick example. So let's take a look once again at our application. I got a little input here, so I can input a Pokemon number. I don't know which one. Yeah, let's just pick 42. And I can go to details. I don't have any information in my path because that is the empty route. I specified in my routing setup list details, so it displays the page, and we can't really pass information in that case. We can, however, pass information if we add a component like this ID. And this means we can now add a little ID like 42 to this URL, and then the page would resolve some information. Resolve, keep this in mind. We will take a look at this as well. Don't really mind this. We will get into this in a second. But really, the important part is the 3 different options we had to pass data to a page. First option, which I clicked in the beginning, just uses router link details, not really passing any data. We can also use the router link with brackets, which helps to construct the path like /details/myID, and now getting the value of our own input field. So this will go to details with an ID. I've also added 2 more functions to open the details with query params or with navigation extras. If we take a look at my code implementation, we see the 2 examples. This is an example of passing query params to the route using the router service. So using the router from code or from TypeScript or from HTML, both work completely fine. But the problem is, you see, what we do, we stringify an object, and this is just a small object, and pass it to the page. And the result is that your URL becomes this. And while it's working, I can extract the data from it. It's not really cool. Although you don't see it in a mobile application, if you deploy your Ionic app as a website, this is just really ugly. Better if you go to details with an ID, you got a clean URL list details 42, and the page is able to simply resolve or get that ID and then make an HTTP request or get the data from a service. The final or the third option was the Angular navigation extras. This is quite nice because from code, it is pretty clean. You can simply pass to a state any date you want, and it is stored in the state. You pass it along to your URL, and what happens is the URL stays the same, and you got the information in here. The only problem is now when I refresh my application, my information of the state is gone. And this wouldn't happen with query params, although I don't really like that option, or with this option, because now I can actually refresh the page and I would get the information once again. So I would always recommend to go the first route, have IDs in your path, don't really pass full objects to a page. It really destroys the state of your application and you can't really refresh anymore. Really make it clean, use the ID in your URL. Now, about a few other features of the router. First of all, you can protect pages, especially information important if you're using authentication like a JSON Web Token. But it also works for anything else. The user shouldn't enter a page because the wrong role, because the form wasn't finished, anything like this. And you can prevent this with a guard. What's also great is you can use a resolver inside your routing, which helps to resolve all the necessary data before the actual page is shown. We will take a look at the code for this. There are a few downsides to this, and I think sometimes a skeleton view might improve the perceived performance of your application, because using a resolver means you stay on one page. In the background, it maybe makes an HTTP request and loads, and once the data is there, the next page is pushed in. The good thing is the next page can completely be displayed immediately, but the downside is that it looks like your app is first of all a bit hanging on that page and then makes the navigation, but we will take a look at it as well. What is also great, especially if you deploy to the web, are fallback URLs and using the router link active directive, which is a great helper for us in our application. So back to our code. I somewhere added the router for this. If I could find my code implementation, there we go. Actually, it's just a dummy guard which gets from the route the ID. And if the ID is equal to 100, we will not allow access to a page. You can now use this guard inside your routing setup. And I think my routes are right here. So we have used it, or I've used it for can activate, which means can activate, the guard will be called before the page is activated. It will check the URL. We got access to all the params. You could also do anything else in that route and check if the user is allowed. So let's try and set 100, go to details with ID. Guard prevent this, guard says no. No chance to enter the page. Also wouldn't work, yeah, thanks, like this. Wouldn't work if I put in 100 into the URL, should result in an error as well, but now I think I'm actually lost. I haven't implemented to go back then. But that's the power of a guard, really helpful to protect certain elements of your application. Also, our resolver can, for a specific route, resolve the information. You put it into a dedicated block and say the value Pokemon will be available and the details resolver will take care of it. Now, this implementation isn't super easy because I wanted to have a bit more realistic flair. For example, making an HTTP request and displaying a loading controller while doing it. Because the loading controller returns a promise, we need some RxJS logic to return it to an observable. Doesn't really have to be your problem here. It's just to keep everything in order. The important part is that we make an HTTP request to the Poke API, just a little example I did, and then we wrap it up by hiding the loading. And then on our details page, we're able to simply access the data from the route snapshot. This is really great. A great feature of the resolver, and it means directly in the beginning, the full data is available. If you see the other implementations, you see this one right here is, for example, to get the ID from the URL. We would have to subscribe to the param maps and get the ID. This means the page is initially constructed and might be empty. So this could really be a problem. You might need the Elvis operator and so on. From the query params, once again, it's kind of tricky to parse back the data. And getting the routes state works as well, but nothing comes really to the ease of using the resolver. What we also saw, or what I also wanted to show you, was a redirect. And that is simply inside our app routing, for example, by using a wildcard ***, which means every page that doesn't exist, for example, this page won't exist, will bring us directly to the error page. However you want to do this. You can do a 404 page, some information, whatever. In a mobile application, this usually doesn't happen, but once you go web, progressive web app, this becomes more and more important. So fallback, cool feature of the router as well. And also using the active class of the router. You can see, I think this, let's make this a bit smaller, this little blue badge at the left side. This is not automatically there, but it's in our menu, and it's using the router link active directive, and then saying, if this router link is active, please use my class, which is just a border left. So another really great feature of the router. Now, because the time is almost over, let's quickly go back to our slides and check out one final example. All of this happens with the URL and everything is cool, but what happens if you have a modal or a popover which are not part of your Angular routing? These live completely above your application. And the solution to this is using the custom Ionconf and Ionconf link. In other words, or in Ionic documentation words, this is a standalone component for loading arbitrary components and pushing new components onto the stack. Exactly what you need if you want to navigate in modals, if you want to have like a menu with a side menu or any nested list kind of thing. From our application, it looks like this. We can open a modal, we can go deeper, and you see the level increases, and we can go back, we can go to root, we can close it. All of this works by not using the deck-deck-go slides, but by using the Ionic code within our without our list page. So this is the place where we start the modal. What I do is I created a modal base page for this, which acts like a template, I would say. So my modal base page consists only of the Ionconf element and a root page that will be set as the root of this Ionconf. And that's exactly what we pass right here, which is now the real page that should be displayed. So within the root Ionconf, we say, please display my modal page. And my modal page now is a kind of cool implementation which uses the Ionconf link to go deeper into the stack. In this page, my next page, which should be displayed as a component, is simply, once again, my modal page. So that's why we got this like infinite stacking. And we say, please go forward, use this component, and also pass this properties to the next one, which are increasing my level. And by going root, we just use the router direction root and component next page. And boom, we got our full own custom navigation inside a modal. I also got a complete tutorial on this. This, of course, was just a quick walkthrough, but I hope this gave you an idea of how you could implement your own navigation in places that are not within the Angular routing. So, yeah, it's not tied to the app's URL. If you want to get the code for everything that you've seen, check out this. I will also once again hide me. You can see the GitHub URL, and Mike should have the URL as well and supply it afterwards. Hope you now made a screenshot. And let's make a quick recap before my time runs out. Your routes inside an Ionic Angular application with the Angular router are just a tree. If you have any problems, enable the tracing, which is like just setting a little option on the router, or draw it on paper. I mean it. Draw it on paper, draw a tree, and understand the routes in your application. If you want to, or I actually recommend it, to split your routes into child routing files, because having just one giant routing file isn't really good. So split it. It makes guards or using guards easier to protect a whole inside area. Use the right approach to pass data in your application. Remember, ID or passing the value within the URL is good. Query params, if you just have a few, it's okay. Using the navigation extras makes it harder to test your application because the state is lost once you refresh the application. And in general, I would recommend the first option. And of course, use guards and resolver when appropriate to make your life easier in your application. And of course, I would recommend to check out the Ioniconf component if you haven't used it. I really like it. It is a great component for special cases. So don't overcomplicate things. That's the message of demystifying Angular routing. I hope you enjoyed this talk. Thank you, Ioniconf. I would love to see you as a new member inside my Ionic Academy. Check it out, give it a try. And of course, I think we will have a little Q&A session. So I will, for now, hand it over to Mike, and I'm here for your questions.
Awesome. All right, let's get situated. Cool. Thank you so much. Simon, unfortunately, like I said, couldn't be here due to some family obligations. He will be joining us during the Q&A portion in roughly half an hour. What I want to do now is I want to actually welcome our next speaker, Cecilia Martinez. Cecilia is an engineer over at Cypress. Got a chance to see her speak earlier this year in Atlanta. She's a great speaker. She's going to be telling us all about how to use Cypress and Ionic together. Let's bring Cecilia up to the stage.
Hi, Mike. Thanks for the introduction. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me okay. And, oh, sounds good?
Yeah, sounds good. All right, let's get your slides up there. We'll move mine, add yours. And all right, good luck.
Thanks. Awesome. All right, everyone. Well, welcome to End-to-End Testing Mobile Apps with Ionic and Cypress. So as Mike said, I am Cecilia Martinez. I am a success engineer at Cypress. I am in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm not from here, but love it here now. So it's my new home. In addition to the work that I do with Cypress, I also really like to be involved in the tech community and volunteer. I am a track evangelist with Women Who Code Front End, and I'm also on the leadership team for Out in Tech and help to found the Atlanta chapter. If you would like to reach out to me, if you have any questions, I promise I'm very friendly, maybe just a little busy, but feel free to say hi. I am on Twitter at Cecilia Creates, and you can also find me on GitHub at Cecilia Creates or Cypress Cecilia. So talking a little bit about what Cypress is, for those of you that aren't familiar, Cypress is a free and open source test runner. It runs in a browser right alongside your application code. It's primarily used for end-to-end testing. You can do a lot of things with it, however. If you are already familiar with Mocha, Chai, and jQuery, then you have a head start because all of those libraries are built into Cypress. It also has built-in waits and retries when querying for elements and also making assertions on those elements, which can help reduce the flake in your test suite. There are a number of debugging tools available within the test runner that make it a little bit easier to identify why your tests are failing. These include a time travel feature that allows you to step through the different commands of your test. We have improved error reporting. This is actually a newer feature that came out recently where we actually show you the stacked trace for the failure and where in your code base the code is that's triggering the failure. It also allows you to see screenshots and videos of your test runs, and you can also set screenshots to occur either on failure or at certain points throughout your test if you need to see what's happening behind the scenes. And then because it runs alongside your code, it also allows you to have a lot of control over your test environment. So you can do things like set the viewport for the browser that you're running your test in. You can access and set application state. And you can also simulate different types of movements that a user would make. So for example, you can simulate swiping through on a mobile device. You can simulate things like drag and drop, file uploads, different things of that nature. So I'm sure one of the questions is mobile testing in a browser, right? Doesn't necessarily immediately make sense. But with Ionic, when mobile development happens in a browser, why not? And this is where kind of the magic when you combine Ionic and Cypress happens, where it allows you to actually do full end-to-end testing on your application, make sure all the functionality is working, go through the same journey that your user would go through early on in the development process. So some of the benefits of combining Ionic and Cypress for your mobile development testing is that you don't need device-specific configurations. So if you've ever tried to set up React Native and Android Studio and all of that stuff, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's not exactly beginner-friendly. It's not exactly user-friendly experience. Like I mentioned before, you can also access and manipulate app state. And you can develop and test in the same language. So Cypress is built on JavaScript, JavaScript-like the syntax. And so if you're already familiar with one of the JavaScript frameworks, which if you're using Ionic, you probably are, if you're a web dev moving into mobile development. So you can kind of have the same language and the same knowledge base across your development, your QA team, or both if you are doing both across your teams. Of course, there are some limitations. So because you're testing in a browser and not on a native device, you can't directly test native device functionality. So things like if you needed to test a camera or a fingerprint, anything that would require a real physical mobile device, you can't test for that functionality. Also, we're mimicking a mobile experience by setting a viewport. So the tests are running in a browser, and we're custom setting the viewport to be a mobile viewport. So we can see how the test runs, we can see that viewport, but if there's certain limitations that come from being on a mobile device, you wouldn't necessarily be able to test for those edge cases. So just wanted to cover some of the different situations that you might run into. So getting started and taking a look at some actual code, I'm going to be using the Ionic Conference app for this talk. It is an app designed by and coded by the Ionic team, and it essentially functions to show all the different things that Ionic can do, right? So it's an application, a practical preview of the Ionic framework in action. So it has a lot of different functionalities available. So I figured it would be a good playground to come in and write some tests. And it is open source. You can clone the repository, and it's built with Ionic and Angular. So that's exactly what I did. Essentially, clone the repository, and then within the root directory of that project, you're going to want to install Cypress. So you can do this directly with just npm install Cypress, and then you can save it as a dev dependency. Once you do that, a few things are going to happen. The first time that you install Cypress and then run the command npx cypress open, it's going to essentially set up a couple of different files and folders within your project. So it sets up a Cypress folder that has a few different files and folders inside of it. The first is your fixtures folder. This is where you can store data, data sets, different files and information that you can leverage within your testing. The integration folder is where we actually keep all the test specs. There is a plugins folder if you are using any of the third-party plugins. So Cypress does have it is open source. So, our test runner is open source. So you have a pretty robust community with some third-party plugins that you can leverage. And then in the support folder is where you will keep any essentially custom commands, any side commands that you're using within your test suite. And we will actually use some custom commands during this talk. So we'll demonstrate how that works. The other thing that it's going to do is it's going to set up a cypress.json file on the root of your project. So this is the Cypress configuration file. This is where you can do all kinds of different configurations, but the one that we definitely recommend as a best practice is setting a base URL in your cypress.json file. So this is the URL where the local instance of your app is running. So you do, in my case, my Ionic Conference app is currently running on localhost 8100. Might not be the case for you. So if you just want to make sure that that's going to match up with wherever the app is that you're going to be testing against. And as I said, when it comes time to actually run the tests, so after you've written them all up and are ready to see if they turn green, you will start by launching the app. So Ionic serve is the command to create a local development instance of the application. And then you're going to also launch Cypress. So in a separate terminal, you're going to launch npx Cypress open, and that's going to essentially open up the test runner. And so npx Cypress open is open mode with the test runner. And that's going to essentially open up in a new window, and we'll demonstrate what that looks like a little bit in just here a little bit. All right, so diving into some test code and talking about the basic test structure. So again, if you're familiar with Mocha, the test runner, this syntax will look very familiar to you. So essentially, you have your describe block. You can leverage Mocha hooks like before each, before, after, and after each. In this case, I'm using the before each hook to use the sci.viewport command, which is a Cypress command that allows you to set the viewport. Makes sense. And then right after that, in the first if block, it's just essentially visiting the site. So sci.visit, again, as you can probably guess, it just visits a URL. So here we just have the slash. And because we set the base URL in our cypress.json file, it's just going to visit our home page. So that allows you to not have to retype your home URL over and over and over again by having it in the cypress.json. So if we take a look at what a critical path user flow might look like. So not even knowing at this point what the application does, you haven't seen it, you haven't even looked at the code, you don't really know anything about it. If we were to read through these test cases, just by reading through the Cypress code, you can kind of get a sense of what it does and what the user would do and what's happening in these tests. So initially, when you first log into the app, like many apps, it has a tutorial that happens the first time you load. You swipe through it, and then after you've completed it, it takes you to the actual application. Because of this, in order to kind of manage the tests to make sure that we're seeing that tutorial when we want to and not seeing it when we don't want to, we're using a custom command here. So the sci.enable tutorial is actually a custom command that we're going to take a look at in just a moment, but that we've written and then we've stored in our support files that we can then pull it into our test. So in this case, we're enabling the tutorial, making sure that we see it. We're swiping left 3 times. And again, swipe left is also a custom command. And then essentially sci.contains is a query. It's a query that is going to search for any element that contains the text continue, and then it's going to click that element, so .click. So essentially you can kind of picture, all right, we enable the tutorial, swipe left 3 times, look for something that says continue, and then we click on it. Pretty straightforward. The next section, the next if block there, is adds a session from the list to favorites. So again, we're using our custom command. This time we're disabling the tutorial because we want to ensure that we're bypassing the tutorial. It doesn't make sense to have to swipe left 3 times every single if block. So by manipulating the state of the application, we can bypass it directly and get right to what we actually want to test. In this case, we are querying for an element that contains, sci.contains, the text University of Ionic. And once we find that element, we are clicking on it. Next, in the next line, sci.get, this is another type of query. Instead of querying for text, you can pass through any kind of selector. So if you're familiar with jQuery, you can query by element, HTML element. You can do a class selector, and you would use the dot. If you do an ID, you would use a hashtag. So in this case, I am actually using an HTML data attribute, which is one of our recommended best practices. So I'm using the data sci attribute to set this field and to be able to query it directly. So in this case, we are querying for an HTML element that has a data sci attribute of favorite, and we're clicking it. We are then querying for an element with a data sci attribute of back and clicking it. And then we are again searching for an element that contains the text favorites and clicking it. And last but not least, we're just searching for an element that contains the text University of Ionic. So you notice that this last test, there's one thing you're probably noticing is that there's not any assertions, right? So I'm not stating sci.contains University of Ionic and then saying this element should exist or this element should be this, right? This is just a very simple critical path user flow of what a user would do, and making sure that all the elements are there, because the Cypress commands are all self-asserting. So if sci.contains searches for an element that has the text University of Ionic and it doesn't find it, the test will fail. So I don't necessarily need to have a separate assertion if I'm just wanting to verify that element is there. By using the Cypress command, it will verify itself and the test will pass as long as it exists on the page. So not to be too repetitive, but two more examples of some different test cases that we're going to use here to demonstrate our critical path is the Ionic app. The conference app does have dark mode. So I wanted to confirm that this works. So again, we're disabling the tutorial. We're then doing a query for an HTML element with a data sci attribute of menu, and we're clicking on it. We're then querying for an element with a data sci attribute of dark mode, and we're clicking on it. And then this is where we actually are making an assertion. So I'm looking for text. I'm querying for text that contains the phrase dark mode, and it should have CSS color, and then we have the RGB code pass through. So essentially, I'm just confirming that the CSS has updated after we toggle the dark mode switch. And then last but not least, it searches for a session and adds to favorites. So again, we're disabling the tutorial. We're querying for a couple of elements here. First is going to have a data attribute of search. We're clicking on it. We're then getting the search bar, clicking on it, and we're directly typing in Angular and hitting enter. So this is all done within Cypress. Sci.contains, we're then looking for the text Angular directives and clicking on it. And then we're going to favorite that. We're going to click back. We're going to look for favorites again, click on it. And again, this is a self-asserting command of sci.contains Angular directives. And what that's doing is confirming that that text does appear in our favorites list after we click the favorites button. Okay, so what does this actually look like when we're running these tests? So I have a video, but hopefully we don't need it. So this is what the test runner looks like. And you can see these are the different spec files that we have. So we're just going to take a look at what the critical path looks like. So if we click on that, it opens up a browser, and it starts running through these tests. So we can see on the left-hand side, we have what we call the command log, which just shows the commands as they're running. And on the right-hand side, you can see our actual application. And so we can see everything running through, and we can see all the tests have passed. And we will dive into the more specifics as we move along. So going back to our presentation, give me one moment here. There we go. Okay, so we did a couple of things in that test that I want to talk about more specifically. First thing we talked about was setting the viewport. So this is what actually allows you to have that kind of like mobile testing magic, right? Because we can simulate a mobile viewport in the browser. There's a few different ways to do this. If you are going to always use the same height and width across your entire test suite for your project, you can set that right in your cypress.json file. So in the same place where you set your base URL, you can set the viewport height and viewport width. Another option is to use the sci.viewport command. So this is what we saw in the test that we just ran. You can pass a couple things through sci.viewport. You can either pass through the height and width. You can also pass through, we have a number of preset devices. So in this case, I'm using iPhone 5 to run all the tests. You can also pass through whether it's going to be landscape or portrait mode. Default is portrait mode, and that's what we're using here. As I mentioned before, you can also use a before each hook. So for example, if you had one spec file of desktop tests and another spec file of your mobile tests, and you wanted all the mobile tests to run within the sci.viewport iPhone 5, then you could use that in a before each hook, so you don't have to set it manually. Otherwise, you could use it individually throughout individual tests if you needed to change something ad hoc. Okay, so I want to give a quick demo of what it looks like when changing the viewport kind of middle of the way through. So the first set of tests that's running here are desktop tests. They do not have a viewport set. And you can see it's kind of the full size of the application. You can see the menu is a little bit different when it's not in mobile view. It's actually shown the entire time. So this is going to be a very different type of user flow and test, and different elements are going to be visible at different times. The next section here is our mobile tests, which do have a side-out viewport in the before each hook. So we can see that the viewport has now changed to mimic the iPhone 5 device, and the tests all run again, but within that mobile type of environment. Okay, great. So going back here. So that's how you update the viewport. Let's talk a little bit about app storage. This is actually really interesting. So Ionic has its own built-in free and open source storage option called Ionic Storage. It's very easy to use. That's what I personally used. It was built into the conference app, and I decided to use it for my tests as well. So the nice thing about Cypress, again, is that since it's built on top of JavaScript, you can import different packages, you can import modules, you can import functions that you would want to use for your test code. So just taking a look at Ionic Storage first, essentially it works by importing storage, creating a new instance of that, and then you're using the methods set and get to set storage and also get values. Pretty straightforward. What this looks like, so for example, in the conference app, there is a field called Ion did tutorial, and that field, whether it's true or false, controls whether or not the tutorial is displayed when you open the application. And that's the field that we're going to be manipulating in our tests. So we've created a custom command here. And again, these custom commands are in your support/commands.js file. They're automatically imported to your test code. And in this case, within this file, we're importing storage and we're creating a new instance of it. And then we're adding a custom command. So in this case, it's cypress.commands.add. So we're adding a command called enable tutorial, which does a side-out visit to our home page. But before it loads, so on before load, it sets the storage for Ion did tutorial to false. So before the page loads, it sets the storage Ion did tutorial to false. That way, it will always show the tutorial. So by using this command, throughout our test, we can control whether or not the tutorial is going to be shown. So once we have this command written and in our commands folder, we can use it within our test code. So for example, in our initial app, we have enable tutorial, swipe left 3 times, and then click on the application. We can see this in the test runner. So I have it set up to pause. What's happened is we've enabled tutorial, so we've run that command. And if we take a look at our application storage, so the nice thing about the Cypress test runner is you can still access all of the dev tools and everything that you would in a normal browser. We can see here that Ion did tutorial is set to false. If we resume the test, we've now set it up to disable the tutorial. So it progresses directly to the application without having to swipe through. And again, if we're looking at our storage here, we can refresh and see that Ion did tutorial is now set to true. So at any point in our test, we can directly control the state of our application in order to manipulate the environment and set it up so that we can get right to where we want to test. All right, so the next custom command I want to take a look at is Cypress custom commands for swiping like a user. So again, we're adding a command, so cypress.commands.add swipe left. And this is being built on top of the existing drag and drop example for Cypress. And what it's doing is it's actually triggering mouse down, mouse move, and mouse up elements in order to simulate, touching on a device, sliding your thumb across, and lifting up as if you were swiping. So in this case, it's getting the swiper element. It's triggering a mouse down on the right-hand side. It's moving the mouse to the left, and then it's raising the mouse, which again simulates a swiping motion. And then once we have that defined, we can use it in our test. So let's take a look and see what that looks like in the test runner. Okay, so we have our tutorial, we have it in the viewport, and then if we resume the test, we can see it swiping through. So if I hover over in the command log, oh, sorry, I can't do that until I run through. We can see them all swiping through and then hitting left. And then if I hover over in the command log, you can kind of see this red dot. And then it's swiping over and it's releasing. And that's what's triggering and mimicking that swipe motion. So you can actually do things. So if you had different types of things that you had to touch on your application or move around, you could simulate those types of movements within Cypress. So let's kind of talk about putting it all together, right? So we talked about how to install Cypress. we talked about the file structure, your cypress.json file, which is your configuration file, setting up the base URL, getting to a mobile testing environment by setting the viewport in your browser for your tests. We talked about Cypress custom commands and how we can use those to essentially not have to rewrite or manipulate the code over and over again. Instead, we can just write a command and use it repeatedly throughout our code. In this case, we had a custom command to enable and disable the tutorial for the application. We also had a custom command to simulate swipe functionality. And then we also talked about what a critical user path looks like and running through all those different tests. So yeah, it's coming in a couple minutes left. So just want to thank everyone for taking the time to view this presentation. It's definitely very beginner friendly. So I hope that everyone feels comfortable maybe going on and playing with some of these tests yourself. So the repository that I shared today with all the tests that are written is available online. It's on github.com/CeciliaCreates/Cypress And you can take a look at all the different custom commands and tests that I demonstrated here today. And you can also see the clone that I did of the Ionic Conference app that has some of the data attributes set for testing. And as always, please feel free to reach out to me, Cecilia Creates on Twitter, and I'm at CeciliaCreates.com. And if you want to learn more about Cypress, like I said, it is free, it's open source, you can get started with it right away. Cypress.io is the place to go, and we have some very excellent documentation. I'm not responsible for it, so I feel like I can say that. So it's just really easy to kind of get in and start learning if you're already familiar with some JavaScript. So yeah, thanks to everyone for the time today, and I'll pass it back to Mike.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cecilia. Really appreciate you coming in, presenting with us. We have one question from our own Brandy on the team, and she's asking if you would be up for sending a PR to add Cypress tests to the conference app. I'm sure we'd gladly accept it.
Absolutely. And I would say, actually, that I think adding Cypress tests to open source projects is a great idea. And I think it's a great way to get familiar with code bases. If you're not super comfortable with contributing to open source, if it sounds intimidating, writing some Cypress tests is a really, great way to get started and get used to that process. And I'm happy to help you if you have any questions.
Yes, everyone reach out to Cecilia. Sorry about that. Love to see more contributions to any open source projects. Something that we're all passionate about here on the Ionic team, and everyone probably who is speaking here at the conference. So thank you so much. Don't go anywhere just this moment. We are going to get ready for the second Q&A panel here on at Ioniconf. We have Cecilia joining us. We have Simon Grimm, who's also joining us live from his home, and we have Lucas coming back for his portion of the Q&A, and we are getting John Papa back in here as well. If you give us a few moments, all of you, while we're waiting to start the Q&A, thank you so much for being here. I know presenting and setting up a talk is always a lot of work, and I know we've been getting a lot of great tweets from the community and watching it. Everyone's saying that they are so glad and they're learning so much from all of you. So thank you. Cool. Let's see if we get. We're still waiting on Mr. Papa, but I think while we're waiting, we're just gonna kind of jump into it right now because we got a few questions here and there. Once John joins, we'll start asking him some questions as well. Let's just see what we get so far. So the first question is actually for Simon. Yeah, I know. You gotta look alert, buddy. So the first question is someone is asking. We actually have two questions, the same thing. Someone was asking the difference between can activate and can load, and generally, what are some of these differences between all the different guards that are available in the Angular router?
Yeah. So can you hear me actually?
Yeah, you're coming in good.
Difference between can load and can activate is actually not really visible to the end user, I would say, only perhaps to a hacker. So can activate basically prevents access to a route, while can load completely prevents access to loading a module. So if you would inspect the sources loaded in your application, you would actually see the difference. So if you have a can load guard and you're not allowed, you will still see the module file being loaded in the sources of the developer tools. And if you really use can load, you wouldn't even see those sources. You wouldn't even. Yeah, I just hear myself, I guess. So that's mainly the difference. I usually use can activate, but yeah, if you're concerned about security, you should definitely use for lazy loaded modules the can load guard.
Awesome, it's good to know. Yeah, the can load one is always a nice nice little trick if you want to make sure that you don't want that actual module to load. It's always good to just have that, especially when you think about mobile. You don't want to unnecessarily load something and pay the cost for that when you can just avoid it altogether. And continuing on with a few questions for Simon. Uh, someone someone's over here like, "Hi, I'm from Brazil and I'm an Ionic teacher at a technical school, and they are a big fan of Ionic, but also of Simon Grimm. They want to know if there is any possibility of integrating with things like a Raspberry Pi, Arduino, or any sort of IoT devices. Have you had any experience with that?"
Yeah, actually, no, I don't really have any experience. I usually get like once per week the question about connecting to a Bluetooth printer terminal or something like this, and if somebody's watching and wants a tutorial, please send me a Bluetooth printer and I will do it. But I really haven't created anything around this, and maybe someone else here from the panel has an idea about this topic.
Well, me? Are we pointing? I can't tell who Lucas is pointing to due to the layout, but I do know that we have a talk later on today about IoT and JavaScript from an excellent speaker. So if you to the person who asked that question, if you keep watching, you will hopefully get an answer for that. Now let's keep moving. Let's move on to our next question. And this is a really good question for Lucas, I think. Now, when we think about monorepos, because you mentioned some monorepo tools like NX, would you suggest going and using NX for basically everything? Or do you think that there is a better approach or some other approach that feels more right for these kind of applications?
So I feel like this is a trick question. And just to be clear, there is no silver bullet in the sense of like no technology is going to solve every single problem and not have trade-offs. And so do I think that a monorepo is going to fit every single use case? Definitely not. Do I think that there should be some logical divisions in even what you put into a single monorepo? Could you have more than one monorepo and divide your product lines, in that way? I think, really it's ultimately leverage tooling in a way that accelerates your ability to deliver high quality code. And so let's take, for instance, I really like NGRX. Do I think NGRX is appropriate for every single thing that you build? Well, absolutely not. Where are you on the software development, life cycle? Use, the right tools in the right context at the right abstraction. I tend to really prefer monorepos because generally, at least in my daily work, I typically, I'm jumping straight into a non-trivial enterprise application. And so I have a pretty good idea where I'm going, as well as the tooling makes it so easy. And so should you use the monorepo? It really depends. The fact that it's built on top of the Angular CLI and that you're leveraging the CLI tooling anyways, the cost to use it is so little and it ensures consistency across the board. I think there's not a downside to it, I think it's not as scary as one would think. But when you shoehorn technology, because that's just, really the party train that you're on versus really evaluating, does this bring value to the project? I think you can get yourself into trouble. So you could absolutely use good technology in the worst possible ways. And so this is where I think it takes some maturity and some humility and some courage to say, you know what, we're not going to use this for this project, even though I love it, because it's not the right tool for the job.
Definitely good answer. Always be willing to say, hey, I don't really need to use this, or this isn't really going to help me be successful in my product. So good things for everyone to think about while they are developing their apps. We do have a question coming in for Cecilia. Protractor is most used when talking about Angular. Why should we consider Cypress, and what are some of the advantages over the other testing solutions that people are used to?
Yeah, so the nice thing about Cypress, and actually I was just talking about Protractor and Cypress last week with an Angular podcast, and because Protractor comes built in. So the nice thing about Protractor and about Cypress in general is that you don't have to replace anything. It can live right alongside your existing tests. So if you already have unit tests, if you already have Protractor tests, and you just kind of want to give it a shot and see whether the experience is better for you writing the tests and running the tests and debugging the tests, you can absolutely do that. You can, I mean, if you saw the comments the code that I ran through today, you can write a pretty quick critical user path to see how that work runs for you pretty quickly. And essentially, once you have that going, then you can make the judgment call of how much sense it makes to start like transferring over some of the tests. The way that we look at testing philosophy too, as well, is that sometimes we have people who use Cypress and then use a couple of other different testing frameworks. Some people let kind of Cypress just do all of it or do as much of it as possible. And so there's really nothing keeping you from trying it, so to speak. So I would say just, give it a shot, see if you like it, and let me know if you have any questions. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing that would really prevent you from doing that.
Lucas, you can raise your hand.
So I don't have anything against Protractor per se. I think that really the Angular team has done the best job that they could. I have to use my words carefully. I don't want to veer off into some really negative rant, but Selenium is very, very challenging. And the difference between Cypress and Selenium is that Cypress just works. And I would say probably the worst 5 months of my career was trying to get Protractor to reliably work on a project. And I would literally run a test or a suite. It would work 10 times in a row. I'd run it the 11th time. 3 tests would fail. I'd run it again. 3 other tests would fail. And it feels like you're trying to hold water in your hands versus having a tool that just works every single time. And I believe this is because Selenium was made kind of in a pre-modern web era. And so the analogy I make is that really Selenium is like the NASA of web development and Cypress is the SpaceX. And so having worked with both of them extensively, to me, there's no question about what is better and what works and what you should choose. Choose the one that's not going to break your heart every single day.
Wow. I want to. Can I bring Lucas with me to all my everywhere? Basically,
that was the super diplomatic, non-ranking version of that.
Somebody asked me once, "What is the ultimate test for should I use a technology?" And one of the ways, in my biased experience, is I work with a lot of large applications, and if you have a business critical, mission critical application with 500 things going on, which many large companies do, once that app is done and deployed and everything else is out there, do you want to be confident that it just works, or do you want to be dealing with it all the time on a recurring basis for the rest of your life? To me, that's a huge piece of this. And to me, Cypress just makes that easy. Cypress is not without its flaws. I mean, everything's got its flaws, but it makes it easy. And Protractor, in my opinion, has it's long past its time. I'll just say it. It's past its time. I would not recommend that to any company. Sorry. And I love Angular.
Yeah, I guess I will say too, one of the things I like about Cypress is it's very beginner friendly. So I am, I did a boot camp. I'm a career switcher. I consider myself a junior developer. And the fact that I was able to pick it up so quickly to be able to do like a talk, for example, is just, I love it. And I think that it increases confidence for developers, and it also increases just the amount of people that can come into it from a beginner standpoint and be able to just start developing, start writing things, and have confidence that it's going to work. And I'm all about anything that makes it easier for people to develop, especially people who may come from underrepresented backgrounds and not have the same kind of educational opportunities or other types of opportunities. So it's very much in my wheelhouse and close to my heart because of that. So.
All awesome answers. Thank you, everyone. We'll wrap up the Cypress questions with one last one, and I'm actually very curious about this too because it is something that I've often wondered about. Are there any plans to get Cypress to work with real or potentially emulated devices?
Yeah, so I can't say for sure. I know that it's something that has definitely been asked of us and that we're investigating and taking a look at. Obviously, Cypress is designed to run in a browser. That's what it does. That's why it works so well for modern, web applications, because it's running in a browser, so it behaves exactly like your application does in a browser. So to take that kind of the way that application works and translate that to a native, device, whether that be emulated or not, obviously, it would require a lot of engineering, a lot of investigation, and seeing how that would work. So I will say that it's definitely something that has been communicated to us that people want to see. They like testing Cypress for their web apps, and they want to use it for more things. And so hopefully talks like what we did today would kind of move things in that direction and just increase the popularity and maybe the attention on it. So, but if you ever have get that feedback to us. We want to make the best tool for the people that are using it. So.
And what would be the best way to get some feedback to you and the rest of the Cypress team?
Yeah, you can reach out to us on Twitter. We also, on GitHub, we're an open source tool, so you can always create issues with feature requests. I would say that's probably the best way to do it because it gets eyes directly to the engineering team. So that's one of the benefits of being open source, is that you can upvote and all the issues and see what rises to the top. So.
Yes, people add a thumbs up reaction. Don't do a +1 comment. Just do a reaction, please. All open source maintainers will thank you for it, and you will cut down on all the email notifications that we all get on a daily basis. All right, now let's move on to I think this is probably going to be a very difficult question. This might split some people. John, we'll start with you. What's the theme in font in your editor? And let's do a quick round for everyone because we want to know people want to know. What is the theme and what font are you using for your IDE?
The three most prominent things in my editor are the theme, which I wrote, the one I'm using called Winter is Coming. And I have 4 flavors of it. The one I use is the dark blue with italics for CSS, which I happen to like. It's called Winter is Coming in there. The font I use, I toggle between 2 of them. One of them is called Dank Mono, which it's a purchased font. It's very cool. You can get it at dank.sh. The other is Operator Mono, which I bought years and years ago as a Christmas present to myself. It's a more expensive font, but Dank Mono is much cheaper. And the third piece I use is Peacock, which is a tool I wrote that kind of color codes your editor, because at any one time I have about 7 VS Code instances open. So that way I can tell which one I'm supposed to be using.
Awesome. Lucas, what are you using for a theme these days?
So I use the material theme with Operator Mono, and I use Peacock occasionally. So
very nice. Simon, what are you using for a theme?
I use OneDark Pro, and besides that, I haven't really changed anything. I'm just fine with it and switch between light and dark.
Nice. What about a font? Are you just using the standard mono space font? So what about the font, Simon? Are you using the same built-in standard one, or are you using something special?
Yeah, I'm just using the built-in ones. Nothing special.
And Cecilia, what about you?
I'm like Simon. I just keep it simple. It's dark mode. I can read it. It works. I see a lot of pretty themes. A friend of mine on Twitter recently posted like a fairy floss theme that was so pretty, but I just Yeah.
Yeah, just today I saw a Slack theme for Visual Studio Code.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a hot dog theme out there still too. Somebody created the hot dog theme from the old Windows 95. Don't use it. Check it out though; it's awesome. Like yellow and red and orange. You know.
Ooh, that sounds painful. Yeah. No.
My eyes are just are already sore from just thinking about it. Okay, now probably a more serious question for John again. Would it make sense to publish static web publish a static web written in Blazor? Not seeing any links for it among the Microsoft tutorials for Angular, React, etc. So, are there
I'm
any
sorry.
resources? Are there
I
any
didn't
resources?
I didn't hear you. You cut out.
Okay. Are there any resources for people wanting to use static hosting for apps written in Blazor?
Yes. So Azure Static Web Apps, it's currently in preview, which this is my words, not Microsoft's. I kind of think of preview as like alpha, beta, you know, it's your time to start getting the feedback in. The way Microsoft works is they go preview and then they go to GA, which is general availability. So between those two is your time to get features in. Right now in preview, it only works officially with JavaScript. However, Blazor does work, and there's a few articles out there. I'll get some links and try to post them in here on Twitter to how to do it. But there'll be official support for Blazor as one of the highest rated issues in the GitHub repo. And I'll also put a link in the comment about how you can vote up your favorite issues, because just like Cypress, we want to hear your feedback on Azure about what do you want? And the ones that get the most votes up, and as Mike said, don't +1, reactions are better. That helps us know what people really want. And Blazor's got to be in the top 3, if not 5, most requested issues for static web apps. So it works today. I'll get some links, but official support will be released, I'm pretty darn sure.
Cool, awesome. Thank you for that answer. Now this is one that I came across, and I can't tell if this person would like to start another war between developers. What NPM client are you using? Are you using NPM or are you using Yarn? Cecilia, we'll start with you and go Cecilia, Simon, Lucas, and John.
I mostly use NPM just because that's what I've always used, but we do use Yarn in some of the repos at Cypress, so I use both.
Simon, what about you? Using NPM or using Yarn?
I use NPM. I really hate everything new, so it took me years to start with Capacitor, and I won't get into anything else right now. I'll just stick to NPM until everyone's telling me that it really is something I shouldn't use.
That is a good mentality to have. It's like
That should be the quote out of Ioniconf, right? I hate everything new.
As we are announcing all this amazing new stuff. Lucas, what about you? Are you using NPM or Yarn?
So I'm a Maven guy myself. No, I'm just kidding. I'm Griffin. That's super old. Honestly, I use whatever is already in place. So if the repo is Yarn centric, then that's what I use. If it's NPM centric, I use that. So it's typically either a Yarn lock or a package lock.json. And so honestly, to me, I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I think Yarn really had some significant advantages initially. I think NPM is caught up. And so I'd have a really hard time saying one is better than the other. So I just use whatever is the predominant package manager for that repo at that time.
Last but not least, John, what are you using?
What's NPM? What's Yarn? I don't know what these things are.
It's like Emac.
Oh, okay.
Are you using NuGet?
Oh God.
Oh.
I have this floppy disk thing. It's about this big, 5 1/4. I stick it in.
It has AOL.
No, I use NPM, honestly. Like if I'm going to start a new project, I use NPM. All my stuff uses NPM. Yarn is cool and nifty, and it makes you feel good at night. Then use it. But honestly, there's bigger decisions to be made in this universe.
It's a very good way of looking at it. All right. So we got a few more questions coming in. I do want to ask one for John on static web apps. Is there a way to change the source GitHub branch after the app is created, or do you need to create a new static web app in Azure?
I haven't tried that. That's a really good question. So the branch is actually listed inside of the Azure the GitHub Action pipeline, the workflow file. So technically, you should be able to go in there and edit that and change it. But I'm saying I don't know because I haven't actually tried that. Technically, that should be all you have to do to change the branch that it's looking at. Because in that workflow file, and I just closed mine, but in that workflow file, it actually tells you what branch am I watching. So right now it says branches master on line 6 of all of them. Technically, you could change that to branches main, for example, because we're starting to shift, master to main, a lot of people are. So I'm going to say 90% sure that's all you have to do, but I'm going to try it myself, and you can blame me if it doesn't work.
So everyone, go make sure that you are following John Papa on Twitter, and if it doesn't work, let him know. Let him know really, really loud.
Please do.
Okay. Question for Simon. Do you have any tutorials or guides on how to handle the hardware back button when you are dealing with not only URL-based routing, but Ion nav routing?
No, not yet. I always consider that topic to be kind of boring because subscribing to the back button is like 3 lines or 2 lines. But yeah, I will definitely work on that. In general, the question is interesting since you're right. In normal situations, you can just rely on the regular routing inside that Ion nav that I presented. I guess you have to create your own kind of navigation stack and keep track of it. And within the back button that you can subscribe to, you would then have to go back in the Ion nav from code, which should still work fine. So in the code that we've seen in the presentation, we use the component, the what was the name, nav router link or something like to go forward or back, but you can do the same thing from code. So that should be possible within the subscription block of the back button. And then with a little bit of magic, you should be able to also use your back button inside those modals. So whoever asked this, I will put this to the top of my list now.
Awesome. Yeah, so if you they tagged you on Twitter, so you'll definitely get a notification about this, but hopefully that answers your question. And if not, just let Simon know, and he will write a blog post for it. And maybe this will be a blog post that we can add on the Ionic blog as a collaboration.
Let's do this.
Cool. Awesome. Now, one last one for Cecilia. Do you know if there's any plans to implement Shadow DOM support for Cypress?
Yeah, so this is actually really exciting. So we did have a contribution from an open source contributor for Shadow DOM support, and it's currently available as an experimental flag. So if you check out our changelog, you can do experimental Shadow DOM Cypress or Shadow DOM support within Cypress. So really exciting. Was awesome to see that contribution come from the community as well. So
that's really good. It's good to hear. No, we since Ionic is based on web components and we use Shadow DOM all over the place, this is something that we've actually had people open issues about before. So it's good to know that we have a definitive answer and that it will eventually just work. So
yeah, and it is experimental currently. So actually, if anybody wants to try to use it and let us know if they have any feedback or any issues, that's really helpful. So. But yeah, we're definitely very excited to see that development happen. So,
very good. Now, I think our last question here that's coming in is again for John, and it's asking you to kind of how do you find the Azure stack kind of compared to different technologies that are out there? Your AWS, your Google Cloud Platform, Firebase. I know you work with a lot of different technologies, so obviously you work for Microsoft. It's a trap question, but what's your honest opinion, or or how do you compare them?
Well, I'll give you a two-part answer here on this. First, yes, I do work for Microsoft and for Azure specifically, but I'm very honest, maybe to a detriment in a lot of things. When I first got to Azure 3.5 years ago, it was really, really difficult to publish a web app on Azure, in my opinion. And that was part of the reason they hired me and many other people with JavaScript experience, is trying to bring that experience inside and figure out how to make it better. And for a long time, we were using great tools like some of the ones you mentioned in AWS, Firebase, Netlify, Versal, which used to be Zeit now. Lots of great tools, Heroku. There's great ways to get it up there. And what's happened was, yes, there's other good options out there. They all do good things. Some do bad things. You don't know, right? But what I like about Azure Static Web Apps is I always likened Azure to like a super Walmart, which is like this massive, huge warehouse you walk into with hundreds of services and things that you can do, half of which probably nobody knows, right? Because there's so many. But you're just trying to find the milk and the eggs, and you're trying to figure out how do I get the milk and the eggs so I can make a cake later, right? Azure can be like that, just like a lot of other big providers. So Azure has all the things you need to make a great web app, but the trick was, for me, putting all those things together. Like, how do you do it? So that's kind of the reason I really like the approach from Azure Static Web Apps. And obviously, I've been involved in this product too, but I'm not the one engineering it. That's all credit goes to the engineering team. But what I like is they're trying to find a way to say, we've got this great stuff behind the scenes that's already built. We just need to make a way for people to slide in easy. And to me, that's the goal. So that's kind of my opinion of where it sits. Right now, it's preview, which means that it's not perfect. We need customer feedback. We need people to give us issues. It's an open source repo, so please add them. It's github.com/azure/static-web-apps. Very easy to find. But that's kind of my view on it. There's other good products out there too. I have nothing against them. Firebase was my first love from 7 years ago. I really enjoyed it because it put the 7 or 8 things you wanted to do in one place, like authentication, authorization, your security, your database, your hosting, your CDN, your functions. So that was my first love in it, but I kind of like where Static Web Apps is going, and it's good because I work there.
Yes,
So
Lucas.
if I can add to this objectively, I do a lot of cloud-based infrastructure as well. And I think if you ask, for instance, you take the big 3 frameworks right now, what's better, React, Angular, or Vue? And I don't think you can definitively say one is better than the other. The reason being objectively is I think there's parity across all of the frameworks. And so I wouldn't even bother. I think really it comes down to a lot of external factors. For instance, what is your current skill set of your team stylistically? How do they think about web apps? But in terms of rendering and state management, every major framework has those things. And so I can't objectively say one is better than the other because it's really subjective. And having used AWS, Azure, and GCP, that there's really parity across the board. I think stylistically they feel a little bit differently, but ultimately, again, it really depends on the context of if we're at a client and they're a .NET shop, well, typically we're going straight to Azure because you just have a better integration in that direction. And so I would just say objectively, I feel like there's parity across, every single major cloud platform. And, it depends. Do you like going to Target or do you like going to Super Walmart or do you like going to Costco? And it's like, you can kind of get all the same stuff, but I think it comes down to personal preference. And so I know.
Or do you want to stay home and order from Amazon?
Yeah, I mean, there's that. And then to that, I would say use Netlify. But I mean, the joke is that you can accomplish the same thing in multiple different ways. And I would say every major platform is entirely effective. And you can do a lot of bad things on every major platform. And so it really comes down to context, preference, and really where your team is as a whole and what's in the best interest of your delivery goals.
I think it's great, Lucas. And if I could wrap that up, if you don't mind, Mike, the thing I always like to make sure people think about with this is the fact that you see so many good products out there that are attacking this problem validates that the problem exists.
Right.
There is a valid use case for getting apps to the cloud with all these features that many providers are going down this road. Otherwise, Microsoft doesn't make products that they think, maybe 2 people will use it. They don't do that,
Right. Yep. Well said.
Awesome. Thank you all for joining us. That's going to conclude the Q&A portion for our second batch of speakers. Thank you all. Your talks have basically gotten a lot of praise already on Twitter. Lucas, your talk in particular was getting so much praise because of the great groundbreaking stuff you were saying.
Sorry to ambush you.
Thank you all for joining us. You are free to go on and either continue on your day or go to bed in Simon's case. See you all later. While we are all here and we are moving on for the rest of the day, there were a few questions that came in using the hashtag #AskIoniconf. Again, let me just make sure you're all aware. Got a question? Use the hashtag to let us know. A few of these questions came up, and it didn't really make sense to ask these to the speakers. So I wanted to kind of just haphazardly go off script and answer some of these questions. And one question that came up was main or trunk for your new default branch choice. And my vote is for main. I know a lot of my own personal projects, I've been going through renaming things right now to be main instead of the default of master. And we are, also in the process of figuring out how to move all of our tests and migrate all of our default branches inside of Ionic organization to be main. So main or trunk, we're going to go with main. Let's see. For the individual who is asking about npm or yarn, all right, long live npm. So I couldn't agree more. Another question was, why is there not an iBeacon capacitor plugin? Well, if you were around for the opening keynote, you would have seen that we have a new initiative called Capacitor Community, where you can request or put up a proposal for a new community plugin. And if there's enough support and kind of motivation to build that plugin, we will add that plugin to the community organization. You just need to go to github.com/capacitor-community, and we can start that process there. All right. Thank you for all the questions. We're tight on time, so I would like to invite to the stage our next speaker, Jedi Weller. Jedi is the co-founder of a company called OpenForge, where they specialize in a lot of mobile development, specifically with Ionic, of course. And he's going to talk to us today about how to take an app and create a successful product launch strategy and how what is involved with that. So, Jedi, let's add you to the stream, and we'll get your slides in here. I'll remove mine. Cool.
Right.
Good luck.
Cool. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, and thanks everyone. First off, it's so good to be here. As Mike knows, this is actually a little bit of a dream of mine. I mean, we've been partners with Ionic for about 6 years now, ever since beta. And I'm one of the people that probably every couple months hits up the entire Ionic team and asks, hey, when's there going to be an Ionic conference? So I'm so freaking excited to be here and to be able to talk with everyone. A little bit about me. Well, I guess I should say, what I'm talking about is creating a product launch strategy, as he said. A little bit about me. My name is Jedi. I go by Jedi. I've heard every Star Wars joke known to man. So feel free to make as many as you'd like to, and I'll tell you whether or not I've heard it or not. I'm a developer by trade, right? So I started coding. I think it was like around 1998, when a video game called Tribes 2 came out. And it was a first-person shooter, and if anyone ever played it, you know that in order to have a clan page in Tribes 2, you had to custom code it through HTML and CSS. So I learned to code literally for video games, because video games are one of my passions. And I've just been doing that ever since. Now I do more operations at our company, and I do more of strategic vision and helping clients from a business standpoint and a technology standpoint, be that bridge and that gap. And I've spoken about different topics related to mobile applications, software topics, software processes, combining like design and development teams, startup processes and startup recommendations, across the world. So I'm very happy to share my experiences with everyone today. We've built so many different applications from the West Coast to the East Coast, to Latin America, all the way to New Zealand was our furthest customer. So we've had a lot of experiences, and I'm here today to share those with you. I cannot share those experiences and claim 100% credit. I do have to give a big shout out to my team, OpenForge, and the team members there. I mean, these guys and gals are fantastic at what they do. And as Mike said, we specialize in just mobile applications, so that's our focus point because there is so much in the mobile space. All right, so let's get started here. So we're going to talk today about creating a product launch strategy and everything that goes with it, right? So one of the things to keep in mind is that when you're building out a product, often a lot of people are going to think to themselves, okay, well, I have this fantastic idea, so let me just build a quick proof of concept, just prove that the idea is possible, especially if it's on the more technical level. And then after I build this proof of concept, I'm going to do a couple of iterations over it, to really like perfect it. And then once it's really near perfection, I'm going to go to a beta release, right? And then from there, I'm going to go to a V1 launch. And while this is, oops, I have my cursor here. While this is it is a tactic, it is not a full tactic for a product launch, right? It is actually going to probably hurt you more than it's going to help you because it's missing a lot of components, right? And that's what we're here to talk about. So if we talk about kind of the different components that are part of a product release or product launch strategy, I did a little Twitter poll here, and thanks everyone who submitted the results. We had over 1,000 people vote on what you guys are looking to learn more of, and it was basically even across the board, right? 25% of people said user adoption, 22% app reviews. 30% said maximizing ASO, which is App Store optimization, and then 20% said managing bug submissions. And as software developers, we know what it's like, for the whole bug process. It's chaos sometimes, right? But we have some practices and some processes that I'm going to talk to you guys about today that will kind of help you with that. And more importantly, a lot of people are asking themselves, okay, what happens when I launch my product? Right? And how do I gain users, right? How do I get users to adopt my product? How do I make my product a success, right? And in order to answer that question, first we have to ask a very, very difficult question here, right? And that question is, am I building the right product, okay? And I want that to sink in for a second because this is something that I ask every startup founder. The first thing I ask them is, are you building the right product? And I'm not saying that your idea is bad, right? It's your idea, I guarantee you, is great, right? But what you need to understand from a technical and a business perspective is that user adoption is a tricky beast, right? And what I see a lot of people do is they take the approach of Mr. Kevin Costner here, the Field of Dream approach, where they say, okay, if I build it, they will come. If I build this application, I'm going to launch to the App Store, and all of a sudden there's going to be a bunch of users using it, right? And that just doesn't happen. Right? It's very rare that happens anyway. You're looking at winning the lottery is the odds of that going to happen. Right? So, but there's ways to make sure that your application is a success, right? And we're going to go into those in a second. So the first thing you need to do is you need to recognize that you don't want to build final finished product before your users actually start using it. You want to build an MVP, right? And what is an MVP? Well, you might know that the dictionary definition, an MVP is a minimal viable product with just enough features to gather validated learning about the product itself, right? And that is true, but the important part is that what's highlighted in red here, which is it's just enough features to gather the validated learning about that product. So I talk to so many founders and so many enterprise companies and like people of all walks of life who are under the same impression. I have to build this final product in order to get user feedback, right? And I'm going to give you an example here of a video game, right? Well, no one's going to know about my game or how to play it, or if they love it, unless I actually build it, right? And people use that mentality for everything, okay? But it's not true. And to use a couple big examples, we have Dropbox, which everyone has heard of to this day, right? Dropbox is an amazing case study. When they first founded, no one knew what cloud storage was, right? This was a brand new concept. If you presented it to our parents today, our parents would probably say, no, I don't trust, anything on the cloud, right? And 10 years ago, it was, 50 times, as prevalent, that mentality. So the founders of Dropbox were going to investors and they were saying, we need a substantial amount of money to build this product. And investors would say, well, wait a second, sure, we can invest, but if you show us traction. And they said, well, we can't show you traction unless we actually build a product, and it becomes a chicken and egg situation. So instead what they did was, instead of building the full product, all they did was they put up a landing page and they spent like $5,000 on a video. And through just a landing page describing what the concept of their product was, they were able to get 75,000 subscribers. That's 75,000 people who all agreed and all said, you know what? Once this product is made, I will pay for it. Right? So now Dropbox was able to go to investors, not only to gain the investment, but they've also now validated their product without building anything. Right? And they got user feedback in that process as well. Right? Same thing with Zappos. Zappos is an e-commerce platform that sells shoes. And if you look at inventory, right, to have any type of physical product costs a lot to stock inventory. So the founders of Zappos, instead of trying to go the whole route, build out not only the full e-commerce product, but also the full inventory and infrastructure to ship, to store, to XYZ. What they did, the founders said, you know what? I'm going to go down the street to mom and pop's shoe store, and I'm going to ask people, can I take a picture of your shoes and sell them online? And I'll offer you face value, right? All I'm looking for is to prove this concept. And he was able to do that, right? And then through that, he was able to, in 2008, grow his business up to about $1 billion in sales, and then sell to Amazon in 2009. Right? And again, all of this is without building a physical product, right? So let's talk about why this is important, right? Why I use those examples. The biggest challenge that every app and technology founder faces is user adoption. You guys are not alone when you're looking for how do I increase user adoption? How do I retain more users? How do I calculate their LTV? These are not new concepts. Everyone struggles with the same thing, right? And there's a couple different things that you can do to gain users, right? One is to get that initial set of users from just a landing page, from a marketing campaign, right? From a survey. You can get users that way, and then you can start to to talk to them. So if we start taking a look at that product launch strategy, right? All right, so this was the first one we went over. We said, okay, we're going to go from idea to start building, then we do a couple iterations, and then we beta release and we launch. Okay. So that's not enough, right? If we are able to get some feedback before we build the first thing at all, right, we can actually have a community outreach part of that, which is going to be a big thing. Because now, if we are Dropbox, for instance, right, now we can actually say, okay, well, we have this clickable prototype, right? We have a list of 75,000 people who are at least interested in our product, right? Now we can reach out to them, engage with them even before the product is fully released, and then launch later once the product is fully finished, okay? But that's not it. Right? That's only a small piece of it. So let's go through an example of a release strategy. And again, I'm going to go back just to this slide here to assume that we're taking this product launch strategy where we do a clickable prototype first, then we are immediately marketing even before the product is ready, right? And then we go into like a beta iteration stage. right? So let's assume we do that, and we have our 75,000 people subscribe. Okay, so now we're getting ready for release of the product. So we have this application. I'm going to call it, let's say, Tinder number 2. Okay, we have a lot of people. We have 75,000 people interested in Tinder number 2, and they've gone through and they have focused. They have gone through focus studies with our product. They've tested it on a beta perspective, and we're pretty confident that Tinder number 2 is going to take off. Okay, beautiful. So now we have to get ready for full release, right? And this is something that a lot of founders and a lot of businesses struggle with. So 75,000 people is not enough, because of the 75,000, probably only 10 to 50% of them will actually respond to those emails and will actually sign up, right? Expect low returns. And obviously, the more focused you are, the better, right? So what we want to do instead is we want to approach influencers. Right? So influencer marketing is one of the best ways to market your product. And let's say we go and we approach a couple influencers with a total of about 1 million followers. Right? Well, if we have, let's say, 10 macro influencers, and with 1 million total followers, we could expect, if all of them announce on Tuesday that, hey, Tinder number 2 is ready, we could expect maybe about 100,000 people to download the app. Because macro influencers are typically going to have slightly less returns on a percentage-wise than micro influencers, so you should expect a lower return. And also platforms like Twitter, like Instagram, like Facebook, they're actually, they make money through ads and through trying to get the word out there. So they actually limit how much audience reach that's organic that their influencers can have, right? So we hit 1 million followers and we're expecting 100,000 views. Okay, now we want to move on and we want to approach micro influencers. Okay, so micro influencers, if you guys have never done this type of marketing before, micro influencers are a little bit different. So macro influencers, they have large audiences, but it's going to be a slightly less return on a percentage basis. Micro influencers, on the other hand, are going to have extremely specific audiences. And those audiences are going to have a better return because they're going to be more interested in what you're doing. As a perfect example, we launched an app called Mobile Measures, which was focused on the physical therapy space, right? And Ben, the founder of Mobile Measures, he approached different Facebook groups that only had about 10,000 followers apiece, XYZ. And he approached them and he said, I have this cool tool that I think is going to help your community, right? And through those micro influencer groups, he was able to get widespread adoption because every single member of those groups is looking for that thing. Whereas if you have a general macro influencer, a person who is just generally in healthcare, right, their audience is going to be more dispersed. Okay, cool. So we have our micro influencers and we have our macro influencers, right? And we are creating our release strategy. Okay, so what's next? Well, one of the mistakes I see people make all the time is I see them, immediately say, okay, all of our network, all of our community, we are going to launch on Tuesday of next week. So on Tuesday of next week, I want everyone to be ready. And what happens? Well, people hit the very famous App Store your review process. Things get delayed, right? Causes a bunch of headaches. So what I always recommend to every single company is do a quiet App Store release first, about a week in advance of when you actually are planning to launch. Okay, and the reason is no one is going to find your app when you launch it. Right? It takes marketing in order to actually find your application. So there's no disadvantage to actually waiting. Okay? So now we're going to wait 4 days. And then on day 1, we're not going to have a day 1 of our actual release, right? We're not going to have all of our influencers and all of the people on our mailing list. We're not going to email all of them and say, okay, download the app. That's actually bad, right? When the App Store and the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store, when they're looking at how do you make an application trending, they're looking at a couple of things. They're looking at user downloads, on a day-by-day basis, and also on a weekly basis. They're looking at user retention. They're looking at user usage, right? And they're also looking at a statistic of growth. Okay, so it's much better to have 10,000 people each download an app 10 days in a row than it is to have 100,000 people download an app on day one. Okay, so what I typically recommend to people is I say, okay, let's have day one be about a 10% release, day two release about 20% of your audience, right? Day three release about 30%, so we're at 60% total, and then day four release 40%, right? So that means that of your total, let's say 100,000 people, right, on your mailing list, the first day is 10,000, second day 20,000 are going to get an email, third day 30,000, and the fourth day 40,000. This is essentially going to trick the App Store algorithms into saying, hey, look, it is trending and that trend is growing, right? By doing a strategy like this, we were able to get one of our apps, Fit Girls, which is it was on the App Store. We worked on that a couple years back. We were actually able to get that to #1 on the App Store, beating like all other free apps like Netflix, Google Maps, etc. for I think about 2 or 3 weeks straight. And they saw a lot of organic growth because of that. Right? Users that they weren't even on their list started finding it because now it popped up in their feed. Okay, and then after that, we need to get feedback. Okay, so you could be thinking to yourself at this point, like, woohoo! If I follow this strategy, I'm going to get a bunch of users. I'm going to get a bunch of organic growth, right? And everything is going to be perfect, right? And we're going to get 5 stars. This is a screenshot of Mobile Measures, one of the apps I was telling you about, right? And we're going to get 5 stars, and everything is going to be fantastic. Well, my question to you is, what happens if that's not the case, right? So what happens if once you launch, you didn't follow maybe the user feedback cycle and getting people's opinions beforehand, and all of a sudden you have a bad review, right? And this actually happens. So this ties into our second part of the talk, which is understanding and managing App Store reviews. And I say understanding, I have that highlighted here because you have to understand your App Store reviews. I see so many times when founders and technologists and project managers, well, I'm actually going to throw some people on the bus, and I'm going to say, typically it's not the developers who are misunderstanding. Typically it's management, right? And I'll straight up say that. People very rarely take the time to dive through these reviews and actually categorize them and quantify them. So this was an app that we did called Van Life about 2 years ago. I think it was the last time we worked on it. And we did a launch strategy with them. And they had a lot of influencers involved. And the first day of launch, right, this is all public information, it's all in the App Store. The first day of launch, they had great turnout, great feedback, a lot of users, right? But then as soon as that free trial started going away, they started going down and declining on their App Store reviews. And if you look at it from a macro level, you're just going to see, oh, this is a 2.5 star app, so the app itself must suck, right? But if you look at it to a micro level, right, and this was the stats at the time that we had taken this, you're going to see that 20% of the actual reports were unhappy with a feature, in this case, Instagram login, right? 30% said there wasn't enough content, and 24% said they don't want to pay for this, right? 20% were bugs, 6% connectivity, and 3% was revolving around privacy and sharing information, right? So this is really important. So when you guys are going through and creating your reviewing the App Store submissions, try to quantify them and categorize so you can really see what your users are actually asking for. Right? And if this does happen to you, let's say you've already released your application and you are at like a 2 or 3 stars. You're thinking to yourself, okay, how can I recover from this? You can recover, okay? There's a couple different ways you can. First, as you make new releases, the app stores, they actually will take that into consideration, what version of the app it is versus the rating of that version versus prior versions. Right? And the other thing you can do is you can help guide users on giving you feedback. At the end of the day, your users want to be heard. So let them talk to you. There's a really cool tool called Instabug, and there's other tools like it, where it's basically just a plugin. And this particular feature of Instabug, if you can see my cursor here, actually allows you to ask your users in the app, would you recommend this? Or what do you think of these features, right? And if they say, very, very likely, if they say, yes, I love this app, well, then take them to the App Store. If they say, I hate this app, right? Stop them there, get their feedback, ask them, what they want to tell you, right? And they'll submit that. And then they'll probably won't submit it to the App Store, right? Odds are they won't, because they've already given you the feedback. They just want to be heard, okay? So this all goes as part of that, that user feedback cycle, right? And this is kind of a diagram. I just found this online. There's a bunch of different diagrams related to user feedback cycles, but essentially the stars are where a user, your user should actually jump into the conversation. You need to start with your user, then you need to clarify requirements with your user, then you can develop a feature, then you have users try it, and then you repeat that whole process, right? Okay, cool. And I know I'm flying through this stuff. I want to get through as much information and value as I can to you guys, before the 25-minute time slot is up. So let's talk about bug or ticket submissions. And I have bug crossed off here because we like to call them tickets instead of bugs. The reason is bug assumes something's wrong with the app, right? But if you guys have ever launched a tech product before, you're going to know that your users are going to have varying levels of tech sophistication. So as an example, I remember seeing a review once, and we got a ticket, to a company from one of our clients saying we have a bug, users can't log in. And we said, that's strange. We just QA'd the whole thing. So then all the report said, the bad review was, I can't log in with Instagram. And so after we were able to finally track down, the user and contact them and ask them, turns out they just forgot their password to Instagram. So they couldn't log in because they couldn't authenticate with Instagram, right? And it's had nothing to do with the app. So that's why we like to call them tickets, right? So having a ticket system is so important, right? And this will allow you to basically manage what's really a bug for your actual development team, right? Versus what's just a client request versus what's something else entirely, right? This particular ticketing system is Teamwork Desk. We really like this one because it ties in with Teamwork Projects, which is what we use for project management, but there's a ton of tools out there that you can use. And to the same token with bugs, this is another tool that we use a lot, very frequently. I highly recommend it. It's called Instabug, right? So Instabug, it supports web SDKs, so it's literally just basically a line of code that you just npm install. And when you download and use Instabug, it basically goes to your it goes on the user's device, right? And as they are reporting different issues, it's actually collecting all the information for you that your developers are going to need or that you're going to need to actually debug that issue, right? It's going to give you the device. It's going to give you the steps they took. It's going to give you maybe user attributes, right? And it's customizable. So this is a very, very powerful tool, and I definitely recommend using it. Now, the only caveat to this is that a lot of users care, and laws now care about privacy, okay? So if you were to release this to a production app, you might get sued, right? Especially in California and states and countries where privacy laws are very, very strict, right? This might not be the best approach. So what we like to recommend is to put this kind of thing in that beta cycle of your release strategy. That way you can let users know, hey, in this version, we are collecting more information than we normally do, right? You're opting in, but in the production version, we're not, okay? So just keep that in mind, guys. And Mike, how am I doing on time here, bro? All right.
You're doing good.
I don't know. Doing good? Okay, cool. Sweet. All right, so Instabug is a tool, right? And it's a tool that can easily be used to kind of help you guys out along this cycle. I want to go over some other tools that are really useful along the entire product launch and like in facilitating a product launch. So many people asked about ASO, like App Store Optimization. And App Store Optimization is a very, very powerful tool. It's just like SEO, right? Except for the App Store. And just like SEO, it's one of those things where you can set it up on your own. You can do research on what keywords you need and what different types of competitors you have and XYZ. There's a product called App Annie, which I personally really like. It's really great for showing you statistics about the industry, so you can make your own decisions. There is another company called GummyCube, and GummyCube is kind of like an ASO services company, right, for that process and for that product. At the end of the day, I don't believe it really matters. It depends on the size of your company and of your initiatives and what your ad spend is on whether you want to do this yourself, right, or whether you want to hire a professional like GummyCube, and there's 1,000 other companies that do this, right? This is just an example. It's up to you. But one thing I will say is that when you're creating a budget and a plan for release, it's so important to have your focus be on the actual community that you're building before you launch, right? Because once you hit the App Store, and if you're focused on ASO, and if you're focused on paid ads or like paid search, which is what Google and Apple want you to do, right, to get found, then you're going to be spending a lot of money, right? You're going to have much more diminished returns compared to if you build up your audience organically ahead of time, right? And the reason why is you're competing against everyone else in the space, right? So some other quick things I just want to touch base very briefly on are just some best practices and processes. In your development lifecycle and in this product release strategy, right? We kind of covered that it's a circular strategy. You're going to have to make many iterations, right? So with that said, don't fall under the trap of trying to build stuff yourself, right? If you're building voice over IP, use an API, right? Like Twilio. If you're building chat, use something like QuickBlocks, right? I'm a tinkerer as well, so I know how amazing it feels to try to build a component yourself, but you have to weigh out, right, the success of the product versus the desire to build something yourself for complete control. Because a lot of times, and this is from experience, right, having that complete control over a feature doesn't truly matter as much because users are a little bit flexible on what they want, right? As long as you solve a general problem for them, they're okay. There's also some other practices I'd recommend. This is one of the practices that we call product mapping. This process essentially involves laying out your application from a bird's eye view. And this is going to be really helpful when you're suffering from poor user experience ratings, right? Let's say your users can't really understand how to navigate through your application or where to go, right? One of the reasons that is such an issue is because the founders often get lost in all the complexities of their application and it gets too broad. So by laying out your app in a very bird's eye view, right, it allows you to kind of say, oh, hey, look, this application is getting out of hand here. Let's cut it down a little bit, right? And then you could go into user flows, right? And if we look at what prevents developers from completing tasks on time, right? 47% of developers say that it's actually because of unclear direction. So this will actually help as well. Right? It'll help your development team if you're managing a team, and it'll just help that general life cycle. Cool. All right. And the same thing applies for the design team. This might not apply for you guys if you're an individual developer or working on a very small team, right? But I do want to say that statistics from Forrester show that every $1 spent on UI and UX research and design process yields $100 return. So design is a very, very important process. If you do not have a designer on your team or a team of designers, please consider working with one. It will just make the product overall a better product, right? And you can prototype from here too, right? So we talked earlier about going into that product lifecycle, right? And having something clickable, like a quick demo, not the final product. I always recommend to people, before you develop anything, design it out, create a clickable prototype on Marvel or Illustrator or XD, and then deliver that product to your users, get their feedback then, and then you can build it. And designers have processes as well that actually match the development lifecycle, which will help you as well. So this is actually a combination of Sketch and Abstract, two tools, which is essentially source controls like GitHub for the design team. So let's say you hit the situation where your users ask for one feature, that you design it, and then they come back and they say, oh crap, we don't actually want this feature anymore. Well, now instead of the design team remaking the designs, they can literally just go back in time, right? And this tool is called Abstract. it's a lifesaver. It's so amazing. All right. And then for getting user feedback, you can do A/B testing. So A/B testing is important, not only from a web perspective, right, which you can use Unbounce for, it's my favorite tool, but also from a mobile perspective as well, right? So on the mobile side, there's Optimizely, right? And Optimizely, it allows you to kind of tie in with your application, with the actual features. Now, we haven't seen wide adoption of this yet on the mobile app side, because I think there's still a lot to do there. So I would love to hear from the community on what you're using for an A/B testing perspective from the actual mobile app side. But on the user adoption side, Unbounce is a really, really cool tool. Okay. And then there's also process tools like Mixmax, LegalZoom, right? If you guys do need a privacy policy, you need to update that as all the states, update. Tools like LegalZoom can really help. So definitely recommend those. And finally, I hope that you are using Ionic as your development framework. People often ask me, what do I think? Does it matter if we're using React or Angular or Vue, right? Well, obviously Vue support isn't complete quite yet, as Max said earlier, but between Angular and React, I don't think it matters. I think it's your personal preference. As long as it's under the Ionic framework, I mean, with all the different tools they have, like Identity Vault and AppFlow, all these tools that allow you to scale from startup to enterprise, I think you're good. So last thing I just kind of want to say and shout out is we talk about this kind of stuff a lot during our meetups, and with COVID, we've turned our Ionic Philly meetup into kind of an online permanently meetup. So please feel free to join us. The URL is meetup.com/IonicPhilly. We'd love to just kind of be part and have you part of the conversation. If you have any other questions as well, feel free to hit me up. My email is jedi@openforge.io. You can hit me up at Jedi Hacks, and our website is there. And this is the team saying thank you and saying goodbye, and best of luck and best journeys to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jedi. That was a really great talk. We got one little joke from the question and answers. It's someone asking if your 404 page is, this is not the page you're looking for. which I have to admit, I chuckled a little bit when I read that.
It is not, but it might be now. I might have to make that.
You might have to. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We're going to take you off the main stage. Our next presenter is Caro Ladino. Caro is here to talk about JavaScript in IoT. I read her description for the talk, and honestly, I was super excited that we had a talk like this. I think you're all going to love it. Again, if you have questions about it, use the hashtag #Ioniconf, and we can get those questions ready for the Q&A. I'd like to invite Caro up to the main stage.
Hi.
Hello. Awesome. We got your slides up already? Good.
Perfect.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you, Mike.
I'll see you later.
Bye. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the conference, and thank you for having me here. As Mike says, I'm here to tell you a really good story. I'm going to talk about JavaScript and IoT. I'm Caro Ladino, an engineer in robotics and industrial automation. I live in Colombia. I am a lover of hardware and love stories. You can find me everywhere as CaroBot.co, and feel free to send me a direct message. This is a nice story that I have for you today, so let's get started. How does a love story work? It needs 4 important and basic components. The first one is characters, the protagonists involved in our love story. In this case, we have 2. Second one, an environment or main setting where the things happened. The third one is the projected wishes, or where the relationship will go, how the characters can grow, and what they will be created together. And the last one, the fourth one, is mutual support, to know that they will be there for each other forever. So I wish that it was as easy that this kitty looking for a Tinder match. Our first character is Arduino, a super sexy board that came up in 2010 and was the answer to the need for a new hardware platform where anyone can develop a quickly and easy project. It completely transformed the paradigm of a hardware creation. Where back in then, it was true that only people had a very strong background in engineering could develop hardware. Arduino opened the doors of hardware to anyone who is curious to explore within the branch by giving them access to many disciplines of creating and applying the use of sensors and actuators in their projects. Well, let's answer these two questions. Why? Why did Arduino change the history like this? It opened the opportunity to create for everyone. Anyone in the ecosystem can play with lights, LEDs, motors, and sensors to explore the environment in an easy, fast, and safe way, which means that anyone, regardless of the technical background, can immerse themselves in this discipline. The documentation is reachable and the learning curve is fast. This is something very valuable and well, it is love transformed into documentation. But how? How did they do that? They achieved a very visual and friendly platform, an EAD, for people without prior knowledge. This is a completely development environment where people can access to examples, code, boards, code validation, and upload the code to the board just in one place. Let's not forget and repeat that the pure love is in the documentation and the generation of tutorials by the community itself. A giant community in a constant growth and support from multiple disciplines and perspectives. Our second character in this history is JavaScript. This programming language through for the web, and demanded such levels that it shakes the industry in interesting ways every time that a new framework comes out. JavaScript had the need in 2011 to communicate with the physical world through the serial port. This led to the subsequent development of a framework that will become the platform for the construction of thousands of projects. Web-based hardware is born. The beautiful Johnny 5 illustration that was made by Mike Seeger, and I will leave you the link here so you can check his website. Those illustrations are another love story. Let's answer these questions again. Why did this happen? They need to connect the web with the reality that surrounds us. This is to expand all the ideas and applications that were begin generating on the web, and that could interact with the real world. A new hardware communication path was created, a new way to reach the same common goal. And how? Expanding a high-using language on the web to be used in a hardware as well. It is like speaking a language understood by everyone in different parts of the world. It is like speaking the same language to communicate with different parties that make up solutions connected to the web. The first step was supported in serial communications. Then everything expanded to different peripherals. So who is who in our love story? The steel monkey represents JavaScript, and the second one, and the running monkey, represents hardware. And why so? Because we also need someone to take off, to change our ideas and to broaden our impact. The union of JavaScript and its applications in hardware pushes the community to explore development, and well, we already know what happens when we feel supported. Everything turns out beautiful. Where do two characters intertwine? What is the meeting and joining point? This is not just working on producing something or creating something, but on articulating so that all the tools and items are well documented for later use. This is when the IoT world appears. It becomes our environment so that the love story continues to flow. The creation of these types of frameworks has historically increased the demand for IoT considerably. This merge ended up being a new way to fit the IoT field in the expansion of the ecosystem to our day-to-day. So here we can see a little more about the relationship for our characters in the environment. This is two-way communication from Arduino and the PC through the serial port. Let's look at Arduino and see what makes this work. There is something called Firmata. This is a generic protocol that allows us to communicate with microcontrollers, with software on a computer. You may tasks or check the active things, expand the messages that travel in a byte. deliver unpacked data package to the pins, and also transmit the states to the controller program. This implementation of this protocol to JavaScript took place in 2012, and its maintenance and review on different types of boards are what have made everything becomes possible. On the PC side, we need a few more things. We have the transport, and this is done through the port to the serial port. Through this port, the necessary connection is made as well as data transmission and reception, TX and REX. I/O is input and output. This is where the film data comes up, and we already know how it works. After this, we have the program. This is where Ionic 5 comes up with the lightning in and all. Is where we find the high-level API where we can quickly analyze any kind of supported board, and we have the complete control of our our microcontroller. So we need to talk about the projected wishes. This is the third step. When Arduino on behalf of the hardware and JavaScript on behalf of the web come together to expand what we have already seen. This is the need to integrate more with our physical reality. From the simplest to the most complex, connected to the network, measure, visualize it, and act based on what our sensors acquire. This is literally to take the information to the environment and measure our existence, making decisions based on that. I see this like a very interesting future. What hardware has done is taking more strength, taking the role in deserving the industry. Just as we need software, we need hardware as well. This is our main love story. Who doesn't want this at home? Well, besides Tony Stark, of course, this is also the response of human ambition as an ecosystem. This is the response of human ambition as a reason to continue creating. Technology is the path by which we expand our reality and music with virtuality. It is good to finally connect everything to the network, but connect it with sense, control, and security. Well, we are now on the fourth and final part of the what it takes for a love story this to happen, like this to happen. The hello world in a hardware is a blink, is blink a LED. The best way to start falling in love with JavaScript and hardware is here. Here begins the exploration, and will be quickly realize how it is. You need just three things. The materials that I wish everyone had the chance to buy quickly, but it is not very easy. Little by little, you can stock yourself. The second one is the schematic. This is the map that shows us where and what to connect. Without this, we cannot live. And this is the best way to communicate about hardware with others as well. The code, here is a link in Hello World that will take you directly to the Ionic 5 documentation and getting started. And boom, you finally have a beautiful LED blinking just for you. This section also called mutual support, right? And this is the purest and the most collective definition of what support it is, or means, is the community. The community feeds from anywhere in the world, shares the necessary items, the schematics, the code, the materials, the problems, and the solutions, and interacts by asking and looking for mutual solutions. There is three places where we normally search. Here is the link of Hasker.io, where all the projects that you can imagine are there, and where I am sure that any one of you want to contribute with your own ideas. Also, you can search for a local meetup, and now in these new and weird times, you can find many online events with a lot of information. And here is also the GitHub repo, where we can see the numbers of contributors and the numbers of users on this framework. Please click on the start repo. This is the meaning of mutual support. And well, we are together. We are trying to understand each other. We celebrate important days. And today we're celebrating the web with the time we spend on it and the change it's made in our life. The idea is not to be those lows in our spaces. On the contrary, it's to merge with the right knowledge, with the right people to achieve maximum gratifications. And I mean mental gratifications, because if our minds are fine, everything will be fine. Here's a pack of resources that I researched for you. In each of these links, you will be able to expand information. No matter your level, this is a set of resources that will expand your horizons. I hope you make the most of it. Finally, we will see examples on different disciplines and industries that use of hardware as shown. The first one, here you can see a prototype of a skirt with lights. Anyone can do this and customize their clothes and do it quickly and just for fun. I really love it. The second one is a sumo competition. That is famous, and a lot of people put their knowledge limits to the rest of this to a test in this event. Have you seen them? There is so much fun, and these hours and hours of these competitions in YouTube. Another project. Now the life has changed a bit, and there is more people moving around in bikes. We can pimp ours and tune in it, add lights, and interact with it while we bike around in the street at night. It's like expanding our vehicle. And here is something that I love to work and to see. This is alternative controllers to play games that I always accompany us and distract us. Sometimes bringing these interactions to reality makes the games more interesting and involve and increase the interaction. And well, this is for me like the super god level. See how through this board one can control the X and Y axis for this laser cutting machine. I don't know how expensive it can be to make a sketch, but here I'm pretty sure this could be a really valuable tool. So Leslie, this is the link for my presentation again. I would like to thank you, the organizers, and also my friends and all the people who helped me to be here today. And I really hope you like a lot and hope to see you in personal someday. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Caro. That was a really great talk. It's fantastic to see all the cool things that you can do with JavaScript and hardware. I know I have a bunch of ideas for projects that I would like to work on now, especially the bike and the LED idea. I think that's going to be my first project.
I love it. You have to show me.
I'll make sure to tag you and tweet some photos out.
Please.
Again, if you have any questions for Caro during the Q&A, please use the hashtag #IoniconF. We will be able to get a whole bunch of questions. If you want to get into hardware, if you want to get into anything, tweet at us using the hashtag. We'll have our Q&A towards the end of the day. Caro, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go kind of relax, hang out. So feel free to leave the stream. Our next speaker is one of the core members of the Ionic project, working on the framework, doing a lot with animations, with performance gestures. We have Liam Debisi, who's going to be joining us, not live because, well, we need to finish Ionic View sometime. So while Liam is working away, he's going to just be, he sent along our video of his talk. That we're going to play and stream for everyone. So I will mute myself, bring the video to the forefront, and we'll see you all when this is done.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liam Devisi, and I'm an engineer at Ionic. Today, I'm going to be discussing how to analyze and improve the performance of your animations. A common recommendation you may hear is to stick with animating opacity and transform values as they are the most efficient. Using the tools that Chrome, Firefox, and Safari provide, we are going to investigate why this is the case. So let's get a quick breakdown of our talk before we jump in. First, we will look at Ionic Animations, which is the animation utility we will be using. Next, we will be introduced to the key performance metrics that we will be measuring our animations against. Then we will begin analyzing our animations in various browsers. And finally, we will wrap up with resources for further learning. So let's talk about Ionic Animations. Ionic Animations is our open source animations utility. It provides the tools developers need to build highly performant animations regardless of the framework they are using. It's built on the Web Animations API with a fallback to CSS animations for browsers that don't support web animations. Developers do not need to be building an Ionic framework application to use it, as Ionic Animations is compatible with any web-based project. Ionic Animations has a 40% better animation performance than leading animation alternatives, and it has a 98% more efficient CPU compute. Now, you don't need to be familiar with the Ionic Animations API, but just know this is the tool we are using to build these animations. As a quick example, this is a demo from a hack day we had at Ionic a few months ago. My project was to try and recreate the Wallet app on iOS. So this is an Ionic framework application utilizing our Animations API under the hood to power all of these transitions. We are easily getting 60 frames per second here, and as we will see later in the presentation, we will also have low CPU and energy usage. Now that we've talked about the tooling, let's look at the metrics. There are 4 key metrics we need to be familiar with. The first is average frames per second over the course of the animation. Now, this is typically the benchmark that end users will notice the most, so it's really important that this is as close to 60 frames per second as possible. The next metric is the amount of work the browser needs to do as a result of your application's code. This includes layouts, paints, and evaluating JavaScript. All of this happens in the same main thread as the rest of your application's logic, so it's really important to keep this to a minimum. Our third metric will be the average percentage of the CPU that is actively working during your animation as a result of your code. While using the CPU is inevitable, it's important to minimize the overall usage here and ensure it goes back to idle as soon as possible. And this has a direct impact on our fourth and final metric, which is energy consumption. Animations with a higher energy consumption will drain a device's battery faster than animations with a lower energy consumption. Typically, a higher CPU usage results in a higher energy consumption. So a quick note, throughout this talk, you will hear me referring to optimized animations and non-optimized animations. Let's go over what this means. In browsers such as Google Chrome, CSS and web animations are typically handled on a thread known as the compositor thread. This is separate from the main thread where layouts, paints, and JavaScript are executed. Animating properties such as transform and opacity can usually be handled by the compositor thread as well. These are typically considered optimized animations in that they run off the main thread and are not easily susceptible to jank. On the other hand, non-optimized animations are animations that trigger tasks such as paints or layouts. This causes the main thread to do additional work. The overhead of doing these layouts and paints typically overshadow any of the other work associated with your animation. In other words, animating expensive properties prevents the browser from being able to fully optimize your animation. As we will see in a moment, we have a simple demo page created that creates an animation which shows bubbles floating up our screen and fading out. We have 2 variants of the animation, optimized and non-optimized. The optimized animation uses a transform to move the bubbles, while the non-optimized animation uses the bottom CSS property. Now, a more realistic scenario would be animating in a list of items or animating an accordion component. However, these small examples really don't convey the full impact of what a non-optimized animation can have on your application. In a real-life environment, you are likely going to be analyzing animations while other main thread processing is going on. As a result, I decided it would be better to isolate an animation and increase its scale to better emphasize its impact as we walk through these tools. Now, with that being said, let's get into the demos. So I want to start with Firefox because this browser has a really cool utility called the Animation Inspector. I want to take a look at it first to give you an idea of what you can expect to see when looking at the tooling in other browsers. So I'm going to open up my developer tools and go to the Inspector tab. We're going to start with the non-optimized animation, animating 250 bubbles. I'm going to start the test, let it run for a few seconds, and then we'll pause it. So I'm going to pause all this and notice right away that Firefox gives you a synchronized timeline for every single animation. These timelines are green because web animations was used. It would be orange if a CSS animation was used, and it would be blue if a CSS transition was used. This is an excellent way to get a top-down view of what all of your various animations are doing, especially if you are trying to manage dozens, or in our case, hundreds of animations. Now you might be wondering, what is the lightning bolt next to each timeline? This lightning bolt is used to indicate whether or not an animation is being optimized by the browser. Hovering over it, we learn that some, but not all, properties are being optimized. Clicking on one of these timelines will present a more detailed breakdown of the animation. Firefox will tell you exactly which properties are not optimized. In this case, opacity is optimized, but bottom and left are not. We can tell because the opacity has a green lightning bolt next to its name, where the other two don't. Firefox can also inform you that certain properties could be optimized if you did things a little bit differently. These properties will appear underlined. For example, if you tried to animate the left property and the transform property actually would not be optimized because you were trying to synchronize it with the animation of a left property. If you were to remove the left property, then transform would be optimized. So let's switch over to the optimized animation and see what that would look like instead. So again, I'm going to let this run for a few seconds, then pause it, and we'll take a look at our results. So I'm going to pause all this, and again, we have our synchronized timeline that show all of our animations from a top-down view. And again, we're going to hover over the lightning bolt and confirm that this time all animation properties are being optimized. Clicking on the timeline lets us confirm that both opacity and transform are being optimized. So this animation inspector is very powerful. If you are confused as to why your animation is not being optimized, this is a really great tool to use. Now let's take a look at Google Chrome. I have the same demo page loaded up. We're going to start with the non-optimized animation at 250 bubbles. This time, we are going to run a performance test and look at the results together. So I'm going to open up my developer tools, make sure I'm on the performance tab, and then we'll start our tests. It's a good idea to let your test run for at least 15 seconds in order to get an accurate reading. Anything less than that, and your results may be off. So I'm going to let this run for a few more seconds, and then we'll stop and we'll let Google Chrome process its results. Once it's done, we should be presented with a lot of graphs and charts. We are going to look at three things: the main thread, frames, and a tool called the Performance Monitor. Let's start by looking at the main thread. So we're going to select a segment of the test, and right away you can see that the main thread is quite noisy with tasks. Zooming in, you can see that we're doing style recalculations, layouts, and much more. If I were to select a larger segment and take a look at the summary result down here, we can see that over nearly 13 seconds of this test, our main thread is idle for only about 1 second. The main thread is constantly working over the duration of this animation. Remember that we want to keep the work here to a minimum. Let's jump to the frame section. We can find the frames by hovering over these bars here, or we can take a look at the green bars up top. Hovering over it, we can see that we're getting from anywhere between 40 to 60 frames per second. While this may not be terrible, keep in mind that the main thread is working hard to get us here. Looks can be very deceiving. So just because you have 60 frames per second does not automatically mean you have a performant animation. Now, there is another way of checking performance on the fly. DevTools is a somewhat hidden pane that gives you an additional set of tooling. If it's not already visible, you can hit the Escape key to display it. And we're going to make sure we are on the Performance Monitor tab. This tool gives us a real-time look at what is going on in our application. Let's start the animation back up again. Notice that this time the CPU usage jumps to over 50%. Similarly, we are doing over 70 layouts and over 70 style recalculations every second. This performance monitor is another great way to show just how hard our computer is working to achieve the frame rate we are getting. Okay, let's jump over to our optimized animation. So we're going to run this test again for about 15 seconds, and we're going to take a look at the same results. Main thread, frames, and then we'll look at the performance monitor. We're going to let our test run for a few more seconds, and then we'll let it process and take a look at the results. All right, so I'm going to stop this. Google Chrome is going to process its results. And after stopping the test, we should see that the results right away look significantly cleaner than before. There is far less work going on in the main thread, which is great. And additionally, selecting a segment shows that the main thread is idle for most, if not all, of the animation. The frames results up here show that we are getting pretty close to 60 frames per second. Now compare this with the results that we saw before. We're still getting a great frame rate, but our computer is working significantly less to achieve this frame rate. That's great, as we will also have a relatively low energy drain. Let's get a real-time look at our animation. So we'll open the performance monitor again and start the test. Notice that this time, the CPU usage averages out to less than 1%. This is a stark difference from the non-optimized animation. Similarly, we are no longer doing any layouts or style recalculations every second. This is a significant improvement over the non-optimized animation. With the tooling that Chrome provides, we can begin to see why it is really important to understand what the browser needs to do in order to run your animation, rather than just focusing on the frames per second. So last but certainly not least, let's take a look at Safari. Similar to what we did in Chrome, we are going to take performance samples of both animations and look at the performance information that the browser gives us. So we're going to start with the non-optimized animation at 250 bubbles. And let's open up our developer tools and go to the timelines tab. From here, we are going to look at two results: layout and rendering and CPU. So I'm going to start my test, and I'm going to start this timeline. And again, I'm going to let this run for about 15 seconds. Now, you might be wondering why we are not going to look at the frames results. The reason is that the results in that tab really have more to do with the event loop than all rendering frames. In other words, it doesn't really give us a great sense of how the web animation in particular is performing. Okay, great. So I have my test results, and let's start with layout and rendering. Layout and rendering, we see these red blocks and we see these green blocks. Let's take a look at the green blocks. Since we are using a non-optimized animation, we need to repaint 250 bubbles every single frame. This leads to all the green blocks that you see in this timeline result. Now, there are many more than we see there, but since this is a condensed timeline, Safari is going to render it as one or two big blocks. Paints are typically very expensive, so you want to minimize them at all costs. The fact that we are doing a lot of paints is not a good sign. Let's take a look at the CPU results now. This will give us more insight into the impact that these paints are having. Safari has a really great CPU usage breakdown here, and it presents all the information in a clean and easy to read way. Right away, we see that the average CPU usage is over 80%, and the energy impact is rated as high. This means that running this animation on a device is going to drain that device's battery quickly. Remember that we want low energy consumption and we want to return our CPU to idle as soon as possible. Down here on the left, Safari also gives you a breakdown of which threads are doing processing. We can see here that over 80% of all main thread processing is being spent just painting bubbles. Recall that this is the same thread the rest of our application's logic runs in, so dedicating over 80% just to paints is not great. Now that we've seen the kind of trouble we'd be in if we used a non-optimized animation, let's take a look at the optimized animation. So I'm going to switch this over, and again, I'm going to start my test, let it run for about 15 seconds. Right away, you should notice that the timeline results are much cleaner. There are far fewer paints. Okay, so that's about good. I'm going to stop this test, and we'll take a look at our results. So in layout and rendering, there are still a few paints, but this is mostly from the initial rendering of the bubbles. Once we move into the core of the animation, most of the paints go away. Down here in CPU usage, our CPU usage is rated at 1%, which is much lower than before. Additionally, our energy impact is rated as low. Over on the left, less than 1% of the main thread is being dedicated to paints related to our animation. This means we have a great deal of bandwidth for the rest of our application's logic. Recall that in a real-world environment, you're going to have to analyze much more than just animation performance. So being able to write animations in such a way that they minimize your application's resource consumption is an incredibly useful skill to have. Safari provides great tools for analyzing CPU usage and energy impact, and it also gives a great breakdown of how much of the main thread is being used in regards to your application. So in addition to the standard performance tools, we saw that each browser brought something unique to the table. Safari had the CPU and energy impact tool, Chrome has the performance monitor, and Firefox has the animation inspector. It's also important to note that you should test your animations in different browsers. It's not sufficient enough to test your animation in one browser, as each browser handles animations a little bit differently. It's also worth it to utilize all the tools you have at your disposal to ensure that your animations are as performant as possible. So feel free to visit any of these links for more reading about the topics that we discussed today, including Ionic animations and the browser tools. Also, be sure to check out the link at the bottom to see the code for my wallet demo application. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter at LiamDeBeasy. Thank you all for tuning in and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Liam. Liam will be back later on in a bit to join the Q&A as we go through and talk about all the awesome things that he had to point out in our animations talk. We are a little ahead of schedule, so I figured while we are here, let's kind of go through some Q&A that, again, maybe just doesn't make sense to ask for the presenters, or is just so off topic that we don't necessarily need to ask it. So one of the first questions is, here we go, is from community member asking about more community plugins in the future for Capacitor. I'm going to guess that they weren't around for the beginning of the conference and got to see Max's keynote. But we have this new initiative for Capacitor called Capacitor Community, where we can go over and we can discuss all new kind of plugins. So we're calling on the community to help us out here by enabling more plugins to be developed and to enable a stronger community health around these plugins. So if we are getting new plugins for, say, something like Apple Wallet, sign in with Apple, we can not only dedicate community effort to maintain this plugin, but also add new features and get feedback from the community with some input from us, but also get more community people involved in this. We want to know someone on Twitter is asking who's watching the conference from Portugal. So if you are in Portugal and you are watching the Ionic conference, let us know. Tag us. We'd love to see where you're coming in from to watch the conference, and that goes just not only for people in Portugal, but everyone around the world. If you are watching the conference from some country other than the United States, tag Ionic Framework on Twitter. Also tag me on Twitter because I'd like to know where people are, and where our community reaches. And again, another common question that we keep seeing is regarding the T-shirts. Yes, I have to break everyone's heart right now. The T-shirts are going to be conference only this year. For this year's, for the very first time, we are just doing a small print for speakers and some of the people at Ionic. If you want to get a T-shirt, and maybe we'll do another conference, we can consider that for next year. But for 2020, these are going to be speaker gifts and gifts for certain employees who have been working on the conference itself. Let's see, what else do we got? Here's something else that we have. This isn't technically related to a Q&A, but what we have is actually a link to all of the links from Liam's talk. So at the end, he gave a big slide with a bunch of different resources that you could go look at. And I compiled that all together into a small gist that I put up on GitHub. So if you're out there or if you're watching right now, you can take your phone or any QR code reader, maybe just take a screenshot of this. You can see the all the links and get like a little text file with all of them to check out all the resources that Liam has provided and see what resources that he was talking about during his talk. Again, Liam will be back later on for the Q&A as we go through back for the Q&A as we wrap up and go towards the end of the day. So if you have questions, get them ready, and we will go over from there. As we are still pretty ahead of schedule, what we're going to do is just have a small little break. We'll play some music. Everyone seems to like that, like the music that we've been playing throughout the day. So as I get that set up, just bear there. Just hang in there with us. We'll get some content ready for you and make sure that you are all ready for the next talk, which is going to be our good friend Aaron Saunders. So as we get that ready, as we get everything ready, just hang in there. So we'll see you all in a few moments. All right, we're back here to conclude the conference with the very last talk before we get into the final Q&A, and I'm pleased to introduce this next speaker. Aaron Saunders has been a community member in the Ionic community for close to 5-6 years, pre-Ionic 1. And he has been working to not only to include Ionic in all of his development work and consultancy work, but also bring technology to other people with his initiatives as the inclusive. I'm going to totally blank on the name. I apologize, Aaron. But he's been doing a lot of work. He's been doing a lot of work to bring Ionic and to bring technology to everyone out there and increase the diversion and inclusivity, diversity in tech. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Aaron Saunders.
Hello and welcome. Thank
Awesome.
you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good. So good luck with your presentation. Also, just so I know, what is the name of your second initiative that you were working on? I feel embarrassed.
Inclusive Innovation Incubator.
Everyone, go look that up. I am so embarrassed that I completely dropped the name.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna remove myself. Aaron, good luck.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm excited to be here to talk about React State Management. First of all, definitely thanks for the opportunity to kind of share the knowledge. It's one of the things I really like to do. So let's roll. So the material that I'm about to cover is also part of a free Learn to Build Mobile Apps with Ionic Framework and React.js and Capacitor. It's a lot of words. Program that's I'm currently offering on my YouTube channel. So please feel free to check that out. A little background about myself. I have over 30 years in software development experience. Like Mike mentioned, I've been working with Ionic since 2014. I started my own mobile development firm called Clearly Innovative Inc. about 10 years ago here in Washington, D.C. I also teach Ionic framework through at Inclusive Innovation Incubator under this technology initiative that we have at IN3 called The Future's Written in Code. We teach Ionic with Angular, Vue, and React. A lot of people like it. We also get a lot of people exposed to Ionic who never heard about it before. And IN3 is an 8,000 square foot innovation space focused on Black and underrepresented communities here in Washington, D.C. And the purpose of the program is to increase exposure to technology and entrepreneurship in that community. It's something that's kind of been a passion project for me through the years that I'm thankful that I've been able to kind of make it a reality with the physical location and have a team to kind of do this work. So React State Management with Ionic. For people who follow me or read my blogs, you know that I'm really about just getting things done. I don't spend a lot of time on theory. I just like to show people how to solve problems that they have. And you know, when I started with Ionic, one of the things you always saw were a lot of these questions that I have here. You know, with Angular, it's like, how do I pass data between the tabs? How do I get my email address to the side menu? How do I hide the side menu when I'm not logged in? How do I manage kind of the routing of the pages? This whole concept of, you know, you're taught don't use global space. That, you know, that was a thing you learned in JavaScript, and so you're always trying to find a solution to solve that. And then, you know, for folks who are transitioning over to React, it's like, what is Redux? And then you start to look at all that boilerplate, and you see all these samples online, and you think you have to go to Redux. You know, React has come up with some solutions to address this problem, and I'm going to cover one of them today. And so what I'm going to talk about is how to use the React Context API. Most of the bullet points you see on here are taken straight from the React API documentation. Just put them here as a reference point. But the basic idea is context provides a way to pass data without passing props all the way down. I'm certain you've seen the word being used called prop drilling, you know, where you feel like you create your component and you have to pass all these properties to get information passed around. The Context API is a solution to address that problem. The other thing to know is you might have seen in a bunch of examples there's usually only one context, but it is possible to have multiple contexts, and each specific context has a specific purpose. Not covering it here, but it's just something for you to know. And the other thing that's important to know is you can use Context API with other state management solutions. In fact, in the project that I'm working on right now, I use the Context API to manage user state information, but then I use another tool called React Query to manage all my data state. Another way you might see it is if you've used GraphQL. With GraphQL, it can basically cache your data for you. It can manage your data state, but if you have other pieces of state information that you need to manage, using Context API along with React Query or GraphQL is a decent solution to use. As I stated earlier, best use of the Context API is to share data that can be considered global, that components further down the React tree might need, such as the current user, theme, or preferred language. The place that I use it most often is really to kind of manage the user authentication state and to keep track of information about the user that I might need various places inside the app. And, you know, that's kind of what we're going to cover today. And that's the next slide. My apologies. All right, next. So the way that I look at it, to kind of put it in layman's terms, is that the context has all of the data, and the provider is how the components get access to that data, i.e. subscribe to context changes and do interesting things with it. In the example that I'm going to show right now, and also for people who want to follow along, the link there's on the bottom. All the source code that I'm going to show at the end of this presentation is available at in my GitHub repo with that link. I'm going to walk through some slides of the code, and then hopefully if there's time at the end, I'll walk through the actual code. So what we're going to do is we are going to keep track of the user information and the logged in state of the user. It's a use case or a pattern that I'm certain most folks have seen and you'll run into very often. You want to know if the user's logged in or not, and then if the user is logged in, you want to do something with that user information or that state. So inside of our context, we'll keep that user information of the logged in or logged out state. We will also include the functions that will allow you to log in and to also log out. They will be accessible through the Context API. We will use the current logged in state to provide access to routes. And so a pattern that I use, and I'll show in this example, is that I only render the routes that are accessible based on the logged in state. Sometimes you'll see what people do is they will create a like a private route component, and they'll wrap all their routes in it, and then inside of every time the route is rendered, the first thing it'll do is look and see if you're allowed to have access to that route. That is one solution, but that's not the solution that I'm providing here. I'm just completely separating out what you, if you're logged in, there's only a certain set of routes that are rendered, and if you're logged out, there's another set of routes that are not rendered. And that solves a couple of other problems that I've seen people talk about in the forums, which is, how do I hide my side menu? How do I address my tabs still being visible when I change routes and all of those things? And like I said, if you want to follow along, the code is checked in up in my GitHub repo. There's the link again. I'll just pause for a second if anyone wants to copy that link down. Okay, let's get back to it. So, and once again, at the end, I'll go through all the code. I'm just trying to highlight specific pieces of the code that I think are critical that I want to explain. For those of you who aren't completely on the TypeScript bandwagon, I've tried my best to minimize the amount of TypeScript that I actually used in here so that the material can be digestible. If you're interested in the GitHub repo, leave a comment and I'll make another version where it's like TypeScript all the way through and through. The the main purpose of this slide is to kind of describe the data to you that I'm actually storing in the context so you can understand how it's laid out. And so I described the type for that. And then it also gives me some of the IntelliSense and other things I need inside of my application when I'm writing code. So what we're storing inside of our context is an object called authInfo. And inside of authInfo, we keep track of if the user's logged in or logged out. Also inside of authInfo, we keep track of the user. For this simple example, I'm just keeping track of the email address. And then since I'm not connected to Firebase or any other backend, I'm just randomly generating an ID that I need to be associated with the user also. The other cool thing that you can do with the Context API, which as I think is very similar to what you do with services in Angular, is the idea is that you wrap up everything that you need specific to that functionality, or as I say, the separation of concerns, that specific concern can be managed within the context. And so what we do here is we have the authentication info, authInfo in the context, and then we also include the functions that manipulate that state, which are, in this example, just log in and log out. And then we, the last line you can see there on line 15 is how I actually create the context that's going to be utilized. And so now I've created the context in the previous slide, and then now here I need to actually set it up so the application can get access to the state that's stored inside of the context and the functions to manipulate the state that is stored inside of the context. So the way that you do it, that I'm doing it here is I'm wrapping the entire application with the authentication provider. And as I said before, the provider is how you provide access to the context information that is being stored. And so what I've done is here, I've gone all the way to the index.tsx file, and I've just wrapped the whole app component with the auth provider. And so that'll give me access to everything inside. The other thing that I've done to just simplify my code is I've exported this function from inside of my context TSX file, which just gives me an easy way to get access to the context. There's a React hook called use context that if you give it a context, it will, if you pass it a context, it will return the values from the context for you. And so that's what I'm doing with this use auth function, which, excuse me, I will show you how it's implemented in a second. So here's an example of how you would actually access the values that exist inside of the context. I believe here I'm inside of the app TSX file. And what we're going to do inside of app TSX, we want to control what routes we render based on the authentication state. So at the top of the file, we're going to import that useAuth function I just mentioned to you from my auth context. And then right at the top of the actual function component, we're going to call useAuth. And all we need in app.tsx right now is just the auth info. And so we'll get the auth info out of useAuth because it was exported. And then here's an example of how I'm kind of managing access to the specific routes based on the user state. And as I'm looking at my code, I'm realizing I'm checking user email, which I shouldn't do. I could actually just check the logged in state, but it's going to give me the exact same results. So what this code is doing, it's saying if I have auth info, and if I have a user object, and if that user object has an email address, that means I'm logged in. And I apologize for this error. It really should just be auth info dot logged in. And so then what will happen is if I have basically a user logged in, I will render the ion split pane component, which will give you a mobile application that has a split pane and a side menu, and then the route that we're managing is this this page with the name associated with it. And I apologize. This application that I modified is based off of the side menu template that you get by default with the Ionic CLI. My apologies. So if you are logged in, we'll render that. If you're not logged in, we have a separate route that we're going to render, which is just a login page. There's no create account. There's nothing else. It's just if you're not logged in, we render the login page. And then on the bottom, I handle the redirect situation where if you're not logged in and you just get the slash, we'll redirect you back to the login page. The same way if you are logged in and you just get the slash, we'll redirect you to the inbox page. Now inside the login TSX, not the app TSX, inside the login file, we're going to follow the exact same pattern. We are going to use auth context to give us access to the useAuth function. Then we're going to use the useAuth to get access to the login function. And then inside of my code, I just call the login function that's from the app context. Calling this login function, which we'll walk through the code later. If the login is successful, what it will do is it will set the auth info. It will modify the state. Since the state is reactive, it will cause the application to re-render. And when the application re-renders, on my call to history replace slash page slash inbox, it will render the side menu, the ion split pane part of the code. So that's how we handle the login. Right now, I'm going to try to go through some source code with the little bit of time that I have left here. And hopefully a combination of what I walked through at a high level and then stepping through the code now, it will kind of make some more sense. Once again, the link is available in the GitHub repo, but now let me switch over to my code. So here's my code. And as I stated, this is the basic React template. I have my developer tools open so that I can see what's going on. This is inside my developer tools, I have my auth provider, and then I can look at my context. If I look at my tools down here, you can see the, let's go over here to my auth context. If we look at my auth context, you can see the shape of my data that I spoke about early on. And then here you can actually see it in the developer tools. The auth info is undefined at this point. There's my login function. My login function, I'll reverse it here. Undefined, my login, and my logout function. When the app starts up, since my auth info is undefined, that means there's no email. If we go to the router, this does not exist, so it's rendering this login page here. My login function is very simple. It will always log you in, so I'll just put my email address. I put a weight in there so that we get the effect. And then now you can see if I look at my context has been updated, login is true. I have some user information, my email address and my ID. Let's walk through what my context looks like. As I mentioned, I set up my type here. I create my context, and then here's my auth provider. Since in my auth provider, I'm using my state and the state is reactive, any changes to this state will cause the application to re-render, which is exactly what we want. And then in here, I just have my functions. I have a logout function, and then a function that we just spoke about, which is my login function. Like I said, it's dummy, so I'm returning a promise, which will always be true. I'm setting my state here, my logged in to true, and then I'm setting all of my user information. And then this set auth info, for those who are familiar with this use state hook, calling set auth info will set the tongue twister. Calling the set auth info will set the state. We will get the changes, and they will just kind of work its way through updating the appropriate components. So logout function, login function. Here's the state that's been provided to the auth context, and here's the use auth function that I had mentioned earlier. Also, the getting access to the state. Let's go to the menu. In the menu, we want to include the logged in individual's name. So you can see here, if I open up the menu, it has the name of the logged in user. It was not passed in as a property. Because as you can see here, there's no properties getting passed in anywhere. I'm pulling it out of the state. So if I go back to my menu, we follow the same pattern where we're calling the use auth to get access to the auth info. The auth info contains the user information that I want, so I can render the user information in the page. And then the log out, where's my log out? I put it at the top level page. Once again, we get access to the use auth function, which will give us access to my context. All I want to hear is the logout function. So we'll call the logout function, and then on success of the logout function, we will render the login page. Oh, sorry. And then the important thing is, as you can see here, there's no side menu. It's not there. It's not hiding. It's completely gone because I am not rendering any part of that. As you can see, it's rendered here. And all we're rendering when you're logged out are these two pages. Could someone ping me about time? Because I'm not certain what time we started. And I just want to I want to know how much more time I have.
You're doing good on time.
All right. Thanks. So there's a bunch of other interesting things you could do once you understand this concept of the context. As I said, the important thing to do, so some recommendations that I have around using context is to basically make sure that don't get too crazy with putting a bunch of stuff in the context. If you read more of the documentation on the React website, they talk, there's rendering issues around updating the context. So i.e. anytime you update the context, anything that's dependent upon the information that's in the context will attempt to re-render itself. There's some strategies to manage that. But still, just be conscious of what you're doing. So don't get crazy and throw a whole bunch of crap inside of the context. It's really not what it was meant for. Also on the React context page, they give you perfect examples of what to do and what not to do with, what they recommend to do and what they recommend not to do with the context. What else did I want to cover? The other thing that I think is extremely important is and I recommend it in all my videos, make sure you have a pretty decent understanding the Chrome developer tools, specifically with the React React developer tools can really help you see what's going on inside of your application. That's one of the reasons why I kept it open here, to kind of show folks what was going on there. Another thing to be certain of is when you use the context API, make sure you use the context at the appropriate level. When I first started using the context API, I made the mistake of taking my auth provider and wrapping it at this level, and it did not work properly. It needed to be wrapped around the app so that you could get the appropriate reactivity of not Ionic, of React recognizing the changes and properly re-rendering the component. Is there anything? I think I'll stop there and see if there's any questions. How much time do you have for questions now?
We'll have a Q&A session after this, so keep on going if you want. You got like five or six more minutes left.
I didn't want to go too deep. I wanted to leave some time, since I went through the code, if there were people that had questions specifically about the code. And so I'm open to answer some of those questions now.
Why don't we wrap up with some of the presentation then, and then we can get going with the group Q&A and going into some of the details.
Okay, then let me just wrap it up and give the final links. So here are the links to my company, clearlyinnovative.com. We're a web and mobile development firm. We work with large clients, small clients. Our largest account right now is the National Smithsonian Museum of African American History and Culture. Applications written with Ionic. Most of my videos that I have posted can be found at www.fiwic, which is Future is Written in Code. Or you can just go to YouTube and Google Aaron Saunders and you'll find all my videos. I try to create a blog post for any of the videos that I create. Most of my blogs are posted at dev2/Aaron K. Saunders. There's some older content that's available on Medium, but dev2 is where most of the stuff is. I do a podcast about the conversion of technology, race, and coding. And anyone who wants to follow me can follow me on Twitter. Final follow-up, the course that I'm posting online right now about React, when I get done with this, I will circle back around and do the exact same course using Vue.js. I paused on my Vue.js blog post and coding, waiting for the official release. But I'm looking forward to that also. So thank you, everyone, for listening. I hope you found some value. As I said, the source code and the deck is posted in the GitHub repo at Aaron K. Saunders. Feel free to post any questions. I try my best to be as responsive and active as I can on any code that I post on my GitHub repo, and I try to be as active as I can on Stack Overflow and in the Ionic forums. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Aaron, for joining us. That was a great presentation. I'm going to ask everyone one last time as we get ready for the final Q&A. Please ask your questions on Twitter. Use the hashtag #AskIoniconf. We will be inviting all the speakers from this last session to the stage. So let's get everyone up in here. Awesome. So thank you all for joining us and taking part in not only the first Ionic conference, but the very last Q&A session for today. I want to start this off first with a question for Jedi, because this one was specifically for you. What is the link for the Philly meetup?
Oh yeah, it's let me see. Wait, if I send it to you in the chat, it can you can post it, right? Is that how that works?
Yeah, we can make something quick.
There you go.
All right, so we'll do this live. No one ever thought about.
I did want to mention we have a meetup at in DC also. I'll find the link and I'll post it in there too. I don't know the name of it.
Is that an Ionic meetup?
Yep.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, because we were actually just talking about doing like some cross collaborations between different Ionic meetups and like Angular React meetups. So if that's something you'd be down for, I mean, I'd love to.
Yeah, we could talk, and especially since everybody's online now. It's like our last meetup, we had people from all over the U.S. who kind of dialed in to the meetup. So I think that'd be great. We could definitely talk about it.
Yeah, totally. What's your Twitter handle? We're having a live conversation during Q&A.
Sorry, Aaron AARONK Saunders.
I mean, no other better time for this, right? While we're all here and trying to figure out what is the new normal. now that basically the world is shut down for the foreseeable future. But yeah, if you want to get the link to the Ionic Philly meetup, it's meetup.com/Ionic Philly. Aaron, I believe yours is meetup.com/Ionic DC.
I think that is. I'm looking for it now. But I'll post
See?
it in there. Ionic.
Seal trap memory right there.
I just sent you a message, and I included a heart emoji because
cool.
you're awesome and your talk was awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. So that let's dive into a question that we got actually for Caro, and this question is kind of on a different subject. You talked a lot about IoT, but there's definitely other libraries and other approaches to doing things like this. And the person wants to know: do you see other libraries, specifically stuff for like machine learning, following the same path as Johnny 5? And do you think that will take a long time, or do you think they'll hit a long time for them to hit mainstream?
Well, I think IoT is already mainstream right now. I know that the people is working in many projects for their houses because we are in quarantine now. So, but Johnny 5 is one of the many options available. I think it's good for certain use cases, but there is no right or wrong way to go with IoT. As well, we have MicroPython and CircuitPython for another examples. Well, I think in machine learning terms, we have TensorFlow.js, but I don't know if there is another framework. But I think that's it. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, I know TensorFlow.js is probably one of the big ones for machine learning. So it's good to always interested to see what would be an Ionic TensorFlow sample project and how that would work out. Guess we'll have to work on that one next week. Cool.
Next week. Wow, that's aggressive.
Listen, it's not like I have, a whole bunch of
nothing else to do, right?
Right. It's not like I'm flying out to another conference. I guess I can just sit here in my office and work on a project.
Ioniconf Part 2 next week. You heard it, guys.
Okay. So for Jedi again, how would you evaluate the process for creating an MVP for your product when you start to deal with non-traditional apps and things that involve WebVR, VR, AR, these kind of different experiences than what you would expect a traditional app to be like?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, like at the end of the day, whether you're doing like a VR project, right, in which it's kind of like a game or like a virtual experience, that experience is still going to be about something, right? So you can identify what is it about. Is it targeting people with disabilities who want to experience a particular thing, right? If so, what is the disability? What do they want to experience? Is it targeting gamers who want to try a new type of gameplay, right? If so, what is that gameplay? And like all of these people, you can reach out to like ahead of time, and you can ask them, hey, here's the illustration. Here's what I'm envisioning, right? How do you foresee yourself using this? Would you like to use it, right? Because like the real thing is we want to get a conversation started with people. We want to get them engaged about the product that we're creating. So the type of product and the application doesn't matter so much as the people that you're actually making that application for. So I think it works. It works on any type. It will work with VR just as well as it works with anything else.
So the actual process and product that you are trying to make doesn't really, or the medium of the product that you're trying to make doesn't really matter. The process and the ideas can still be applied to that.
Yeah. And it's not that the product, to be clear, right? It's not that the product doesn't matter. It's that the product is only a very small piece of approaching your customer, right? So, you can approach your customer and you can solve the problem for the customer many different ways, right? It could be a VR experience. It could be flying them out to your house and having them live through an experience, right? There's many different ways of tackling a problem. So really, you just got to identify what is the problem that you're solving for a customer, right? And then use that as a platform, reach out to online community, and try to get as many people who have that problem to contact you back.
Awesome. Great job for that answer. Aaron, I do have a question, and this is something that I think a lot of people might be wondering about with React context being so prevalent and it basically being a built-in state management option for React apps. How does this affect things like Redux or any of these Redux-like libraries that exist out in the ecosystem? Are they basically dead?
I don't think they're dead. I mean, I think it's interesting. There's one of these guys, one of these quote React guys who basically says he's never used Redux on any product ever, right? So to me, I think, unfortunately, too often people jump to tools that are just way more complex than they need to be to solve their problem. And, because my goal and the way I teach is about just build shit. Excuse me. I mean, just build something, right? And there's this overemphasis on, puffing out your chest about how, look at this cool technology I did. Look how smart I am. Like, your customer doesn't care how smart you are, right? They care that you delivered a solution that solves their problem. And so if you can solve their problem using just a context API and, no sort of Redux, like, it's like when you see people using Redux for basically a to-do app. It's like, really? Is that really where we are now in this world? That you're going to go through all that to just do some basic reads and writes? And so the question really is, don't start there. It's like, wait till you need it and then start to investigate these other tools.
Similar approach to like Angular apps. Like if you can get by with just a service, and then that is all you need.
That's all you need.
Why complicate things or make it more?
I mean, I think that a lot of these platforms are moving that way. I mean, I know that in Vue.js, Vue has they're coming out with the Vue Composition API. So a lot of the stuff that you could do with React hooks, you'll be able to do Vue Composition API. And there's this whole argument going on over there of this religious war of like, why do I need Vuex anymore? Everybody, let's burn Vuex down to the ground. But it's like, my flip side is, if that's what you're comfortable with, then just use it. Stop chasing the shiny object. Just get something built and keep your customer happy.
Yeah, we developers are very good at chasing shiny objects. Right? All right, cool. So I got a question from a community member for Liam and animations. Should we be browser testing each animation individually to check for optimizations? Or is there a guide that Ionic recommends for showing the typical composite versus main thread usage for common CSS properties? There's a lot involved in that. Break it down as much as you want.
So I'll start with the optimized part. As we talked about in the last talk, transforms and opacities are really your best bet. So you want to stick with them as much as possible. Again, because the browsers can optimize them, run them on the compositor thread. Width and height and all that other stuff. Yes, you can animate them, but again, they are geometric properties in that they change the actual sizing of the element and potentially alter the alignment and spacing of elements around it. So it requires paint. So they're very less optimized. There is a website, and I forget it off the top of my head. It's like CSS triggers or something like that. That basically shows you each property and what it causes. Does it cause a paint? Does it cause a composite? Does it cause a layout? And you can use that to sort of determine, all right, roughly speaking, how much can the browser optimize this animation if it used this property? In terms of testing each animation, again, if you use the general principles of, stick with transform and opacity where possible, you shouldn't really need to do an in-depth performance analysis of each one. Now, if you're trying to animate a width and height, it's probably a good idea to test it out just to make sure nothing funky is going on under the hood. But if you're doing transform and opacity, I don't think you need to do a deep dive into a performance analysis unless you see something wrong.
Now, this could be a good opportunity to shed some light on, how we've been measuring them animations internally in Ionic behind the scenes. And I know for your blog post, you created some really detailed graphs comparing the animations and comparing the energy impact. Is there anything that you can say about, Ionic's own animations and how we test that?
Yeah, so Ionic Animations actually powers every single transition in the framework. So a swipe to go back, like the alert, entering animation, the closing animation, everything is Ionic Animations. So one of the things I like to do with testing is, of course, the browser utilities that I showed. There's nothing really better than testing in a real world application. So having a starter application with your animation isolated is really good for learning the basics, as I showed previously. But in the real world, you're going to have, 10 different things going on in the main thread. And so if you can figure out how to isolate your animation and figure out, okay, what exactly is going on here, that is I think is a really, really powerful skill to have in terms of debugging, figuring out, all right, not only what is going on, but what can I do about this? And the Firefox Animation Inspector comes in handy here because it'll tell you exactly what is wrong, what can you do to fix it, and things like that.
Yeah, I know for a fact when you showed me the demo and we were going over the Firefox animation tools, that totally blew my mind because I had no idea that those kind of utilities or that dev tools had gotten to a point where they're that insightful and they're able to give you such detailed insights to, hey, this is going to be slow before you even get to like a low power device, like your average Android device or your iPhone of like 5 years ago. So it's good to see that the browsers can help you out here, and that browser vendors are even like willing to reach out or help explain stuff like that, right? Because people didn't know this, but there is a WebKit Slack that you can join, and they're more than willing to explain this stuff to you.
Yeah, when I was doing the Safari demo and I said, hey, we're not going to take a look at the Frames tab, I actually didn't know that Frames tab was really just focused on the event loop. I was going through and I was like, I'm taking this 15-second timeline. Why are there only like 10 frames in the results? And so I asked, and I actually got one of the people that worked on the web animations implementation in WebKit to reply and said, hey, this is really just the event loop, not necessarily animation rendering frames, which I thought was really, really interesting. So they're really, really great. They're really helpful.
Nice. Awesome. Thank you so much. So this next question is for Caro. Are you using Node-RED for orchestration throughout different IoT-enabled devices or components? Or how do you orchestrate all those different processes in that flow?
Okay, but not really. As robotics engineers, my entire career, I have been head first in hardware, but I have used AWS IoT in the past. But I would like to explore possibilities. I could check Node-RED and say hello about that.
So Node to Node-RED, at least for now, but AWS IoT services?
Yeah, just for a couple times. Well, is a really big cloud that is, I don't know, it's overwhelming with all the tools, but it's nice. That works pretty good.
Awesome. Cool. Good to know. Another question coming in for Jedi. I create a clickable prototype and it provides its access for a specific community outreach. Isn't there a fear of my idea getting out in the open and the risk of someone else getting to market quicker with a similar approach before the individual? And Aaron, I feel like you have a similar. You might have some information in here as well, so I would love to get your thoughts about it.
Yeah, I mean, so anyone who's worked with a lot of startups, which as I think Aaron probably has as well, look, we all feel like our idea is super unique, right? But really, any single idea that's out there, 50,000 other people have had it too. Maybe it's while they're at the bar and they're never going to execute anything about it, right? Or maybe they're serious about it and they could be actively working on something. At the end of the day, your idea is totally stealable, right? Anyone can copy it. If you look at every successful business out there, as soon as a business becomes successful, 5 other people copy it, right? So you can steal that. Now, what you can't steal, though, is you can't steal the community that you created. So that's why I focus so much in my talk about community. If you create a community for your product ahead of time, right, and you get them engaged and loyal to your product because they've helped you create that product, then they're not going to go anywhere, even if someone does have the same idea or steals your idea and makes another application. So that's my opinion on why getting the feedback in the community is more important than the actual idea itself. Now, Aaron, what do you think?
I mean, I agree 100%. Like right now at Inclusive Innovation Incubator, we're running this program called In3 Labs. We're working with 8 different entrepreneurs with tech-enabled businesses. And like I had actually right before this was our tech day when I helped them with their technology stuff. That question is asked multiple times. And I always tell them, kind of a derivative of what you said, I always ask them, what have you done to get traction? What have you done to build a community? Because once you have the community, if you're adding enough value, why would they switch?
Yeah.
Plus, as you were saying earlier, you've built that community so you have a better understanding of what they want, better than any of your other competitors who haven't built out a community, who don't have a user base yet. And so it all comes down to execution. And I would ask whoever asked that question, what did you build your clickable prototype in?
Oh yeah, that's a good question too. Yeah, because some of the new clickable prototype tools they have A/B testing and stuff now, right?
Or one of the things that we say is like, if it's like the thing that boggles my mind is someone will come to me and say, oh, I paid XYZ X amount of money and in like 2 months they built me a clickable prototype. And I'm like, I could have built you an app in 2 months. Right. Right. And so it's like understanding the tools that are available today. Right. Mm-hmm. You could have probably built a basic, semi-functional MVP that would have gotten more value for you than your clickable prototype that you hold up and show people, right? And so that's one of the things we encourage entrepreneurs to take a deep thought on. Spending all this money to get a nice, pretty design, and you haven't even validated if anyone wants your app or if the flow's right, all these other things which can be done relatively inexpensively now. I'm not going to say the nasty word of no code, but there are other solutions that could get you there, right?
Yeah, and that's a good point, right? So, clickable prototypes, right? Really, if anyone's out there creating clickable prototype, we always recommend spend no more than 2 to 3 weeks on it, right? And use that as a tool for, either raising funding. So if you're raising investment, right, it's a much different story to go to an investor with an idea than it is to go to them with something that you can show, right, and that you can think through. Depending on what type of application you have, right, I think is where the difference between, do I want to try to proof of concept something, or do I want to try to, fully lay out the actual clickable prototype? I know for our side, what we do is we like to use a clickable prototype as a single source of truth, because whenever someone is going to like a developer, right, and if you guys are working with clients, like if the audience is working as in a client services businesses, you'll know, like, okay, someone's going to approach you, maybe it's your best friend that's going to approach you and be like, hey, Johnny, Jane, how much is it going to cost to build this app, right? So the most important thing is like laying out, okay, what are the actual features? And I think if you guys do that, you'll be in a really good spot.
Very good. Awesome. Just to add a little bit to that, I think one of the big selling points to focus on that community aspect first. Look at Ionic. There was millions of options not millions, but there was a good amount of options out there when we first came around on doing mobile apps and with web technology. And all we did was just create some, semi decent CSS, but we focused on building a community first and foremost. And then as we started getting more polish and more performance and just fine tuning all the other details, like that community was already sold on that initial idea, and as we grew that, and then we were like, all right, here's our 1.0, which is our more or less our go-to-market situation. There was already like hundreds of thousands of people using our stuff, and it's kind of like a no-brainer.
Yeah. And the other thing too that people will probably be interested in is patents. I have a lot of people come to us and ask, okay, should we get a patent, right? So I have a couple of patents. I'll share my experience. I was working at an enterprise company, and I had invented this little tool, right? And so they came to me and they said, Jedi, we'd like to file a bunch of patents because to enterprise, patents are very important, right? And so of the tool I built, they said, okay, 3 of these things in there could probably be patented as they are. 3 of them are too close to other patents. So can you change them a little bit so we can file 3 more patents, right? And that's the honest truth. Like that's what the patent industry looks like, right? So unless you're dealing with like something that's probably healthcare related, in which your investors or the actual corporation is going to require patents, or something like more sophisticated, for most applications, I personally don't recommend them, and I'd love to hear what the rest of the panel thinks as well.
I mean, I agree. I think that, an anecdote, like someone called me last week, said, hey, Aaron, you do good stuff. I'd like to talk to you about my product. I'm like, cool. I try to help entrepreneurs. I send him my Calendly. He schedules a 30-minute meeting. And then he's like, hey, by the way, can you sign an NDA? And I responded to them, hey, by the way, my bill rate for 30 minutes is, my hourly bill rate is $250. So you pay me my $250, I'll sign your NDA, right? Yeah. When the guy's like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. I'm like, let me get this straight. I'm giving you my free time, and you think that out of my free time I want to steal your idea? Like, really? I think that you're right. There's specific fields where it makes sense to do the investigation, maybe start out to get a provisional patent, but do the research beforehand. I see a lot of people who just don't even execute or move forward because they're so caught up in, I need to get a patent, I can't tell anybody anything, and they spend all this time churning while somebody else is just executing and getting it done.
Yeah. We do the same thing. We have a pre-signed NDA, and then I just send them that one. And my whole team just sends that to them. They're like, here you go.
Yeah, it's like, come on,
Awesome.
And then you see what it is, and you're like, this is like the 50th time I've seen this month. Right?
I know.
Awesome. Cool. So I do have one other question coming in, or 2 other questions coming in. One for Liam. You talked a lot about the performance considerations for the main thread and animations, and how not necessarily that your animations are slow, but that your rest of the application work is also affecting the performance of that animation. So what are some of the tricks and tips kind of to first identify what are the main thread or the application performance bottlenecks, and then diving into the animation performance considerations?
Yeah. So one good thing is the timeline tool in Google Chrome. They will show you exactly all of the tasks running on the main thread. And in one of the panes on the tools, they will actually show you a breakdown of exactly which function calls are being called, where they're originating from, how long they're taking, things like that. So if you're having issues on the main thread, say, for example, you have an application that sends off a network request. While the network request is going and you're processing, you're showing an animation, right, happening at the same time. And you notice that the animation is a little janky. So there's a lot of stuff going on the main thread. Using tools like that are really, really helpful in that they show you exactly which functions may be a little slow. So again, Chrome, they will show you exactly which functions are getting called, how long they're taking. That's a really, really great place to start. Once you can isolate that, it's a lot easier to isolate your animation, since all right, let's fix this processing, this main thread processing. All right, does that help? No. Okay, let's take a look at the animation, things like that.
Now, does it always seem to be related to like network request, or kind of async actions, or is it something like maybe you're doing a polling or set timeout somewhere inside of your app or set interval? Those kind of tasks. How does that really affect your performance in that regards?
Yeah. So, I mean, you mentioned set timeout and set interval. Those are, in general, really bad to use because they interrupt the JavaScript execution. Whereas if you're going to use a request animation frame, that schedules whatever task with the browser. So the browser can say, all right, I'm going to do this the next frame because I have more resources then. A set interval and set timeout are very easily will cause a lot of jank in your application because it says, all right, no, you're going to do what I tell you to do and you're going to do it right now. So just stay away from those. Just stay. If you find yourself doing a set timeout, ask yourself if you are doing this correctly.
If you see someone should make like an ESLint rule that says disable
a warning.
timeout. Like no set timeouts. Your build will fail if you have one of those. Awesome. And then a question for Caro is getting started with IoT. Are there any recommended projects or workflows that you can suggest for people who they're here, they have an interest, but they have no hardware experience? I'm asking this question for myself because I have no idea what to do.
Don't worry. I think the best way to start is with sensors because we need the input from the environment, and after that the communications, so you can learn hardware and software at the same time. And you can start with something with serial communication. After that, you can use another protocol like Bluetooth, and after that MQTT. And if you are really proficient with JavaScript or something like that, Ionic have amazing documentation as well. You can see also in PC, they also more entries of blogs with Ionic implementation. So there is a mix of paths you can choose.
Awesome, it's good to know. Cool. So I will. I think we're getting close to our time here. I do want to end this all with one question for basically all of you. If you had to focus on something for the next 5 years to help push the web forward, what area would you focus on? And we'll start off. We'll start off in the bottom corner with Jedi, and we'll do a counterclockwise circle.
Wait. So sorry. Repeat the question.
What do you think you should focus on for the foreseeable future for the web?
Oh, that is a good question. I think so. From my side, I'm very, very interested to see how PWAs continue to hit the market, not only from a technical side, but also from a business side, right? Because as we all know, everything that goes through Apple and Android takes a 30% cut. And I know a lot of people are looking at PWA technology as a way of kind of, an alternative to getting users to adopt the technology and to avoid, that 30% fee. And obviously Apple is, that does not like that by any means, and they're already cracking down on applications. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to affect the ecosystem, and I'm keeping a deep eye on that.
Hey.com for anyone who's who missed the hint on what that was about.
Yeah.
We feel for you. Yeah, that's a really good answer. Liam, did you have any things that you're interested in?
I mean, animations, of course, as no surprise to anyone. Applications always need some level of interactivity and even to a certain extent, a little bit of Flash. Not actually Flash, but special effects, rip Flash. And with web animations, it's really, really amazing. It's really, really performant. There's still a lot of features missing. And Web Animations Level 2 tries to tackle that with better grouping animations. So like a group of animations that will stay in sync with each other. Different things like that I think are really, really powerful. The other thing, which is a little foreign to me in that I'm not very familiar with the underlying tech, but the web GPU API that is actively being worked on by a lot of different browsers, which is really exciting to see. Getting lower level access to the GPU, I think, will bring about some really interesting products. For example, like TensorFlow, that TensorFlow JS is, I think, CPU bound only right now. But once Web GPU comes out, I wouldn't be surprised if they came out with a GPU version of TensorFlow JS or something close to it. So for machine learning, for gaming, for VR, just having better lower level access to the graphics card is something that has, it's been present in WebGL, but it's been very, very limited. So having lower level access, I think, will bring about a lot of really cool innovation with the web.
Another good one that I think is in that same vein is Houdini and some of the animation worklets that are being worked on through Chrome, Firefox, and some observations from Safari about being able to just do JavaScript animations, but drive them through CSS. It's something that I'm not fully educated in. I don't fully get it, but from the gist of the explainers, it does seem like it's going to be something that'll be really cool. Caro, let's go next to you. What do you want to focus on for the future of the web?
Well, I have focused the last years only on hardware, but now I think it's a mix, and I have a really big hope that the demand will increase. So the connection of hardware and software will be there. So I want to continue on that path. It's something like spreading the DevOps culture. I think it's something like that. You need to know of each sensor of the environment, and that won't hurt your brain. So that will be okay. So that's the idea. I want to continue with hardware and teaching the people how to use that.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, just knowing that it can, what are some of like the basics that it can do? It's definitely something that as time goes on, you're just going to learn more and more and more. So awesome. Aaron, last but not least, what do you want to focus on?
I mean, I'm focusing on it now, and what I'm trying to do is just lower the perceived barrier to entry into tech, specifically with the web. Like you can code shit. Excuse me. You can code stuff on a Chromebook, right? I mean, let's be real. And so it's like all of us are smart folks doing cool stuff with web technology and JavaScript, but there's like millions of other people that probably have really cool ideas that if they just knew that this is accessible to them, just think of what other cool shit could be done, right? And so my focus right now, like all my content I post on YouTube is free. All my source code, for that aren't client projects, I just put it out there. I try to help people because you just never know where the next great cool thing is going to come from. And like that's my focus for as long as I can afford to do it, right?
That's the same thing for all of us, as long as you can afford
it. But honestly, it's like for all of us sitting here, we've lived good lives. We make decent salaries doing something that we enjoy doing, and everywhere you read, they're always talking about they need more tech people, right? And so, like my gig is telling people how cool it is, the fun I have, enjoy doing it, and seeing if somebody else can figure out their path to this happiness, and also figure out how to do good along the way.
And that's a good note to end on.
Thank
you all. Thank you all. First off, the feels, because that's good. But thank you all for joining for this Q&A. Thank you. This has been a great conference. All your presentations were amazing. Please tweet out the links to your slide decks afterwards, and we'll start getting these talks processed. So as we go on to end the conference, I want to thank everyone here for joining Ioniconf. This was a great first year, and we've learned a lot as organizers on how to run this conference and how to get everything done. Thank you so much to my behind-the-scenes partner today, Rachel Ashton, who has just been super helpful getting everything situated and has really been helping us here. Hopefully, we will see you all next year for Ioniconf 2021. Take care and stay safe.